wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. What's going on, traders? Who's ready to keep on trading? I know I am excited to keep the trades going on. And it was a beautiful day yesterday. I don't know if you guys were here and hanging out with us, but if you were, you might have heard that the interest rate sensitive stocks were the ones that trade yesterday. Really good action from the home construction stocks. We got a really nice one in Rocket Mortgage yesterday, and a couple other plays that we talked about, of course, as we were looking in this space, right? And I think it's so important to learn from yesterday's trading action about current environment. Know where you're at, right? So what did we get yesterday? We'll talk all about it as we got the interest rate cut, but it's not just about that, right? There's a lot to talk about here in the market today. So if you're out there, smash the like. Let me know what's on your radar. It's good to see some team in the chat getting up nice and early. Good morning. Someone's in the green. Love to see it out there, guys. Definitely in the morning, a lot of you guys out there trading. It's good to see you guys out there. It's up bright and early getting ready for the trading day. Let's keep going out there. Let's keep taking a look around out there and see what we can come up with. And it looks like somebody's out there by the dip, but hey, buy the dip. If you're upset, man, you're on the wrong side, man, because I'll tell you one thing. I enjoy all the rules that we have here at Trade the Pool. You know why? They keep me safe. And the truth is, it is in trading environment. You can owe brokers money faster than you know it. So let's get to the trading action, though, and take a look at some playbook action this morning. We got a lot to take a look at, like always, guys. If you guys haven't taken a look into the playbook, we put this out on Twitter, and we bring it here for you guys live, discuss it a little bit further. So if you guys are out watching us on X right now, this is where you guys want to be. Come over to the YouTube side of things so that you guys can discuss with us all about, of course, the playbook and the sunrise report. Let's get right to the action. We'll talk about the playbook action, and this is going to be an interesting one because it's all going to depend to see if we get some bounce back. Is the AI trade falling off? All questions to be had, right? Let's go ahead. We'll take a look at that action. I'll share my screen here and we can take a look at the first. Let's go to the market, then we'll go to the playbook. I want to take a look first. Let's take a little peek how the market's looking. All right, so let's go to, of course, let's go to the SPY here and just take a look at the overall market action. You guys can see right towards the Fed release, we did get the pop, but we pulled back. But what did we do this morning? We just went right back to that low and held it pretty well. So in my eyes, I'm just going to go towards an hourly chart and really just mark that area, right? Anywhere down in that area, yes, we could be looking for some downside break and some continuation. But if it can hold above the 682 today, I think we're looking fine here for upside action. So I'm going to go ahead and put this as the red line here, and we can take a look to see if we cut that during the market open, right? All right, other than that, we look like we're bouncing back, and we can talk about some plays. So let's get to the action in today's playbook. All right, on the first one on today's playbook is a look right back at AMD. And I've talked about this trade plenty of times, and then we can do it with AMDL or whichever way we want to do it. So if we look at the daily chart, what did we get? We got a whole bunching up of resistance, right? So you guys can clearly see the resistance right above it, right? But we kind of failed this area, and we need to look to see if we're either going to come crashing right back down, and we're going to have this kind of bear flag on the down break, or are we going to get what's called a ascending triangle break, right? So the ascending triangle is right here. You guys can see how tight it's been getting, right? So now we need to see, do we break on the upside of this ascending triangle, right? And some could call it a bear flag if it gets like up to here. I think it's kind of more of that bear flag, but that means that we're already breaking this level and going higher to the 235s. And if we're going to make a move to the 235s, I will be ready. But this morning, we are down there towards the 218, so creating a lot of fear in AMD right now. What we need to see is let it open. For me, I will watch the open. Look for it to break this 216.87. If it breaks at 216.87, I'm going to look for quick reversals back, but not getting too excited too early on this name, making sure that we get back above kind of the 219 area before I even think about dipping my toes here in AMDL, right? So we'll see what happens on this name. I do think it's a really nice setup here, but we'll see if we can get the NVIDIA trade to also come back. So let's go to NVIDIA. Let's talk about it. It's very similar chart. Yesterday, a little bit of a rip, and now you're right back down, right? And then this was on the China news. We're actually lower than that. And now we need to see if do we rally right back. So if you see on the daily, we're actually down in this space, right? So we'll see if we get right back up there towards the 185 and start to recollect. But yeah, this one looks a little bit more bearish, right? And that's why I lean more towards AMD than NVIDIA, but I know how it's going to work. At the end of the day, these are going to go side by side. If NVIDIA moves, AMD is going to move also. One might move stronger than the other, but what we need to see is a recovery back above, let's say, the 186 and 185. So in this one, I would be a little bit slower, waiting for it to really start showing its strength before I'm jumping in, but we'll see what happens on this AI trade. Let's keep it going. Let's go to another trade here. Let's get out of the semiconductors. Let's go to a steel trade that I saw yesterday that I traded last week and made a really good amount. I traded it on this breakout here on a kind of a swing attempt. Now I'm starting to see, hey, can we go back and actually clear this gap? That was with the mentality that I had when I first started playing this little lift here. Now I think we could actually go in and make an attempt for this, right? We kind of have this cup and handle look, this little cup. Now the handle being really formed, nice support really being drawn now at this point. So I could see us getting into that zone, right? So at this point, what do we need to look for? Well, we need to look for a break of a trend line, back up, and a hold of the move. So at this point, I'm going to go to the hourly chart to draw that a little bit out here. And you can see how that runs into right this pre-market action. So really the support area is down here in this area, right? So this is going to be our support area. It's between the 1240s and 1230s. So red to green here is the move to look for. So what would I be looking for? Essentially a move that can come down into that gap, right? Then start to work its way up. Could make a little bit of a small pullback, but then the continuation really starts to happen, right? Then you get that kind of 1280 break, and you could get a small pullback there to the 1270s at that point, right? So that's kind of how I see the trade developing here. I always like to draw these out because it doesn't mean that it's going to work 100% to the key, but if we see that action in the price action, right? If we see that work, we don't have to think. We can go into more reaction mode, and I can just hit the buy button, right? Like always, this isn't for you guys to follow necessarily, but for you guys to learn how to go about your trading plan, right? I think it's important sometimes just to draw these out, guys, and you'll be surprised what you can find, right? All right, let's keep going out there. We'll see what else is out there, guys, what else we can come up with. Let's keep trading, and let's see what other kind of trade ideas we can come up with. But that's enough of the trade ideas today. Like always, you guys will hear a little bit of a doorbell when you hear those trade ideas. And if you guys want to catch them, of course, just jump to the stream, take a look, because I know how traders are sometimes. They just have us in our ear and they want to take a look at some trade ideas once they're actually being worked out. So yeah, there it is, guys. We'll see what happens on this trade to see if we get a little bit of a dip and then the rip higher. Of course, yesterday's action was a lot about the construction stocks. So we can take a look really quickly before we get to the sunrise. You can see here, this is the one that I was really watching right around here, right before the 2 p.m., right before the kind of the announcement. And I was trying to say that, hey, home construction could get this lift, right? I was trading Rocket, and I was already long big. I didn't get the maximum profit on this. I actually got out at the 1935s, but I had gone in long at 19, right? So I got this yesterday twice on the pullback. I ended up getting cut out here at the 915, the 920s to 910, got back in at 19, risking 1890s after it just started to come back through 19. And then it just went right back up there to 1960s. Actually got as high as almost 1970s. I actually had a profit order right there at 1970s that didn't hit. But hey, that's how it was. I was still able to make a really good amount yesterday in Rocket. We'll look for this to maybe continue. The key here now is that it doesn't have as much gas as it's going to have yesterday, as much trading action. So you just need to kind of watch it to see that it continues the trend. That would mean that it's back above 1950s and pushing. So for me, I needed to really kind of get back near the highs before I even look at this. So I'll set an alert at 1950s to see if we get that to move right back to the upside. Another one, if you want to go leverage in that home builders, I was looking at Nail yesterday right around that same time. And that was right here, of course. You got the home builders. They look very similar. This dip back to 56 and look at the rip. Boom, to 60. So big, nice little rip there. If you're looking for a way to play this, there's always plays out there, guys. You just got to know where and how to find them. The key here, current environment, interest rate cut. These were going to affect these types of stocks, and especially for these types of names that, you know, like you could look at like a Toll Brothers, right? And look at the rip higher, right? You could look at a Lennar, right? I almost don't need to look. I could close my eyes and know that these names are in the green. All right, guys, let's keep things going. You guys know where you're at. It's Trade the Pool. Smash that like, and let's get to the sunrise. All right, guys, let's first talk a little bit about what happened yesterday, of course. And yesterday, it was all about Oracle souring the mood in the after hours. This morning, the S&P futures slipped about 0.3%. NASDAQ futures dropped about 0.5%. And the Dow managed a tiny 0.1 lift. The troublemaker here, Oracle, which detonated more than 12% after its revenue miss and a steepened spending forecast that has sharpened everyone's eyesight around its growing debt stack. We've talked about this with the AI spending. Would it be a negative outlook? Would it be a positive? In this case, a negative. The AI darling, of course, felt the tremor as NVIDIA and AMD were both down 1% off of this, and CoreWeave drove 4% in after hours shadow. So CoreWeave being one of the names that might be able to get a lift off of that down action that we're seeing there. But of course, this all threatened to snuff out the glow from Wednesday when the S&P 500 had just finished close towards the all-time high, just a fingertip away, right? But the Fed did dealt its third rate cut for 2025, so we got the cut. But what did we get? A cut, a split, and a cautious Powell. Let's talk a little bit about that, as the Federal Reserve did slice another 25 basis points here, bringing the fund rate to 3.5 and 3.75%. But beneath the surface, what's going on here? The committee is split like a cracked geoid. So essentially, they don't know which way to go here. But there is definitely some Fed members that are leaning towards some sides here, and we got to talk about it. This one was a 9-3 vote. Gooseby and Schmidt wanted no cut, so definitely Trump is not going to like these two. But Moran pushed for a half-point cut. That might be somebody that Trump might be looking after. But that's all things to be looked at, right? Powell did call a close call here, a phrase that markets leaned in. He emphasized that the Fed is positioned to wait and see, and noted that the President Trump tariff barrage remains a driver of inflation. A rate hike, Powell said, that's nobody's base case here. The Fed also caught traders off guard in a return to Treasury bill purchases, starting with $40 billion on Friday, likely running elevated for a few months. So that's one thing that we need to kind of take a look at. The Fed is, of course, returning towards Treasury bill purchases, which could give some supporting nature to the action there. Meanwhile, futures contracts, of course, are already whispering about deeper cuts in 2026, despite the Fed's one and done projection. Of course, we'll take a look at that and we can talk a little bit more about the action. We'll go looking into the dot plot with Michael Noss coming up next. But let's keep going, guys. Let's go to the next area. Let's go towards learning a little bit more about Oracle and the disaster that happened there. All right, you guys can see this action, and we'll take a look at you guys can just see how quickly you're down here. And Oracle not getting any bounce, now down towards 193. And this name just getting smack, smack, smack. This is going to turn around all that software kind of exuberance. There was a move there where CRM was going really higher, right? Unity was going higher. All these names were really strong. I think with this Oracle news, that might actually turn this little boat back to the downside, but we'll see what happens here. Let's talk a little bit more about what happened on the earnings. Well, what are the key issues here that happened in Oracle's earnings? Well, revenue missing here at 16.06 versus a 16.21 billion expected. The capex ballooning here, and that's the most concern here. The expected 50 billion for this fiscal year. Yes, you heard that, right? Spending of 50 billion, you have to what? You have to give reason. You have to give a outlook that you're going to get this money back, right? But the negative free cash flow doesn't show that that's coming back here. It's actually at a negative 10 billion versus a 5.2 billion consensus. So more signs of concern. Ongoing questions about whether this massive AI infrastructure build out is or isn't a bubble magnet. Oracle plans to raise 20 billion and 30 billion in debt each of the next 3 years. The market, already jittery about AI exuberance, didn't love that melody at all. AI adjacent names, though, bowed with it. Microsoft, Nvidia, AMD, Micron, and CoreWeave all trading lower in the pre-market. Analysts are now slicing price targets like fruit on a cutting board, guys. They're coming after it now. Adobe, let's get to the action there and take a look. All right, let's take a look here at Adobe. I was looking to see this one get the up move, so we'll see if this one can make the lift after the first spike. They got there to 360, but you guys can see this one's holding in a little bit better. Adobe did deliver a record quarter in fiscal year revenues, beat on EPS, and reaffirmed its AI ambitions. And yet the stock sagged another 0.8 after hours. I think this was more about, of course, Oracle. But investors want more confidence that Firefly and Adobe's broader AI suite will start ringing the revenue bells, not just winning design awards, right? So we'll see what happens with that. Definitely, though, a record quarter, fiscal year revenue doing well. They beat on EPS. I really don't see anything too wrong there in Adobe. At some point, I think this will be a turnaround story. All right, let's keep things going. Let's go to the next one here. Let's go to Eli Lilly and talk a little bit about the weight loss powerhouse as it evolves again. Let's take a look here. Eli Lilly, you guys can see trading up this morning up there towards a high of 1,016 and 32 cents. We'll see if it comes back to that level. This name had been pulling back on the daily. You can see here, really nice trend on the downside, right? Now it's starting to try to bounce right back. This is why it's important to also look at the weekly chart, right? Where does the weekly support come into play? Well, let's draw that area right here. That's going to be somewhere right in this kind of 993 area. Let's take a look now at the daily to see how that's starting to hold. So this is the support that we want to start seeing actually hold here. And if it can start to climb right back out of it, it can just do what we call the undercut and rally. So let's go to the 4-hour chart, clean this up a little bit. Now we recently put a real nice spike and are holding 1,000. So any pullbacks to 1,000 looks like a good hold there for Eli Lilly. Let's see if this stock can get moving again. Eli Lilly's next generation obesity drug, retatrutide, Yeah, right. I think that's what it's called. These drug names are a little bit difficult, I'll be honest. But delivering a jaw-dropping result in late-stage trials. This is exactly what you want to be hearing. So 23.7% average weight loss, including dropouts, 28.7% for those who stuck with the treatment, and knee arthritis pain reduction up to 62.6%. Now that is really key data there, as the knee arthritis pain and arthritis overall could be a separate kind of benefit with this drug here. Shares rose 2% pre-market, as now, of course, this drug is positioned as potentially the next titan in the category. Many expect this to hit $100 billion by 2030s. Side effects were notable, though. Dropouts were high at the top dose, but the efficacy eclipsed expectation across the street. I do think that the side effects are something to note, but if you're just trying to trade the stock, not trying to take the drug, I don't think that's too big of a concern for you. The truth is the money is expected to rake in. All right, we can take a look at some other moves out there. There's Visa. After Visa was named Truist's top pick for 2026, that is a really interesting top pick there. So we could take a look at Visa right now. You can see it trading up towards 330.80s. We'll see if that can make a move and actually hold there. There's a couple other ones out there. Corpus Pharma gaining 7% on positive early stage obesity drug. So that's another one that could be moving. And here's one that I like to take a look at. And I've talked about this company. I've interviewed this company, and maybe we need to bring him back. I need to go ahead and reach out to Planet Labs. I had a couple of interviews with this company. This is a satellite company that does pretty much like, let's say, like a way better Google Earth. And I was watching this setup I talked about it this week, how it was a beautiful flag setup on this, and you could see the lift off of that, right? Nice little flag pattern on the weekly. It held here, and look at the breakout now, guys. Soaring 17% after beating revenues expectation. Telescopes pointed outward, and stock is pointed upwards here, as you're definitely seeing the climb and a continued liftoff in Planet Labs. We'll see if this can continue to push. Really nice looking chart now. And this one could get another one going that I know already, which is called Black Sky. And so Black Sky, of course, is the competitor to Planet Labs. But look how simply the chart looks comparable to what we've been seeing here. So now this has made a couple of runs to 30. I think this is really looking good for a 20 break today. So here's a nice little one that I'll give you relationships with. You got to know your relationships in trading. And that's one of the best edge that I can share with you guys is understanding relationships, understanding industries, sectors, and understanding which stocks trade which stocks. It actually helps me find a lot of my trade, which is just trying to find leaders to laggard style trading. I wish you guys the best of luck. How are we doing this morning? It's good to see you guys. Good morning indeed out there, guys. Let's keep things going. How we doing out there? Good morning. There we go. A couple of names coming in here, guys. What are you guys looking at? What's on your radar? We'll definitely take a look. I do see a lot of penny stocks moving. So let's go take a look into the penny stock space before we bring on my man, Michael Noss, in just a second. But it's good to see you guys out there, James, Shaw, and everybody jumping in the chat. Dorothy, good morning to you guys out there. Joe, what's up? It's good to see you guys, all you guys. Much love to you guys. I hope you guys are enjoying the holiday season. This is the best time of year. And just to kind of give you guys some insight, I do have a birthday coming up next week on the 18th. Probably going to be out on that day. So going to work to try to get out on that day. I think Kevin might cover me. But of course, the holiday season does bring a little bit slower trading. I like to take it a little bit slower, spend some family time, right? My birthday coming up. So, hey, we'll see what happens, guys. Let's get a little birthday luck rally going into next week, right? What do you guys think about that? All right, here's a name mentioned here, Pets. Pets. Let's take a look here at Pets. I think this is pets.com. Right? Oh, petmed.com. This is like your medicine, right? And it is squeezing here. Oh, a little squeeze action here. Let's take a little trade here. This actually looks pretty good here. Let's do a little one here and see if we can get off of the 230 spot here. I would love to get right below towards like 238, 235 so I can risk down anywhere into the 225 range. but this does look like it's squeezy right now and wants to get maybe back to 3. So I don't mind this name here. In the morning, has the volume needed, right? Trading about 1 million shares here. So James, good eye, man. Good eye. I really don't mind it. I don't want to just jump in right now because I wasn't watching the stock and I could have to risk down there towards the 220s. But anything below the 240s seemed to make sense there, especially on an easy move back. And you guys see me on the 15-minute chart there. Look how the 30 just gives you that nice little clean look above the 225 area. So that tells me that 225 area, you could look for holds on that push. And you can see the bullish engulfing candle. Where does this come back to? And a lot of times I'll do this. I'll draw a horizontal line on the bullish engulfing candle, and I'll say it can't break that. It can't close back below that because then this candle kind of gets negated, right? So at this point, you're just looking for strength and holds of 230, 225. Look at it go, 255. It looks great there. I just didn't want to just jump, but thank you for bringing it up. Good stock there, James, indeed. SoFi mentioned in the chat. We can take a quick look. SoFi, I do like it here. It has pulled back a little bit, but overall, it's a stock that I really like going into next year. You might get a little bit of some pullback, so I'd keep a look at like weekly outlooks and a little bit further back, right? This is why you're kind of struggling right now because you're in this kind of chop zone, right? You've just been going sideways here. I think, trading it here, you have to be a little bit careful because you can always get support tests back to 26 and 25. And you got to be careful not playing too much in the middle of the chart. I always talk about that middle area as a danger area. But if this can get going, where's it going to get going? Really above 30, right? It's going to maybe start making a trend back. I think you wait until you start seeing a clear break of 30 if you're really trying to take this to the next level, let's say on a swing or something towards 60. Right now, it's been on a kind of sideways consolidation, right? And sideways consolidation is just sometimes just chop, right? So with that being said, you have to let it play out. It's been sideways pretty much for like 2 or 3 months. So we got to wait for this break. All right, that's going to do it for SoFi. We can take a look at different trades out there. I hope you guys enjoy me breaking down some of the trades out there. Crow coming up in here. And I'll tell you right now, the penny stocks are hot. We talked about this lately, how some of these names could really kind of get going during this time. And that this was the time to maybe take a look back into the penny stock game. And we are definitely seeing some like this BTTC up massive this morning, guys. We'll see what happens with this one. This one's up there towards $9. Was up at crazy. This was in 929. This got all the way up as $39. So you're definitely seeing the spike here. We'll see if this thing can keep going. This thing was at 360. It's now trading almost $10 and could keep it going. The penny stocks are hot. Be careful out there. These are the hardest stocks to trade. I will say that right off the top. If you can do it, make that money. But like always, be smart out there. Let's keep things going. To bring on Michael Knowles, let's go ahead. Let's bring him on. How we doing this morning?
We're doing great. It's the FOMC is finally behind us, and we get to move on with our lives. And it happened kind of exactly like we thought. Just amazing for small caps. Just ripping.
Yeah, really small caps for sure. Definitely the place to be. And the home builders, right? And the interest rate sensitive names. That was a great trade. I don't know if you partook in any of that, Michael, but I was definitely like out there and calling like the nail and the ITB, beautiful moves in those types of stocks. But that's what you do on those types of days, right? Like if there was any stocks that were going to move, it was going to be those types of names. And it was a clear break to the upside, telling us what? That's what we want to see in those names, right? So today will be a thing to watch those names to see how much they pull back after the news, right? Or do they just keep the gas pedal going here? Another thing, of course, Oracle coming in a little bit of some sour note in AI. We talked about that could come. Their earnings came in really kind of pulling the bar down a little bit here. But how do you feel about the market here coming into the day?
Well, if you're a small cap trader, I think it's great, right? Again, we have this period that we've been talking about they've studied since 1950, showing that we have relative outperformance during this particular time from now until it goes all the way to March. But really, we're talking now till end of January, and we're seeing exactly that. If you're someone who was interested, this is IWM. breaking out and closing at new all-time highs with a really strong candle last night, and continued a little bit last night. It's about flat this morning. And then the Qs, even though had a really good day, is just still not there. Still nowhere near, right? It's got a little bit to go to get up to, another 10 points to get to all-time highs. So again, the market acting just like it should seasonally, in which you're having small caps kill it. So if, it all comes down to what is the market for you. If your market is the Qs and the SPY, they haven't, look, it's still in a range, hasn't done anything in 2-3 weeks. You're probably really frustrated. If your market is the IWM, well, you're breaking out to new all-time highs. You're having a great time. These small caps, these regional banks, right? My regional bank play has really been killing it recently. I remember, I think it was either this one or this one where everyone said the regional banks were done and it was the end of the world. And we are getting close to new all-time highs again. So it's very much a pick your sector, pick your stock, stick with the ones that are trending, and forget about everything else. Turn off the news.
That's what you got to do sometimes, or just follow it. There's nothing wrong. I think Powell gave you a lot of insight yesterday if you were paying attention to the conversation. That's why I don't think it's a negative either to listen to it, but you have to know your skills if you're going to listen to news. That's the truth, is that there's a lot of fluff, and you got to look for the good and the small tips. One of the things that I think Powell said yesterday that was very, very important, guys, and this is why I look at things and I just try to listen to what he's saying outside of even his policy. Right. So one of the things that he gave is that the AI trade, essentially, he sees it as still having gas pedal. He sees the consumer as still spending. And he also sees a base growth for next year. Base. It doesn't mean that it's going to outperform or go crazy, but he just sees the normal growth going into next year. He doesn't see any major reduction, like, the world is going to come crumbling. That's all you needed to hear, right? Because if there's anybody that wants to be a little bit negative, might be the guy that's getting the door kicked on him, but he didn't want to be negative, right?
What does he know that everyone else in the world doesn't, right? Other than what he's going to do with interest rates. So, as soon as he starts talking about it's like a second Elon starts talking about anything that's not cars or robots, I think everyone should just tune out. For me, I just want to look at people's areas of expertise, and he's a lawyer that was, in the best political, he buddied up with Trump there and got the gig. So yeah, he can control interest rates a little bit, but not for another series of months. So what does he know about AI? Is the way I look at those comments.
I mean, he sees the spending. He sees this. They get access to the spending, right? That's what they get access to in the spending data, and he sees the spending still there, right?
But
that's all
we
that needs
also
to
get
happen.
access to all the spending data, right? We
Well,
get access.
they get a little bit more, right? We're not
Well, they're
gonna
all.
lie. They get a little more data, but
Where does that come from? Because they're all publicly traded companies. They have to disclose, and we have them all. We have NVIDIA, Oracle, we have Meta, we have all these, and again, they have to release their books, and this is what we're spending on. So again, I just look at it and say, okay, you look for him about interest rates, and then as soon as he starts talking about anything else, you tune out. And then when it comes to AI, I want to hear someone who knows about AI. Like, let's talk about like NVIDIA's CEO would obviously know way more about AI than anyone else. So yeah, I just don't, with everyone in the world watching the same thing, generally there's no edge in that. And it was crazy. You go on Twitter and there's that bar on the side of everyone who's doing like a spaces or a stream. And on mine anyway, there was like 100, and it's like they're all watching JPOW. I'm like, okay, so our jobs as traders is to find edge, to look at where the rest of the world is not seeing, and to find something that's edge. So I look at that and I was like, everybody's watching JPOW. So my brain just started going, and this is what I'm going to think about for the next couple of days, is during those moments, where is their edge? Where is their edge somewhere else? And it might be one of these reasons these micro caps are doing so well, because the real, you've got the content, and the content is, right, people are talking about JPOW to bring the clicks, but the market was at a decent day. The IWM did great with 1.3%, but the SPY was up 0.5%. yesterday. Like, it wasn't really a big standout day. So what I'm interested in is, now that all the nerds have listened to the stream and done all the thing, is what happens today. So like currently this gap down, I think, is something we gotta pay attention to. But it's interesting that we gap down, and the second the market opened this morning, the second the pre-market action, we've just been rallying ever since then. So that tells me that there might be some still demand here. But even with the SPY, right, even with its exposure to things like healthcare that have just been on fire recently, it's still below all-time highs. So yeah, it's very much big cap is still lagging, and I think we'll continue just based off the seasonality of it. There's no reason that we're going to get this outperformance in it, and I think there's no other earnings that we care about either. I think Oracle is it until like the next season starts in the new year.
We will see what happens, as we did get a little bit of some pullback in certain areas, and I think it's just been what I mean, I still remember October when I started saying it, like, this was going to get choppy towards the end, and that's exactly what we've gotten, right? We've still gone up, but it hasn't been the easy sledding that it was in the early part of the year. And that can always happen when you have a massive return on the first 3 quarters of the year, right? Because money managers want their money. And that's all that's happened here. I think that's literally what's happened is money's on the sideline here, and it's soon to come back. I think you have been seeing it maybe rotate into, like, we've been here, health, some financials. Maybe they're just kind of slowly going into smaller plays, just trying to make pennies on the dollars here, right? Make sure they avoid any AI downfall or pockets of pullback. But definitely in the long run, we're looking to see if this just comes right back on, right? So that's what I think we all got to be looking out for.
Yeah, and over again, right? I implore you guys to look at the RSP versus the SPY. Again, RSP was another one. Your average large cap stock made new all-time high yesterday. So most large cap stocks are sitting right at new all-time highs and just doing wonderfully. The Qs, tech, is not. So, if you're one that you need to focus on AI and AI related plays, those have been the ones where the sledding's been a little bit hard. Like KRE is up 15% in the last month alone. We have IWM hitting new highs. We have, again, RSP, the average large cap stock, hitting new highs. So this is a moment that if you are someone who has done very, very well at just trading, NVIDIA and data center plays and energy plays and that kind of stuff, great, you've done well, but it's time to kind of expand your horizon, because again, according to the seasonality, we've got another month or so of this where other sectors, right? I still haven't sold any of my KRE because we'll see what happens up here. Other sectors could really start to outperform, continue to outperform, again, with the average large cap stock hitting new all-time highs, and then tech just lagging us down a little bit. And right, a lot of people don't remember the days where we didn't need the Mag 7, or what was FANG at the time, or whatever acronym we come up with, and the market would still go. I still remember when banks used to be the hot thing. So, right, it rotation happens, and it can happen again. It will happen again. Right? It used to be FANG, which was Facebook, which no longer exists. Amazon, Netflix, and Google. That was FANG. Those were the big names that moved the market. And now no one cares about Netflix anymore. Really, we don't care too much about Amazon anymore. Facebook changed its name entirely. There was no NVIDIA in the FANG. There was no any of this stuff. So the hot stock and the hot sector generally changes. And it usually changes sometimes around a calendar year, in which people look to take money off the table when it comes to taxes, and then they look to rotate that money into different sectors. So keep an eye out and trying to focus what that sector could potentially be. Right, banks I think is a really good idea, because they're breaking out, especially the small banks look great. Home builders might be the thing as well. Right, yeah. If we do ITB, right, home builders are very interesting here. Everyone thought this was kind of the end of the world for home builders, and it looks like we're digging in, trying to push higher here. But yeah, don't look back at what was performing amazing last year. It's a good time of year to look forward and try to figure out, is there going to be another sector? Because the big guys, the Mag 7, that acronym won't exist in a couple of years from now. We'll be talking about something completely different, and the real money is going to be made before everybody starts talking about that thing, right? What's that next kind of area or sector that we could make money on?
All right, guys, taking a little bit of a bet this morning, going into a penny name. Let's take a look to see what happens in this trade. I'm looking at MIGI. So this one is a nice setup on the daily. Earlier pop towards 11. Just kind of risk to return here. Let's see if it works. I really like the daily chart on this, actually. Like kind of the hourly and daily just show that it's kind of working in here around the 830s. Really need to hold 830s right now, but we'll see if we can get going on this name. MIGI. Let's see if we catch a little bit of a runner this morning. And we'll see what happens on that. Only 100 shares. Pets was another one that we saw this morning moving. A lot of these penny names really setting up. So keep your eyes on those plays to see what happens today. There's very rare. I usually have like 4 or 5 names that come on this penny stock scanner at a time. Right now, there's 12. So that just goes to show you, right? Yeah, there's movement there, right? And so
Small caps and under, right? And it's going to continue.
yeah, and that's where you got to maybe sometimes adjust, right? If you're a tech trader, you got to have some other ways to play, right? And so we'll see what happens to some of those names today. All right, coming back to you, my friend. Anything that is up on your sleeve? What are you looking at? What's the watch list looking like?
OpenAI, I'm just reading some news here. OpenAI and Disney having something here.
Disney.
So a little bit of a pop off the move there. This has been a complete dog for a long time, but we talk about all the time how I love these low bases that
Yeah.
right, stocks that are just killed and just go sideways, right? There's old Brian Shannon saying that I love, if they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out, which just means, right, if you don't sell during the dip, you'll probably get frustrated during this period and just kill it. And then, right, then you get the base breakouts, a couple of amazing plays from those base breakouts. Right, this outlet, for example, it's just hit 3x on this particular trade. So it's an interesting one. So just looking from the day trading side of things, we had a little bit of a kick and a move, but nothing sustained, right? We're right back to where the news kind of came from. But on a stock that's kind of so beaten down here, with again the average large cap stock at all-time highs, I figured there'd be a little bit more love. Disney has agreed to a 3-year licensing deal where Sora will generate videos of over 200 Disney, Marvel, Star Wars, and Pixel characters.
Good Lord, that's so horrible.
So you'll be able to make your own little AI slop video and have Mickey Mouse in it without getting sued, I think is kind of what I'm taking from that.
No, but that's not good, because it's just going to give more and more AI slop out there, guys. That's not good in the long run. That's a negative, I think, in the content for Disney if they want to keep going that route. Like one of the things that Disney can still do is kind of keep using what's working, and I think that that's the problem there. That sometimes Disney goes away from. Just keep using what's working. What has been working is kind of this. It's kind of interesting, but it's a Mexican movie production company that has been producing a lot of these kind of movies that have been doing really well. And I think you just stick to the same names that have been doing well and try not to change anything. But we'll see what happens there. Disney needs to kind of push right back up, guys. So we'll see if it ever gets going. It was one of the names that I was actually keeping an eye on. And it could be another name that can get the lift here. I mean, OpenAI is definitely what you want to get mentioned with. It got a quick pop. Let's see if it gets bought again here. It's right back to 109.
And it looks like the money's flowing the other way. So let's look at Microsoft. they're in because they're going to invest. Disney's going to invest $1 billion into OpenAI. So that might be a little bit interesting. This Microsoft chart is getting very interesting to me. It's
Yeah,
getting
it
to
is.
the point where I think a lot of people are pissed. And that's the moment I want to buy. All right, I never want to buy when everyone else is thinking that they're the greatest thing in the world. And it's not a huge drawdown. We're down like
No.
15% from all-time highs, but just the fact that we've been kind of chopping around down here, I love very obvious levels to risk off of. And if I am going to buy some Microsoft here, then you just look at the low of this candle right here. And you say, listen, if we lose that low on like a weekly closing basis, then I'm early and time to cut and run and come back later. But yeah, I think it's kind of interesting for a little bit of a trade here to see if we're going to get back to new highs some point in the near future.
Pets trying to break 250. That's one that I'd keep an eye on. Definitely looks like a short squeeze type of name. What's up with the iRobot?
Oh man, this thing just won't die.
It's almost $6 now, guys. I mean, this thing's just
Just
it's
will
killing it.
not die.
Killing it.
And
It's
this is
getting to resistance now though, so
yeah, I would, the skeptic in me thinks they send it one more higher, right? We
one
get
more
to
higher, exactly.
the
I see
nines.
like 650, 7. That's like kind of the next resistance support area is around 750. So
Yeah, so I'm thinking maybe they pop that, right? And they stop out a couple more people, and then all kind of goes away. You can always look at like these things have decent little patterns, like Beyond Meat, right? Had the rally, and then everyone thought it was over, and then had that last pop just to really hurt people, and then it started to die back down. But again, I'm always going to look the strategies that I'm looking to build, because just so you guys know, I'm looking to build more. Obviously, it's what I do, more strategies,
more
and
mass,
this
mass.
this is the idea, is to try to find after it breaks. Huh, like I don't need
Mm.
this. Give me after the first like red day. I'll take the second
Yeah. Yep.
kind of red day, and I think there was some money to be made there. So with like iRobot, right, you had your first red day, and then maybe you look for a break of that prior candle's low, and then you short that, and you never really got that. So it'd be the same thing. It's like, give me a red day, and then after the red day, that's when I'll take a short and move. Hey, Tack, how's it going?
Yeah, man. Looking forward towards next year, guys, as we work on getting ready for next year. One of the things that I want to do for all you guys out there, it gives you guys an opportunity to kind of keep pushing feedback and comments for us to kind of bring new content for you guys. So at the end of the day, don't forget, you guys run the show also. I always tell you guys that because it's important. What do you guys want to learn? Because one of the things is Michael and I are always a proponent of learning. So even if it's something that, let's say, it wasn't up our alley or something that we felt an expertise of, we'll go figure it out because that's the type of people that we are, guys, and traders that we are. So hey, drop in comments, drop in what you guys want to learn more of, and maybe it's just bot trading, right? Maybe if that's what it is, then tell us, because at the end of the day, that's what we're here for, guys, is try to give you guys the professional approach that you guys can learn from to continue on in your trading journey, right? Let's keep things going. Crow in the house, talk in the house. Everybody's talking out there. Keep throwing up some stocks.
What's this
There's a
guy?
lot to take a look at today.
What's a BTTC?
Yeah, I told you, man. They're all up. They're all up. BTCC. You got
Black kite.
AXIL. Look at that one. That thing was up after hours to 14. You got there's even like really small penny names. Pets is doing well today.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, you got there's a lot of names up like 60-70%, and I'm sure those are just a few of them. And then there's a smaller one, Planet Labs, really good earnings, ripping here. PL in the space area. So space is looking good today, guys. I like that area today. You got in recent breakouts starting to look a lot better. ASTS, RKLB, right? Those look great. They're strong. That's what I want to see on the trends. So there's certain names that I think you need to start looking at. And is that did your stock get weak at any moment in the last 2 or 3 weeks? if it hasn't gotten weak in the last, let's say, 2 weeks or a week, that's what you want to be seeing. Like Rocket Labs,
Oh,
barely any weakness in the last couple of days, right? That's going to show
SM,
us they want it. What's up, man?
I just say SMX is still a thing, and it's still
It's still alive
still
and could rip. It could
yeah, it's
rip here, man.
gapping up here into the 170s. I was just looking at
Yeah.
the daily chart. Maybe I don't know because that puts us kind of right in this area. So we're above the last 2 days or so of highs, but I don't know. This to me is potential target to start to hammer on.
This to me would be also more of, hey, use this as the indicator to tell you if small caps are just staying hot, right? Because if this starts going to 200, 300, 400 today, there's going to be other names that get the lag, right? The
Mm,
eyes go to here, but then the algos go elsewhere too, right? They don't just only trade this name. I always see it where one makes a monster move, all of a sudden another one just wants to keep doing a monster move also. So if you miss this one, SMX, because it's just too insane for you, don't feel like that's the only small cap that's going to get the move today, right?
yeah, I know what
If it,
I know what
especially if it's ripping.
I know what Kevin's shorting today, and that's this BBGI. He's going to be looking to
BB,
short.
BBGI. Are we going after it? Oh, I hope he already nailed it in the pre-market because it looks like it's
What
already gotten a nice little drop already. I hate these that do this, like where this did the drop at when? Right at 4, right? You would have needed to short the close, really, to feel really in strength.
So let's put on our Kevin hats. He's going to wait till what 10:20 for the price, and then he's going to
I
short
love it. Yep.
magic money. That's the.
Yep.
But for
Ten
me, I look
twenty.
at these. I can't do them on these charts, but I'm starting. So just so you guys know, my game plan that I want to look at is
Mm-hmm.
look for things that are broken like this and anchor a VWAP. I'll give you guys the price here.
Okay.
Geez, that's all the way up. Right now it's at 18, but that will move. So that would put us somewhere in this area. Like this is yesterday's VWAP, which is like 1650. So when the market opens and we start to get this VWAP move down, that might be the target. So you get them up near that VWAP, maybe you start to average in a little bit there, and then have these reverse, and then your ultimate stop is just at this prior high. And I could see a world where you could very easily, especially with signal stack and trade the pool in the morning, kind of just draw these VWAPs, and you could tell the system, hey, if it gets up there, short it, put the stop the high of the day, calculate the risk, do that whole thing,
Yeah.
and you're just kind of setting these hangovers, which I'm just again super interested in because I've seen the move all day. And those are my kind of things. I don't want to scalp and move a stop and be in and out in 5-10 minutes. That's just not
Yeah. Nah, that's
ever going
not.
to be the way that I'm trading.
No.
But like, give me something that I can buy or sell, and I can set out a stop loss and then walk away at the end of the day. Right, that position gets closed. Right, profit targets, whatever it is, but just let the trade work. I'd rather take 20 trades and just have them kind of exist out there in the world
Mm-hmm.
than anything than to try to like nitpick here or there. It's just not my mentality.
No, it's not a bad strategy there. Just breaking down some of the small ones out there, guys. Keep throwing them up there. I know you guys will be watching out there, and we're getting a comment here from Shah here saying, "My goal is bot trading. Getting funded. Start slowly with bot trading. Upgrade my services." From Michael Stats Edge. I can't blame you for that. And go back to software engineering job part time. Well, guess what? That's what trading is about. Find what fits for you in your life, right? So if that's what fits for you in your life, in your scenario, in your situation, and that's what's going to make you happy, go get it. And we're here to try to help you get that, right? So,
Well, it's also leveraging your strengths there, right? You said your
yeah,
software engineering job. That should probably be your right? So you got to look at it and you say, well, I'm a software engineer. So does that mean my edge over the rest of the world is going to be macroeconomics or something like that? It's like absolutely not. Your edge is
yeah,
probably going to be being able to program little bots yourself to look for different things.
hmm,
Engineers have a certain mindset,
yeah,
and you should focus on that.
use it,
That should
right?
be your thing. Right? Look at your strength. Again, I always talk about. I have a dermatologist. I got a face condition. I get face shot in the face with lasers every now and then. And she was talking to me about the markets, and I'm like, listen, you know more about this like esthetician, right, dermatology world out there, and it's huge than anyone else. And she's like talking to me about energy stocks. I'm like, no, go to trade shows and like find like the tool that's really cool that you would want to use on your job, on your patients, and invest in those companies. And last time I was there, she like gave me a big thank you because she's like, I did just that, and I'm up a bunch of money. It's like you got to find where your skill set lies, and then you got
Yeah.
to focus there.
Yeah, and you know, what are you trying to become, right? All right, guys, 9:30's here. Let's get after it. Let's see what we can do. Starting the market off. Let's see if we can get some good trades in, guys.
Yeah, so it was interesting that we opened the pre-market and we just got bought up right away. So I think yesterday's high and then this pre-market low are the two areas to watch, because the second the market opened, people started buying, and they started buying aggressively there. You can just see on the chart. This is the pre-market open. So if that area gets lost, then there's likely a lot of stop losses that kind of exist in that area. So as we start to pull back just a little bit here, my focus is going to be, do we bounce before that low, right? Do we end up getting to that low and then bouncing a little bit before then? Or is this something that we just kind of undercut and rip just a little bit here?
Looking for some pullback in Cleveland Cliff to see if we get pullbacks in steel. Steel, one of my hot areas to watch. Healthcare also with Eli Lilly. Let's see if we get that move in Eli Lilly right back up here. It was pulled back here. It's starting to get strong right out the gates. That's a good one to watch. Off the 1,000 recovery. Looks good here.
First trade already in. Buying, the bot is buying a GEV pullback here.
GEV pullback, guys. I am getting a push here in MIGI up there to 905. Now looking like we might get into a little bit of a halter here. Now the question is, do I want to go for an ad? I don't, because of the spread. The spread's a little too wide here, making me feel a little uncomfortable. So that tells me don't go for the ad. Just stay on your average and try to get the win, right? We'll see if we get the pop above 9. That's really the move, and here we go, getting a little bit of a pop there above 9. Let's see if this really starts to get going. 9, 10, $10 available. There's 950s almost on the offer. We might get into a halter here, up about $90 here. Let's go ahead. Let's make sure that we capture a little bit of money here towards the 950s, but looking really good here. Nice little pop there towards the 950s. I'm going to try to sell out half here. Boom, just sold out half there to give myself a nice little win on the day. Put the stop, let it work. Let's go. 975s. Looks like we're going to go to a halter here. Let's see it. 976. It's right there about to halt. Let's see if we get it here. Can we get the halter action? Let's go. Air horn. 99. Oh, we're at $10 here, guys. Let's go. 1015s almost to the break here. Towards the high here. Now I'm taking off the stop and moving up the stop towards the 950 area. Going to make sure I have at least $100, but that looks like it's about to halt. And are we going to get the halt? Let's see if we get it. Ooh, let's see if we get it. I took off the stop there. It kind of split. They spread out there. Let's see if it goes through this 10 here. That's really what we need to look for the next little drive here. And now you're getting that little bit of a spread. You see how the spread widened out there. If I would have set the stop there, guess what? Would have got triggered. 100%. It came in for some volume here. Let's see if it reloads through the 10. I do see buyers stepping up there at 940s, 960s. So that's a good area to see the buying and size going through. Where am I seeing that? Time and sales at the bottom. And what am I doing it? I'm filtering it by 1,000 shares to tell me where the bigger size is. You see it right here, 966, 940s, big size in right there on pullback. So now that we're right back towards 10, now I can look for the 10 takeout and continuation higher.
So yeah, took a little quick trade there for this one, this GMI. No way it counted. This was the undercut or overcut, I guess, in rally strategy. It broke through this little pre-market high, and then it crashed through VWAP. You can see short was taken, and then it was exited, but it was in like 2 seconds. So I doubt when I go to my dashboard there that one's going to count, but a couple bucks. So that, and then again, the only other trade I have is this GEV on here. And then, yeah, just looking to see if this pullback into yesterday's range gets bought up based off the system. and we wait. So BBGI again. I'm gonna watch this one. I'm gonna start doing one share trades on these hangovers. I think to try to get my feet in the door about trying to figure out how I'm going to systematize this. And yeah, for here I've got a kind of VWAP drawn. A little bit of a move needs to pop up here. Again, I'm trying to take what Kevin has taught me and then systematize it. So we're looking for this potential pop, and then we're going to look for areas to short into it. So areas that I could think that I could train a rope to potentially short into them later. Maybe use something like a MACD or something like that. Look for these bounces, these ones that are really, really junky, to have some sort of bounce and then failure left in the day. That's the game plan.
All right, sound that
What up?
horn. You know who is here. Bum, bum, bum.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
What's going on? Killing it right now, Michael. In a little bit of a penny stock flyer here. MIGI got
Nice.
in there at the 860s, looking for the break of 10 here, guys. Going to probably take a
Impressive.
little bit out some more here and just let the remainder work here because it keeps struggling in the $10 spot. So at least I think this is a great spot to just sell some and then just put the stop, and I can actually go trade elsewhere, right? That's what I like about this is that by doing that little sell there, the pressure completely comes off me. And I'm just like, whatever happens for me here on out, even if I go back to break even on this with the remaining share size, let it be, let it be. Good first trade, nice little scalp, and a little bit of a penny stock. We'll call it a scalp because it's just like a move right back to the resistance, not a continued breakout. You guys know how I love what I call trend line approaches. This is doing that right now. It's just approaching the trend line. It hasn't really broken out above that just yet. We'll see what happens. What are you looking at this morning, Michael?
First of all, I hate coming 6 minutes late after the opening bell. I just hate it. But
Yeah,
I'm
you're an
looking at
opener type of trader, right? You
yeah,
like that
but
open.
I'm good percent. Looking at the MIGI that you mentioned as well, Oracle. What else do I have here?
Here's one.
BBGI,
Yeah, BBGI, that's a
right?
monster mover, man.
Nvidia
Cleveland Cliff
PLTR. Yeah,
going higher, guys. I was on the playbook this morning. We talked about it, talked about this setup here for steel to make the move higher. Look at steel getting a nice daily candle right here. So good looking play there. Other plays you can play, Nucor, NUE. You can play STLD. This is what I do best, guys. Give you guys relationships. We'll see how those perform. All right,
Yeah,
guys.
Oracle. I just looked at Oracle there. It's
yeah.
interesting. I'm watching it for our undercut and rally strategy, and I just added it to the list. So you may see that, uh, Michael, on the strategy in a
But,
second.
okay.
Yeah, it just needs to close. So 46 seconds from now, close over VWAP, and then it should take a buy. And this is the other cool thing, guys, about this kind of bot trading is that I forgot about Oracle. I knew that they did earnings and they kind of fell apart. Then Michael brought it up. I brought it up. Go, that's interesting. And I just got to click one button in Trading View. If it meets my criteria now, it places a trade, and I did it on my account as well. So you should see that pop up if that's going to if it's going to trigger with 17 seconds left.
Netflix looks good, push into the high. And PLTR, PL as well. Also very
All right.
interesting. Planet Lab.
Yeah,
Planet
Planet
Lab.
Labs. That one might trade with Black Sky, Michael, just to give you another one that
Oh.
might run with it, BKSY. So they both are, of course, imaging companies. I think they're in your side of the table, man. I think
No?
they're nearby, my friend. You might have to go talk to them. I think it's Black Sky that's near you. But
Black Sky is that hilarious trading service, isn't it? That
What do they do?
or is that the
no,
no? That's
Black
Black
Sky
Box.
Satellite.
Sorry, that's the other one.
No worries. Black
Black.
skies. So they do imaging, like kind of like a way 10 times better Google Earth, right?
Mm.
So if you want to track stuff, you use Planet Labs or Black Sky. So you don't go to Google and then say, "Can I use Google Earth?"
So they're
No.
probably making their money from hedge funds. Then we know a lot of hedge funds spend a lot of money on satellites to look at like
Oil watchers,
mining and
right?
oil watchers and
How many
shipping and
tankers are in the graveyard there?
yeah, it's huge money.
Microsoft ripping, guys. Clear stock that I think is an important one to watch. I think that's one to look at here, guys. Microsoft ripping is gonna get some stocks to push here, but I like Microsoft here. It is really starting to get going here. I like the MSFU. Ooh, alert for RCL today.
Another trade here, just
Oh,
showing
this
is
is ripping, guys. What's going on in Royal Caribbean this morning? Here, I'll go.
little short in UVXY just quickly, and then
Look at
a
that.
buy in CRK. So
I'm
three
gonna try to do
trades.
a leaders to laggard trade. Look at this. This is why I love relationships. Do you see how close these look? CCL, RCL,
Yeah.
NCLH. I don't need to I
Yeah.
don't need to think if it's up. I know it's up. This is why
What?
basket trading makes sense. This is why we're working on features for you guys out there. Cuz I think this is awesome, right? Like this is a trade where everything's working here. So if you went for a quick scout, right? As long as one of them keeps going, you can make some good money here. So
What's the news there? That's definitely some.
that's
There
news
must have been a
related.
number.
RTL. To me, that's kind of maybe a mention of like some data that's being released. I gotta go and look for it, but
Yeah, there's got to be some
yeah, that looks news related.
hospitality data that came out.
That's a nice little rip there, guys. Um, Big push there in
Out,
RCL.
outperforms peers.
So another one that could move that's a laggard would be Viking Holdings. Most people don't know this one, VIK. So this is another kind of your same kind of stock, right? Cruising stocks. This one's starting to push there. It's a little bit of a laggard, but the spread is a little wide. You see how it's starting to catch up, and the spread's getting a little tighter. I'll look to see if this can push a little bit further. Let me see if I can scalp this thing right here. Right, so let's try to take a little bit. Oh, you see it just jumped. It just jumped another 30 cents. I'm not going to jump on that because now I'm like chasing, right? So I had to be quick,
Um,
but
my
there it is,
bot's
guys.
battling you a little bit here. It's not a cruise line, but just shorted LUV. Love there. A
Oh,
little
that's
bit short
different.
on lots.
These have been running, but they're pushing, man. They're pushing. This looked
And
to me like a leisure run here, and you're getting a nice little run. And so I'd look at to see Hilton up also. Look at that.
yeah, something. I'm not. Let me go look.
Something came in here,
Something's going
guys.
on with the leisure. The leisure, some sort of number, like a travel number or something like that, hit for sure. RCL $2 billion buyback, says chat. Thank you very much, Jeff.
Yeah,
That
I
makes
felt like
sense.
it was RCL releasing the news, and this is why you set alerts, right? I had this alert already set, ready to go. Clearing this space means bullishness. That's where I had it. I had it at 270. Just tell me when it gets above 270s. Now it's strong, right? So I'd look for hourly long pullbacks, 15 minutes, 30-minute chart. I need it back to 270 at least. If not, it's just scalp material up here. All right, coming to you, man. We can take a look at some other ones, but yeah, Microsoft, RCL, big trends that I'm seeing this morning.
Yeah, I just
Michael, feel free to share your charts too. I don't know if you have them up already.
Not yet, but I will. I just bought NVDL.
All right, feel free. We
oh,
also have a scene for you that we can switch to, just to let you know.
'cause, yeah, I've got some MACD talk to do with you as well. I read a great article, which is this is what my nerd ass does instead of most people reading books at night. A volatility normalized version of the MACD, and it not only works for just crossovers like the MACD does and divergences and all that, but also overbought and oversold because it's normalized in a way that the other MACD isn't. And I'm looking at Nvidia right now using this indicator, and it's just crossing a little, like on the 1 minute chart, a
Yeah.
little bit before the regular MACD is.
I love to use the 5 second chart as well. So whenever
That's the most degenerative thing I have heard in a long time. Can we clip that? I like to use why the 5, not just the 1 second chart.
I'm,
Just get
I'm,
right into it.
I truly use the five
Hold
second
on, we got to
for
get that
many
again.
years. For
The
many years.
5 second chart. I enjoyed seeing Michael's reaction to that
Oh,
one.
that is like I look
No,
at
because
weeklies.
Is that what you trade MIGI on, or BTCC or
exactly.
SMX?
I mean, when you have a strong move and you don't see it on the 1 minute chart, you drop down to the 5 or 15 at the time, 5 seconds, and you can actually see a little bit before the 1 minute. Another great indication. I've been trading the 5 seconds a lot for many
Well, yeah.
years. I mean,
Hey, if it
All right,
works for
guys,
you,
trying to
go
put an
ahead.
order in
Yeah,
LAC for a swing trade and
that,
risk off of 5, just to let everybody know.
just you saying the 5 minute chart gave me a headache.
5 seconds though. Yeah.
Oh, 5 second chart. Yeah, it just gave me a headache. But yeah, look, we got Nvidia up here. It's actually looking pretty
Take a
good.
look.
Right?
Look at
We've got the. I can add
the
the.
right.
I can add the normal MACD. But yeah, so this is the same. It's the same idea as the MACD, but when I say volatility normalized, I mean you can't compare MACDs across the number of a MACD across securities or through time because just the way it works. This one again kind of makes it like it combines, I guess, a MACD and an RSI together is one way to look at it. So according to this, I think it confirms your trade even more where it's saying this is incredibly oversold. A negative 100 is an oversold reading
Yeah.
on the 1 minute chart. This is at negative 200 right now. So it's incredibly oversold and crossing up. And again, this is something I'm going to be testing thoroughly on my new 1 minute data that I bought and is currently, it's funny, I can show you guys this. I'm importing it now. And the last time I checked this import, it said it had 3 days to go into, yeah, I can't even bring it up here. Yeah, it's got another 3 days and 12 hours and this is my computer running 24/7 to import
Insane.
5 years of 1 minute data across the entire market. So it's going to be a lot. But it'll be
Rocket,
cool.
guys. I talked about this yesterday. Rocket was one of the top stocks to watch for. Look at the continuation today, guys. What a move. Continuation right out the gates and boom. Rocket, baby.
Interest rate sensitive, still moving just around the market. We've got the Qs down 1%, but we have the average large cap stock up 0.5%. So that divergence between tech and the rest of the world is huge. It's the biggest I've seen it in a long time. We have the small caps up another 0.5%, making new all-time highs again. Again, we have the Qs down pretty significantly. So just a massive split between haves and have-nots, or however you want to call it right now, that if you're in large cap tech, you're probably looking at this as like, hey man, this is a pretty bad day. But then if you're in anything else, you're probably looking at this saying, oh, what a great day in the market. And that split is not normal. Generally speaking, these things are going to move together. So I think a lot of this was JPOW from yesterday. I think a lot of it is the seasonality that we've really been hammering on, just talking about the fact that we have small cap outperformance for the end of this month and into the next month, seasonally speaking, if that kind of continues.
All right, guys. I didn't get the LAC swing, but I'm looking to get CRISPR. I've been talking about how I think genomics is the move going into next year as one of the themes to watch in 2026. So I think this is making a beautiful daily move. Just made an undercut and rally type of move off the 57 and yesterday 55. So this looks great for the undercut and rally type of strategy. Also, when you're watching a name, you see that undercut 57 this morning and then right back up. If it can hold 58 today on the pullback and get through 60, it's going to be a good looking breakout here. We'll see what happens on CRISPR. This is also trying to play like the continued move that I've seen in Path, right? Path has been an absolute monster. So that one could be played on the pullback today. You got also, you got Beam Therapeutics, right? There's so many therapeutic stocks that are starting to get hot again.
I'm reading there's some healthcare votes going on today. But just reading here. Okay, yeah, there's 2 potential votes on a healthcare resolution today, and both have like a 90+% chance of failing. So never mind. So unless something happens, right, it's one of those, if it's priced in that 90% of these are gonna fail, that all you're looking for is that 1% where something actually cool happens. But other than that, might be non-event. I was just seeing the healthcare is it's up, right? Gapped up, but then it's been
SPY
pulling
dropping
back here
fast.
ever since, right?
SPY dropping fast, NVIDIA losing altitude. That's where I'm not
Yeah.
seeing the strength,
That-
guys. It's NVIDIA.
I'm gonna add my screen as well.
Oof. That's
Can you
dropping
put it
fast
on?
there.
Do
Yeah, I
you
got
have
you. Yeah, he has a screen right underneath us. Cats. There you go.
got it.
Right. That's a 5-second chart, right?
Those
Right.
5-second charts. Thank you, my
Look at
friend.
that.
VIX is
Beautiful,
jumping fast, guys.
beautiful
I'm trying
one.
to jump on that.
But looking at Nvidia, and that's the main reason I didn't add more. I just bought 2 chunks, but didn't add more. In most cases, I will do. But it broke the that support level that I have between the 178.20 to 50. So this area right here, it broke it. And again, the MACD is not showing exactly what I wanted. Volume coming in a little bit, so it's a good sign, but it's under my support level, so I'm not adding until I'll see a bounce above it. So that's super important to remember. Even if you add into a position, you want to add only when it's the right moment to add. Looking also on AXIL. I don't know if you watched it before, but it's
Got a dip buy in
yeah,
MIGI. Just to let you guys know, dip buy in the MIGI.
dropping nicely right now, below 8. Just broke the low. I'll be out of Nvidia soon, I guess. I'll give it a little bit more space, but other than that, I'm out. PLTR is also on my radar, just reaching major support. PLTR.
Penny stock life, guys. Look at this thing. Let's go. Let's go. Let's keep it going, baby. MIGI almost back to 10 there, guys. I dip bought there at 9. Boom. Right back up.
Let's see if it can bounce to the 182. If it will, I'll buy it. PLTR.
PLTR, baby.
Yes.
You've seen a huge dip though, guys. Big red across the screen and FLNC. That's one name that I've been looking at for the downfall of BE, and look at BE dropping again. This is one short, Michael, that I got wrong, that I wanted to go for a big home
Which
run.
one?
I messed it up. BE, Bloom Energy.
Oh yeah.
I shorted it like twice in the 118s, like, and I got stopped out in like 120s a couple of times, and it was just needed to put a little bit more room in there on a stock like this. But you can see the daily chart on that thing, and it just looks like it wants to just tumble. Huge head and shoulders pattern, and this is gonna break the energy trade, like OKLO, all those. Look at OKLO losing altitude. These are really starting to fall, guys. So it's gonna be an interesting
No,
look.
you can grab the screen if you like.
I got you. I got you. We can take a look
Yeah,
at some of the
just
action here at MIGI. Looking like it wants to break out again, guys. 960s. I reloaded in here at 9. I thought it was a beautiful ad of 25 right back, and then I can go break even. Boom. Just look for the lift off again. We'll see if we get it.
yeah, it's just seeing again this rotation. I know we're a broken record on this, but large versus small, right?
Basic
Rotation
materials,
continues.
guys. Leading. Financials, communication, defensive. What's in the red? Technology, and it's big red, down 1.5 and
Yeah,
0.75 from the open. It is a wipeout move in tech right now, guys.
yeah.
I
Tech
would,
is getting murdered, and everything
yeah,
else is doing fine. And this is again,
yeah.
it's what is the market, right? That's going to bring down the SPY because the SPY is 30% tech. It's going to bring down the Qs, which is mostly tech, and then IWM is doing just fine. The Dow, I know it's boomer to talk about the Dow, but that's doing just fine. So really shows that if tech just stops being a wet blanket here, everything else could just rip. So just be very, very careful. Eventually, if tech keeps getting
Ev-
killed, it's going to start
yeah,
killing things. But
yeah. I think we're seeing a little bit of pullback. I think you got to see if financials can hold in here. You saw a little bit of a pullback right now, just as of late. And that's just the market dragging. The SPY is really coming down now. So big bar. VIX is jumping. VXX, I thought about taking a shot, but it's moving too fast. It's up there now towards 3070s. And this is the difference between what we've been seeing, guys. When we've been getting these down moves in the SPY, the VIX hasn't really jumped. Like, I can show you guys this because look at this. This is what, 20 cents, right? But look at the jump we're getting right now. This is different. This is a quick move, and it's a big bar. That's the difference that I'm seeing. I think we're seeing red today, and I'm not trading anything else until
that's
things go green. Red is what I see. Look at that big bar. It's big, not small. That's the difference. That's the difference.
Oracle is holding
Reversal of
really well
all this
here.
action
Yep.
yesterday. We're faking out everybody yesterday that was going up and buying is getting washed right now.
Yeah, just looking at Oracle here, just great relative strength compared to everything else. If you're just looking from the open, again, we have Q's hitting the low of the day, and then we have Oracle just turning, just soon did that little dip under, right? Our algorithm picked it up, or should have picked it up around right here at 191, and not up from there, but it's holding. Right? If you look at kind of the rest of the world, Nvidia, not so much, right? Hitting new lows over and over again. At Tesla, same kind of thing. But so this makes me think that if we start to get some sort of recovery here in the tech space, Oracle might be a really good one to go over. If we can get back through these prior highs right here, that might be a good one to take a little shot at.
I got myself out of Nvidia and probably soon
A lot
PLTR.
of quantum names falling off the planet here, guys.
Yeah, they can go to zero. I'm shocked.
I
I'm
think they're
shocked they're not
going to,
already.
right? That's
I'm
the
sh-
thing. I'm sure
we
they're starting on their way, man. They're
And
they're on their way.
do we need 10 like quantum computer names that don't exist? Like, are we okay with just like one or two?
Did Ethereum turn around? Is that bleeding red? Oh, yeah, it's bleeding. It's bleeding out there, guys.
Yeah, I'm seeing Ethereum down about 4%, Bitcoin down 2.
All that spike that we got just a couple of days ago just coming right back on Ethereum. That tells me watch out for the markets today. That looks pretty ugly. Microsoft almost red now after it started really green. So, yeah, the bleeding is real right now. Seeing solar down. I'm trying to jump on some shorts, but I can't get much, and I'm green like crazy in MIGI. So I'm just trying to ride that penny name, almost breaking out again here through 10. Let's see if we get another breakout. I tried to add some more at 940s. Didn't want to come get me. So let's see if we can break 1050s and go higher.
Just as an article is published by, I think it's Morgan Stanley. Dovish Fed expected to boost risk assets. And I'm looking at it, and risk assets are getting killed, and everything else is just great. So imagine you hit send on that article, and then you open up the market, and you're like, well, that is the exact wrong. I should have
That is
wrote
a
it the
lie.
other way. Yeah, I should have wrote that the complete opposite.
That's what we call a journalist in the financial space.
Yeah, XLK
You
now.
go write your you go write your stories, my friend. I'll go trade it.
Yeah, XLF. I'm really looking at it. I see Tack talking about this in chat as well. Look at XLF, how that's been holding. If you again compare this, this is XLK, so this is tech, just completely falling out of bed. XLF, huge rally from the open, and then pulling back just a little bit and holding really, really strong here. So, yeah, he's talking about FAS, FAZ, that kind of thing, holding strong, and then asking about RSP, which again is equal weight. That's doing fine as well. It's pulling back with the rest, but kind of halfway into today's rally, just still positive on the day. Average stock doing just fine. But I'm interested here in XLF. And again, if you want juice, you got FAS and you got FAZ, right? These are triple leverage versions of the XLK. So, if you or the XLF. So if you want to trade financials, but you think financials are boring, well, there you go. Triple leverage financials. I would probably short FAZ. I think FAZ has a little more liquidity. So and it's only $39 stock. So instead of buying FAS, you could short FAZ, and it's going to be kind of the same exposure there.
Pets.com or Pets Inc. or whatever it is got to $3 that we talked about in the pre-market there. So another penny stock doing really well today, guys. So Pets up there past $3 now, 309 on Pets. So there you go, guys. We talked about that in the pre-market, how 250 seemed to be the area to look for. It held right here where we were looking at it, and look at the move right back up to 3. What a breakout there. This is a short squeeze for sure, 100%. As a name that it's definitely getting squeezed out there. Look at the action too, the volume coming in. big push there. And you're seeing another name that's coming with it. So there's this really cheap name. Hopefully my computer can handle it, or we can go to it. No, we can't. I don't think my
Right, just
computer can
pop on
handle it.
over.
I'm watching Robinhood dropped very nicely. Now playing it around the support area of 125, between the 125.40 to 124.50. That could be a nice place to start looking to buy it very carefully. So I'm
Yeah,
buying it, but slowly.
Pets is a 10% short float, but that represents 11 days to cover, I see here. So that's probably what's going on with your guys' Pets trade is they've got the shorts a little
On the
off
run.
guard when it's doubled. And again, 10% doesn't seem like a lot. That's why I love this days to cover ratio. And just quick explainer for those who don't know, it is just how many shares are out there short, and then at what period of time will it take them to cover them based off the average volume. So if let's say there's 1 million shares in the float and they trade 100,000 shares a day and there's 200,000 shares borrowed, it would take you 2 full days of trading in order to cover. So at current volumes, not including today's volume, it would take them 11 days to get out of this short. Now, we're doing a lot of volume today, so it's probably in the area of 1 to 2 days, but yeah, that just tells you that they're getting short. I'm looking at my short float graph here that I have on FinViz, and most of the shorts seems to have kind of taken place in this $2.50 to $3 range. So might be some people coming to defend here as well.
Definitely seeing some names trying it. I could feel like some people are trying to short MIGI at 10 there. So let's see what happens here once we start to push. Just got a dip by there, guys. So break even now at 894. Looking for this to push above, right back towards the 10. Dip buy, right back in. So now I have 75 shares back in MIGI. Of course, I cashed out 75 earlier. Now looking for it to run. The best part, break even with this ad, right? That's the important thing, I think, a lot of the times when we get caught in certain positions is being too big, but not being in a position that you can handle the pullback, right? At this point, we'll see what happens there for MIGI. Penny stocks out there. I'm looking to see if there's any other ones moving because that seems to be the area to be, guys. Beat, BEAT, breaking $2. NXDR, Next Door Holdings. Nice looking pattern there. Keeps holding the pullback there. Just put in a big kind of harmy on the 15 that could go back through. Just looking through them really quickly. And then there's RZLT, but not the biggest on that one. We'll see what happens. How did that other one that we were talking, the BBGI, I think it was? Yeah, look a little pop there to almost 10 and then a fade right back down.
Yeah, and
Not
right
bad.
to VWAP if you included the pre-market kind of volume there. We smacked
Not
right
bad.
into VWAP and then started to pull back. So I also noticed, right, the little MACD cross there would have been a decent place to take a shot. So that might be another way to do it. Again, I'm trying to just figure out a way to systematize these where, again, you could build a list of things that are hangover-ish, and I think that is where a human could get involved in building this list and then just trying to figure out the exact kind of trigger. And for this case, it would be, you're shorting around here, but then it's like, where does your stop go? You probably have to use some amount of an ATR or something. Because I'm looking at if you're risking against yesterday's high, right? You're shorting it at $8 with a stop at 25. Like that doesn't work. So you've got to think of, I think, a more clever way to put a stop loss out. Maybe, I don't know, some Fibonacci or percentage of the big days range or something like that. But maybe when Kevin pops in, we'll get his.
All right, guys, looking to maybe take a scalp here on Alcoa. Seeing it as one of the leading in basic materials. Basic materials, one of the strongest areas today. The only sector that's up over 1%. So that's the area that I'm looking to dip buy in, whether it be steel, whether it be aluminum here leading. Gold is doing well. Coal. The only thing in the red in basic materials is paper and paper products. Steel up. Building materials, specialty, silver, copper, coal. We know platinum's been doing well too. All materials doing well.
Yeah, looking at the Nasdaq, I can see us of
Coming to you.
going a little bit. Oh, so hold on just a sec.
If you
Sorry.
No,
tell
you're
me
up.
Nasdaq,
I'm good.
you got to show us.
I'm holding Robinhood just a tiny bit. Again, it's a tricky market, but if I'm looking at the cues, seems like we can drop one more time, maybe a push higher right now, but it makes sense to me that we will see another push to the downside, breaking those lows and actually trying to take this area of support. So just a tiny bit. So what I would expect is to see a bounce here, maybe to this area of those tails, and then another drop reaching those area of support. So, and talking about MACD, Michael, on the hourly chart, you would see taking out on the Nasdaq on the future side, you can see a possible divergence, a positive diversion if we will do what I just said. So popping up a little bit, dropping down, reaching those areas of support, and then another push to the upside. Could be
Taking the
interesting.
scalp here, guys. Taking the scalp on Alcoa. Just
Interesting.
jumped in.
PL just broke to a new high.
MIGI right back up to 10. Let's see if it breaks out, guys. Now I'm up over 70 again, and this is why I added in, and I'm riding the penny stock game and riding Alcoa on a breakout. Let's go. There we go. Good move, Alcoa. Right out the gates, right back up. That's what I wanted to see. Good little scalp. Now I can go break even and just let it ride. Like the worst comes to happen now, I just get out of this trade, break even. But since it's a scalp, I want to be quick to defend myself. You see it pulled back there, and I can get back in. Just looking for pullbacks to hold. You see how this 15-minute pattern goes sideways right here? You see these all the time. It's just a very, very I forgot what they call this exactly. It's like kind of like a tweezer pattern where it's just going sideways right at the top end of the range, small pullback, and could get really buying right here at this level, right? This 1590s. You see, that's why you get wicks and bodies right around that. So right back up above the 46. Could go to like 47 here. I've ridden Alcoa before, so not going to get too much because I have this one position really working for me. Coming back to you, what you seeing out there, Michael?
Well, yeah, just a bounce across the board. And like we were talking about, as soon as we had tech stop weighing us down, then all of a sudden everything else looks great, where we have financials trying to still dig in here. Again, this is where most of my interest is from the ETF side of things. We have XLV already hitting new highs. So we have healthcare doing great there. KRE doing phenomenal. And again, across the board, everything is holding up really, really well. So with the bounce we're getting in financials, we're seeing a bounce in small caps. Obviously, we're seeing a bounce in the SPY as well. And what's interesting is, remember, we drew this blue line right at the beginning. We said, hey, as soon as the pre-market opened, buying came right back down to that zone. And that's where we started to dig back in. So now the whole question is, right, is this a dead cat bounce? And I think from there, we got to watch the 684.50 low on the SPY, and then also watch yesterday's VWAP if we can get above that. But so far, we're digging in. We're doing well, and we're seeing it just across the board. Again, we just needed we just needed tech to stop really, really lagging us down here.
All right, 2 swing trades on, guys. LAC, just grabbed a little bit of that, 507. Looking for LAC to start making a lift here today. And swing trade on in CRISPR. Only 50 shares, but I talked about that $58 level. I'm already in, guys, and it's starting to recover. Those are the 2 swing trades on today. Microsoft right back up. That looks like a nice scalp to get after. If the market's going to come back, that's going to be a good-looking one here. I'm going to try to scalp it here. Just took a little bit there on Microsoft. I'm going with the leverage. MSFU. That's correct. I don't know who made that ticker, but got to give him some props.
Well, and that's probably...
We
didn't really look at Disney yet, have we? Because that's probably part of that Disney move.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right about that, Michael. Let's take a look at Disney, see if we get the lift right back. And we did off that 109.50 spot in the pre-market. We saw that pullback. It got back to 111. Could maybe hold this one.
Yeah, nice little orderly kind of bull flag here. This might be an interesting one to pop into with that news of doing something. That's all Disney needs to do at some point. But obviously, that news was a better benefit for Microsoft because they're putting $1 billion into OpenAI. But Oracle just holding, right? It's doing a
Yeah.
really, really good job. It hasn't moved much, but I like these things kind of the more they hold. Just that's how big guys buy things. And this one was already in a pretty wicked downtrend right before earnings. And it's right where it bounced before, like 185, 186 down here. That's where we had the bounce in the past. And that's where we're seeing the bounce today.
Our KLB ripping $60.
Yeah, I talked about how the PL news in this space could help that continue to move, and ASTS is another one that could be a target, and look at that one start to make the move. So there it is, guys. This is why relationship trading makes sense, guys. This is where I think edge is still out there for retail. If you know the relationships, you could have played this easy little undercut and rally, right? This is literally perfect for our strategy. So literally, this could have been a bot play, and it could have nailed it. I got to be as honest as it could be. That's perfect for the bot, right? So. Microsoft, let's see if it really starts to get lifting here, guys. So I do like the way it looks on the 15. I'm looking at the top chart above me. I have actual Microsoft. I have MSFU right here, right? So I like to kind of have both of them. And I look at the top. I look at the actual name to kind of judge more. And then I just go in it on the leverage names, right? I don't try to overthink it on the levels of the leverage name. I just focus in more on the overall name to see how that's performing. Because if that continues to lift off like it is right now, I think it brings the market back here. So.
And yeah, Oracle's moving. Oracle's trying to break out today's highs.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. We're getting a nice breakout attempt here in MIGI, man. That thing got up there to 1060s for a second. Whew.
Good morning, traders.
Moving all around. What's up? What's
Morning.
up? Green
I don't wanna-
team in the
Don't want
house.
to scare you. Don't want to
Green
scare you like
team.
last time.
The green
All right,
team
so
here.
where did you short BBG or BBIG or BBGI? Which that one? That we're
into
actually
the
placing our
hall.
bets.
On BBGI.
Yeah.
That one yesterday. So, yeah, irrationality's been running rampant, small cap lands. But as they say, I mean, the market can be more irrational longer than we can be solvent. So we just got to run with it. I was working at both long and short yesterday. And then today, of course, they got their new toy out there, BTTC, that attempted a little red to green move. It was in a descending triangle this morning, ended up cracking that and looking heavy. It's usually the unexpected, right, that happens versus the expected. So this one was BTTC was already up when we opened, many hundreds of percent. Yesterday, the ticker you mentioned, Nos, wasn't up that much, and so they were able to run with that a little bit more at the open. But sir, did you see? Do you guys see OCG as well yesterday?
What was that one? OCG.
Yeah.
I'll go to you guys.
Yeah, that's a move.
Yeah. So OCG was up on nothing either, and ended up, and right now even very heavy, but they pushed it higher. Short squeeze. This has been a market. I was telling the traders earlier where you got to be kind of right or right out, at least in small cap world. Like if you're wrong, do not stay wrong, because you can get annihilated on these. If you're into the add. If that's how you've been trading, that they teach you the wrong lessons. So a lot of these plays in small caps they've been reclaiming. We saw it yesterday with Nextdoor, which I don't know if this has something to do with Open Door, but NXDR reclaimed, and then its levels. So a lot of these plays have reclaimed, and it teaches some traders wrong lessons. Again, when we go over the results versus process-oriented trading. So results says, I was green, so it must have been a good trade, but that's not always the case. And I know you guys have mentioned it before as well, when traders first get introduced into trading, like the worst thing that can happen is to have like a really awesome first green trade, because you just, worst
Yeah, this is easy. I just hit a button and look how much money I made. This is great.
Right.
But yeah, it's funny because in theory, like a martingale strategy on a percentage win rate is going to kill everything else. And for those who don't know, martingale is just you take a bet when it goes against you, you double the bet, and it goes against you and it double, and you
We all
can do
did
that.
that.
Yeah, and you're like, man, I'm right like 80% of the time. This is great, and then one time you just, oh, there's your count gone. And you're right. Yeah, it's very much. I always just make the joke that I could smash my forehead against my keyboard and make 10 grand. It doesn't mean it was a good thing to do. So you have to separate whether or not you're making money versus whether or not you did the correct thing, which was, have a plan, test the plan, execute it religiously, that type of thing.
All right, guys, seeing a lot
Absolutely.
of strength in basic materials here today. Lemonade now leading my watch list. So that's been the name that I've been talking about, how it's not sexy, but boy, is it making people money. So if you don't want to be in names like that aren't doing well, find names that are trending like Lemonade. I don't know if you guys have seen that chart as of late. I'll show you it really quickly. But man, what a trade in Lemonade this has been. And a lot of traders actually watching this name. I know it's not the sexiest name, but look at this pattern. And this is what you want to see in a trend trade, right? Pushes, pulls back, rips higher. Pushes, pulls back, rips higher. It's literally just repeating. And it's just an insurance trade, literally an insurance company. So you don't have to worry about this thing going to zero tomorrow. The insurance company is not going to zero tomorrow, guys. So that's why I also think it's a non-sexy, but really good play to be looking at. All right, guys, we'll see if Microsoft can make another lift. On the swings, I did go into Cleveland Cliff, guys, and that's pushing right back up through the 13 spot. So I talked about how basic materials could be a lift off today. That's ripping. That was on the playbook way before. You guys got that in the pre-market. That's up a really good amount already, guys. We'll see if that can continue to make a move. Steel Dynamics, another name that I'd like in steel. But Alcoa, we talked about the move above 46. It did get the rip there. Went to like 46.50s, so pullbacks will be looking interesting here. We'll see what happens out there, guys. Get after it. Make that money. Seems like a good
Speaking
day.
about names going to zero, Mr. Money Mitch,
What's up?
RZLT.
Let's take a look at that. I'll come to you, my friend.
Yeah. RZLT. I am working one trade IBIO. I'll go over that in just a second, guys. I think it's a decent hangover. I'm in on the short side there.
Who did this RCLT piss off? Wow.
Yeah, it looks like they failed phase 3 trial. So this is when you're trying to be responsible and have stop orders, and unfortunately, doesn't work out. So RZLT, yeah,
Stop orders. Who does that?
and then Chow,
Kids.
dude, kids. Chow was the other one. Did you guys see Chow?
Chow.
$12.
What are we doing? Are we ordering Chinese here? What's going on?
Yeah, Chow. This one, I mean,
Chow. All right.
it's tough, man. It's tough. You gotta just finger on the trigger with some of these. But phase 3 failed on RZLT. So IBIO, I'll go over that one because I am working that at the moment. IBIO, this one, hangover play against really $3. I like the short here. This one's day 3 climb. This one's up 3 days from $1 and some change up towards about 380. She put in a liquidation move. This is an edge I like to trade as well, guys, not just a hangover, but again, many variables that line up. Yesterday, kind of put in like a blow off top. Think OCG style yesterday, where we shoot straight up, we get the increased volume. It's kind of like a peak of a mountain where you get that liquidity, and that creates a great just resistance area to risk off of. That's something I look for. The stars align, so we have the hangover, light volume, momentum's faded. We got that liquidity to look for, and otherwise can just kick back, chill, fade that on down. So IBIO working that at the moment. Pets, I saw Joe, you mentioned PETS. This, I'm really grateful.
Bro.
Pets has been on a really solid just trend this morning in pre-market, and just
250 is where we saw
here.
it here. 250 is where we were talking about in the morning. But nice move above 3, right? I mean, that was a nice trade there.
Yeah.
Black Sky is when I'm looking for a breakout. If Planet Labs is going to continue on this breakout, this one could break out too. That's Black Sky. Let's see if Microsoft can continue to lift off here. There we go, Microsoft. Let's go. Let's push. Let's bring this whole market back. Did you swing into Microsoft, my friend? I know you were thinking about it, Michael Noss.
No, I haven't yet. I'm still waiting just for
All
closer
right.
to the close. But the SPY's hitting new highs a day. We got the Qs trying to get new high of day here. Right? IWM, the average stock has just been killing all day, still doing great. But yeah, we're getting that reversal, nice big U shape there in the overall market. So when we get to pre-market highs, which we're very, very close to, we see what happens. Do we just reverse back down? I don't think so. There's nothing else we're waiting for. I think that, we can have a trend day here, even though they're rare, just because everyone's done talking. So it's just time for the market to do what the market wants to do.
Pets continuing new high.
Good work there. Yeah, traders in chat. Crow
Archer
mentioned him.
looking good.
Beat. BEAT was an interesting name. So I believe it was November 21st, the FDA said, they're not approving whatever software application BEAT had. And then Beat sent in an appeal, and then they reapproved it. So she has shot right back up to the levels of consolidation she was at, back before November 11th.
Beat it.
Riding these swing trades, guys. All swing trades in the green. LAC,
Good.
CRISPR, Cleveland Cliff, all in the green. Starting to rise in double digits now. Feeling pretty good about that LAC as I see UUU, USAR really pushing strong right now, guys. Another name that's doing well today, Archer. It seems like a growth on type of day. So those names, and even BE that was really in the dumpster coming right back. So if Microsoft can continue pushing here, I think we can keep seeing the market lift off and a lot of basic materials running high. I've talked about those names plenty of time. So, hey, there's plays out there.
OCG halted down. Oh, FOMO's kicking in here. This thing, again, the liquidity move, like we just mentioned, IBIO yesterday, similar thing with OCG yesterday, which gives good risk levels. Now, clearly, we're way off of the high from yesterday with this, but reclaiming that level, I won't say is impossible, but that's what creates a good edge here. It makes it next level difficult to reclaim those levels after you have captured after the longs are stuck up there. On OCG up towards 20. But Mr. Katz, do you have another VOR for us today? VOR was a great trade.
I'm looking for it, just looking for it. But the market is doesn't do what I want it to do yet. So I'm not a fan of that day.
Guys, are you ready for this? Long SMX.
Oh.
Ooh,
100
wow.
shares. 100 shares,
late.
right?
Dos shares.
2 shares.
Two shares. Got a risk off of 187.50 for right now. Got to see that lift off through the 250s today, and then that thing could really go. So
why is she A, not in an offering yet, or B, in a T12?
because she wants to keep going. Let's go.
Yeah, you're
That's
getting
what
her
I'm
at
thinking.
so this is a value price right here.
Yep.
Yeah, she's waking up a bit. I know Josh, the last stream we were in, Nos was saying he wants to get Nos so badly involved in an SMX, just even a couple shares.
Well, listen. So yeah, I was just talking earlier. I bought a whole bunch of 1 minute candle data, and I was just showing the guys here that it's got another 3 days and 11 hours to import because I bought a whole bunch of data. And yeah, I'm going to start the next big project, I think, is I'm going to start systemizing some of these, shorten these low float nonsense ones. To get, I just don't think my daily candle data is enough. I think I need to get a little bit more into it. I'm thinking, I've been reading about some people using a first red day kind of strategy where they wait for the first red day and then they start shorting it the day after, that kind of thing. So I'm researching, and it might be in the new year. That might be a goal of mine, is to get a little bit more shorter term, I guess, with some of my day trading.
I honestly think that's what happened with OCG yesterday. I think that's what kind of happened. It was would your system have shorted OCG like the first red day, or it's like you want to see the first red day and then you short it thereafter?
Well, yeah, like a green to red kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So like today, for example, right, we gapped up a little bit, and then when we kind of started to go red or started to get under yesterday's low, so maybe a short there, so like 750, right, 775, 750 ish, and just knowing that just seeing these things just kind of completely go to zero makes me think I don't think I'm ever going to try to build a strategy that catches tops on these, because that seems like the easiest way to get just blown out. But build a list of things that were high flyers a couple days ago to a week ago, and then just come up with something with just a little like give me a 50% edge on some of these things.
Whoa.
And
What's going on? I see some wideness in the market. Be careful out there.
well, the SPY is ripping.
Yeah, it got
We
wide
are-
there.
We are up 1% on the Dow, which is
XMX is ripping,
hilarious.
guys. I ain't gonna say anything, but it's pushing strong, guys. It's pushing strong since I got in. It's almost 250 already. I know I went in with small size, but that's the fun part of it, right? I mean, we'll see what happens here, guys.
Dude, so SMX, yeah, this was one that was one I had 70 points on the other day on the hangover. Only had 7 shares for like $400 and some dollars. It doesn't take a
Getting
lot
cut
on
out
these
of
names.
Microsoft here, guys.
Doesn't take a lot. Yeah, as long as you predefine the risk traders, that's what it's all about. And that's what the call-in show is going to be on today, by the way, Josh, too. Where we talked about that. It's going to be on how to avoid degenerate trading. We're going to talk a lot on that.
Well, listen, first you got to kick
have
out
you
Michael
invited-
Katz with his
Yeah,
5-second
Invited
chart.
Michael
I will
Katz.
call. I will call.
Oh, I'd love to hear it. Love to hear it. 5-second man over here wants to come to the show
Let's
today.
go.
I
5
heard.
seconds.
We have all our callers present here.
Probably not the title you want, but
Oh, man.
let's see what happens, guys. Got out of Microsoft there as it pulled back a little bit there, but was smart, right? The small cut down rather than get hit there. SMX already up $50 on that name with 2 shares. You heard that right. So let's let this work here and let's have some fun, man. Look at this bad boy. Let's go SMX.
You leaning into it?
Oh, no ads on this thing. This is all about first entry and knowing risk. If you don't know risk, then you ain't playing the right game here. So like the only way I would maybe add is if I start seeing this thing like 300, maybe add 1 share, but it's going to push you up so much that's why it's not worth it. It's going to bring you into the volatility. You want to stay out of the volatility once you're in the green on a name like this, right?
Yeah.
You want to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. And that's what I'm looking for. A break above 260s to 300, I could set a stop and literally not look at all. I don't want to be looking at this name after it breaks like that 280, 300 range, right? So strength is coming in. SPY is ripping. Penny stocks are doing well. I got out of MIGI. That might rip now because that got me right out at 9 and it's coming back. So that's probably one that I'd take a look at, as this name has been really trying to break 10s. Someone's been shorting in the 10s, I feel like, trying to position up there. But we'll see what happens on this one. You guys been watching this one, MIGI? I was able to nail it a little bit.
Yeah.
Didn't get the maximum, though.
MIGI's been a little tricky, honestly. It keeps putting in those upper wicks at 10, 1050, but reclaiming those levels. I mean, it is wicky at 1020, but just cannot break past it.
Woohoo. It's a good day out there, guys. You're starting to see really good strength overall now. Only technology red from the open, but doesn't mean that it's about to recover. It's starting to get really green here. So
Yeah,
there you
SPY
guys have it.
continuing.
The bounce game is out there, man.
So I think, guys, WVE is really good name too. I'm gonna show you guys that one. WVE. This is hangover. I tried it yesterday. It reclaimed. I haven't taken it today, but they offering out at 19, and we're up from like $6 to 20. Man, this one's bleeding off today. Good risk levels up around 20. The last 2 trading days, it sold off at the open and then reclaimed those levels. So I ended up stopping break even on both of those, looking for a bigger picture. Today's looking kind of heavier. Just be mindful of WVE. And then, of course, I'm in IBIO bigger picture. It's on a multi-day trend right now. We may see it bounce a little bit here, but I like this one for some more profit taking.
Are you going long or short on that?
IBIO, I'm short from
Okay.
279. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, she's hangover off of 3 previous close levels and then the liquidity move yesterday she made.
I got your hangover today. What about iRobot?
Oh yeah,
iRobot,
yeah, that was
yeah.
good. That was good.
Looks good here. Short maybe off that 520 spot here. I actually don't mind it.
Oh, yeah. It
You'd
just
have to
gave a
short off that 520 spot here. Classic Kevin trade. You know what? What the hell? Let's do it. Let's go short iRobot here, closer to 520 as possible. Getting a little bounce here. All right, let's get it.
Thank you.
I
Boom.
like
But
it.
also,
I like it.
I took it.
BTTC.
I
I
took
could see
it.
BTTC U-shape back around. I could see BTTC. That's another one from this morning. It's still lingering and it's trying to pop build something now, but I wouldn't be surprised if that guy, because right now I think that's where we're at. Is we're always talking about the mob. No one's really got the mob right now in small cap lane. You got the slow movers and beat pets, but nothing.
Something's going to
Nothing to
happen,
care about.
Josh, right? Like around 11, it was OCG
It's at
yesterday. Something's going to happen today. It's like which
SMX,
ticker are they gonna
bro.
take?
SMX,
Oh, yeah.
man. Look
Yeah.
at the daily
Hey,
chart. They're
it could
going to
be
look at
it.
that
It could
daily
be it.
chart. They're going to be pretty excited if you look at the daily. I mean, the daily looks like it's about to get out of the Bollinger Band, right back into the empty space. See what happens there.
Wide open spaces.
Yeah, when you break Bollinger Bands, I mean, you're definitely in those wide open spaces.
Yeah.
Looking around to see what else is making like big moves today. You're seeing some energy up. Of course, basic materials. I've talked about that already. Look at Alcoa now. Remember I talked about that bunch up pattern for Alcoa and how it can easily just break to the 47 because it's like a little bit of a like kind of a tweezer look. Let's take a look at here. Look at this Alcoa pattern. I drew it and everything. So I got out of that scalp just because I was so deep green in the other name. But look at that. That was a beautiful play just up here back towards 47. Whenever you see 15-minute candle like this and it's a big bar and it only retraces the tiniest amount, and I could probably do the fibs. It's probably like a 20% retracement there. And let's just do it just for the hell of it. Yeah, 23.6. Small retracement there. Sideways candle. You could usually get another big candle up to blow away from that. Now you could get the pullback, but that was the breakout to kind of play if you missed that first move. So Alcoa doing really well. Coal, a big. Gold, copper, minerals and metals, man. Every single thing in the green there and pushing strong. So if you're in metals and minerals, you're just like, yeah, just keep going. Don't stop. You got METC, BTU. You got HCC. These names are ripping. Those are coal names. Santa's bringing that coal, baby. Look at Cleveland Cliff. Steel, baby.
Guys, MIGI tempting short against 1020 if she's finally done retesting that level. MIGI.
Evan, we're getting this iRobot. We're gonna nail it. We're gonna
Yeah,
add in a second
I
here.
like the IRBT. Where's she at right now? But Midgie.
Miggy. I like it. Miggy. I like the Miggy. I like the Miggy.
Maggie's tempting here on the short.
Miggy's tempting for sure. Someone's trying to short that at 10. I keep seeing like kind of like when you get that effect on the penny stocks where it goes above an important level, but you just see like that, almost like if there's an iceberg order there. Definitely some dark pool filling there, right? So it's, whatever's going on there, we can't see it unless you're on Bookmap and maybe catching some of that dark pool action.
Miggy on this 5-minute time frame's got a nice little. It's bouncing off the trend here. So let's monitor this trend line action, see what we're going to do, bounce off and head back up towards the dark pool orders, or if we're going to crack under this. But that one I'm watching. IRBT, I like that one too. Mr. Money Mitch is involved there. Kind of gave a nice risk level off of that last pop into the 540s.
I'm just waiting for the 5 crack to start getting and adding. Right, because if we crack 5, I can start to risk tighter and really look for this breakdown.
Maggie bouncing just a little bit. Yeah,
I'm gonna bounce off, but I'm gonna take a few minutes just to cover my stuff.
Yeah, let's go to your
Not
screen
a,
here. Let's go to cats. There we go.
it's not a sexy day for me whatsoever, but it's not sexy trading at least. But what I'm doing is
But
managing
cats,
the trade, right? And managing the positions and edging my positions. Because if you recall, I took hood at the bottom here, added a little bit more because we saw the bounce in the cues. But once I saw that the market might shift to the downside, that's at least what I thought, I started to add a little bit more to try to catch a quick move to the upside on hood and then cover it. Right now, I'm still in the red, as you can see. On TQQQ, I added just a tiny bit more. For me, still, the market might shift a little bit, if not breaking the low, at least drop into the 54 area, 54.80 on the TQQQ, and then I can maybe cover with some profit. And I did have the two other trades, the PLTR and the NVIDIA at the beginning of the day, which I stopped out there as well. So not a great day for me, but that's the game, right?
time to short iRobot, baby. That's the game. That's the game. You come in and you play. Hopefully, you leave with money in the pool. But today, when some
And
other
if
traders
not,
got the
just manage it,
yeah,
not taking a big loss.
yeah, yeah,
Right.
yeah. That's the key, guys. And we'll see what happens in the trades out there. I just jumped into some further short of iRobot. Let's see if we can hammer that one down. You know how I believe in it, Kevin. When it starts working, let's get after it. Let's see if it breaks the 5 now, doesn't come back to 520s, and really starts to lose altitude. The key, daily chart. Look at the daily chart now, right?
Yeah.
We're going back
Yeah.
to that red day. Who was the one shorting here? It's Money Mitch on that first red day. Let's get after the second red day, right? So
I like it. I love it. I want some of it. Let's get up towards. Give me a little bit better of an entry though. 520, 515. I don't know if we'll see
you
it,
see,
but yeah, I
this
love it.
wick is what gets a lot of shorters scared of shorting, right? This wick right here. So this wick right here is where I think actually the shorts got put on, right? There's someone that was smart on that short, right, and was looking for this kind of turnaround. This morning it was looking like it wants 6. It rejected 6 fast, right? And so that's where I think it could come back down. I think 4 is in play on this move. So
Yeah, and back through yesterday's VWAP, right? So the average person of
coming
today
to
and
you.
yesterday is now
Maybe.
down, right? That's what this is right here. This is
I
the
like
VWAP
that.
from today and yesterday. So tried to get above, failed, right back down here below. So that could be it, right? I look at this as kind of like a mood detector, right? So basically the average person that bought yesterday is now down money. And if you're sitting there and you're buying this crazy meme stock and you know that it's a junk company, if you haven't drank some sort of Kool-Aid that you read on a forum somewhere, and you're seeing that your account's now turning red, makes sense that you just want to punch the button and get out, and that will potentially lead to more downside here.
And my GI looks good for upside action. I kind of
Yeah,
like it here.
I was about to alert that too.
I'm going back for it. I'll take a little bit here and take a small bet, $20 bet here off the 940s. I'll set the stop and forget it. Just look to see if we can get it back above 10. Risking 938s right now. Looking to see if it pops above. I did see iRobot though hammer down. Let's go iRobot to the downside.
Yeah, Miggy on that 5-minute trend.
I'll take it.
Look, if it blows past the highs, guys, Miggy could do like an AFJK the other day and just take out all the stops and halt straight up. So
Yeah.
it's not one it's not one I want to like lean heavily into. But a little long here with good risk, like Money Mitch is saying, because again, the risk reward's pretty good off this bottom 5-minute trend line.
Yeah, it's going to be all about the 10 to 1050 area, right? That's where you have the wick area. And you know what they say about wicks, right? Wicks are for tricks and tricks are for kids, guys. So just be careful out there, especially buying that area. Imagine if you tried to buy the high day breakout on this stock. Every time it was wicking there and you tried to buy, well, you definitely didn't enjoy the day, right? So this is why we also don't just chase into high day breakouts. I feel like that's like the worst strategy that gets talked about in penny stock. Just buy the high of the day. Nobody does does well in that strategy. I don't know anybody.
I know one.
They buy high and they sell low. They don't know. That's unfortunate. They buy high and sell low.
If you have 3,000 people,
If you can sell to them, right?
I can think of one person.
SMX, baby, let's go. Let's go. SMX 248. iRobot dropping fast here. Let's go. I'm penny stock gaming today. You see me? I'm like avoiding even the big boys today. I'm like, you know what? I know where the action's at today. Let's get after it. Look at that. 2 names up about $70 on 2 shares. Let's go. 250s breaking now. 260s on SMX. Let's go. You know your boy Money Mitch at it again.
Oh, it's halting up. It's halting up.
Let's go.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
tempting.
that's an LL, dude.
That's
Yeah,
tempting.
Let's go, SMX.
She's halted. SMX halted up.
Throw me in Vegas. I'll be the pumper. There you guys have it, guys. Not doing too bad today, guys. Microsoft starting to recover. That tells me look for the next tech move. Let's see if we get the tech to start continuing the drive here. Got stopped out on that Miggy. Took that $20
Miggy
loss
on
there.
trend. I may flip it to the short. I'm trying to be. Yeah. Miggy's looking good right here. I'm so on this trend right here. Let me think. I'm sprinkle a little, just a real small short on this thing.
All right, big support here at iRobot. I could either cash at 480s, take some off, or let it work. I'm letting it work here, just because I feel like this has been a name that everyone knows has nobody's business being up. So I'll stay short here. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I don't think anyone even. Sometimes they like with AMC, they convince themselves and that it's a good company. I don't think anyone. I think this is purely a number go up because number go up play, and then as soon as numbers stop going up, everyone's gonna like Beyond Meat, right? I don't think there's any really Beyond Meat cultists the way the AMC apes were. They just they rode it while it was there, and then they just jumped ship and down it comes.
All right, guys, we'll see what happens when SMX opens up, and where will it open up? Because that is, my friend, a mover now. We are, 50? Yeah, pretty much 50 points away now. So that's why I went with 2 shares, because I wanted to get into this spot where it's like, okay, now we can just, when it reopens, break even, just let it go. All right, guys, not a bad day, guys. 1041. What are you guys seeing out there? The market's kind of hanging in here. SPY's been going sideways, so is the Qs. Qs are right on the VWAP. I think that's the important thing to watch here. SPY is actually leading up action today. That shows us more and more that rotation that Michael Noss has been talking to you guys about. We'll see if we continue to see the lift here in financials, right? Basic materials and healthcare. XLF right at the top end. So I know that you talked about FAS a little while ago. You want to maybe talk a little bit about that trade? That's been a pretty good trade if anybody took that.
Yeah, and healthcare here. Grab this healthcare. Just ripping. Did a little bit of a cut down and then
Pfizer, my friend. I think it's time. Michael. Look at that weekly chart. I love the weekly. It just did that wick a couple of times and back into the 25. Reclaims 26 here.
It was a spooky day yesterday, but it looks like we're recovering that. And I love those when you have a big down day and then it just recovers like immediately after. It just shows that the big guys weren't scared. They used the opportunity to buy things.
That's my thing with this Pfizer. I think someone's loading
cracking, guys. Miggy cracking. Just alert.
Miggy.
Took a small short there. We identified it being kind of heavy on that trend. We'll see if it stays heavy and cracks under this. Took a short right on as it was, peeling back down towards that trend line a little bit. Let's see if it buys back up here. That's not what I don't want to see. That may invalidate it for me, in which case I'd take it off. But real small, just small position. Giving this one about 75 of risk, and just going to see if she'll bleed on out from here on my GI.
Yeah, and I'll say that this is key right here at this 875 area. This is kind of like a rule for small cap trades. So actually, what's funny, you're going short. I've actually gotten filled on the dip buy at this 875 area for a fill. I've been waiting to get filled at 875. So I'm long right now. I didn't get filled on my shares, but I'm actually long at this 875 area for a dip buy.
Yeah, and it'll invalidate for me, in which case I'll take it off early. If we buy back up, if this candle buys back up and we keep holding that trend, I'll take it off. In which case, it's bouncing right here right now. So we'll see, guys. Josh and I, we were working OCG or BBGI yesterday, was it? Both or Tuesday, both sides of that ticker. I think it was OCG. Yeah,
Yes,
we were both
OCG.
working the long and short of that.
Yeah.
But outside of that, guys, IBIO's been real good and heavy. I mean, if you're not involved there, you could just identify the risk levels. I hope that's what you guys are hearing from us in chat. It's like we don't necessarily know what's going to happen, and we don't have to, as Mr. Mark Douglas would say. What we have to know, and you hear that before we enter the trades, is these are the risk levels. This is what invalidates it for me. I'm out at that point. Otherwise, let your winners run. Minimize your losers as much as possible. That's the idea. That's the success in trading. Not having a guru that has a crystal ball that knows exactly every little thing that's going to happen.
Mr. Crystal Ball.
Although the magic 20-cent area is kind of that's the crystal ball a little bit.
Yeah. You got some areas that you got the edge on.
XLF's getting close here to breaking a new high a day, so finance is looking good.
Still risking in CRISPR. That's pulled back a little bit, so we'll look to see if that can go back up above 58s. Close above 60 is what I'm looking for on the swing. Watching Cleveland Cliff, LAC. Those are names that I have long, and I have CRISPR long also. So swing.
SMX higher. SMX higher.
I don't even need to look, man.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
We're going
to the moon.
We're going to 300, baby. Once we get to 300, it could put the stop, walk away, and if it gets to 1,000 today, we'll take it. That's the fun part with a name like this, guys. I just saw the chart really looking good there, and instead of double thinking it, just came in with the size that I knew I could risk down all the way to the 180 area, right? Which was 2 shares. That's all it was understanding where the risk would be and giving myself the range needed to take the trade. So Microsoft coming back. Let's go.
OCG in the 3s. Oh,
yeah, I just looked at that too. That's so funny, and oh my god, I cannot believe that.
Oh, the FOMO. The FOMO. This is
Just bought some of Microsoft MSFU here, looking for that to go higher here. It just started to get the buy, and look at that, really quickly getting the buy. I'm trying to add here. I'm seeing the name itself start to lift there. Any ad that I can get, I'll get it. I'm like all buying power button. Let's go. Let's see if this can really start to go here. I want to see the Qs really start to make a move here now that it's held the VWAP for a while. Let's see if we can go right back up here. If it breaks the 15-minute low, that'll tell me to get out, right? But if we start to drive here on the Qs, that could really drive the SPY higher. And now we can start to rip and rally, right? So let's see what happens here. See if we get another rally.
The Warby Parker, the robot's going back to the
the
Warby Parker.
Back to the glasses store. You know what's been an absolute rocket ride? Victoria's Secret. Oh my God. That looks like a short today. But man, that thing's been an absolute rocket. It's almost doubled. Well, it did double. It's like almost tripled in the last 3 months.
Yeah, the retail trade's still going.
Just FYI, guys, pets on trend right now.
Pets, yeah, back down through the 3. This is also a short squeeze. It'd probably come back down. Damn, that got the 350s almost. Wow. What a ride.
Yeah.
What a ride. I'll tell you what's being a ride right now. It's iRobot, baby. That thing does not look like it wants to bounce. I actually have an ad short at 520s just sitting there, and it's like, no, I'm not coming back to you. Let's wash this. Let's go for the big wash here. Look at that 8,000 shares at 486. So somebody said, I will take my money right here. Let's let for them to be the soft hands, the paper hands. Let's watch them just flush this thing through the 480s.
Yeah, I really like this trade. Good trade on that. It feels a little late to the party for me, but yeah, that's a good trade right there. But
Microsoft
sometimes
back a little bit.
Sometimes I have this flaw in thing, and honestly, this works against my trading a lot. Sometimes it's recognizing this mistake that sometimes lapses with me is like, okay, how I look at how far we are off of the highs typically. So IRBT 6 high, we're at 482. But oftentimes, like, you got to consider, where did we come from? Because think about OCG, that went up to 20. It's at $3 right now. So yeah, you're kind of getting in, like, not at the level entirely that you want to, but that thing's fully round tripped all the way back down to where she started. So don't just
Right.
consider, like, you don't always have to think, like, where am I off of the highs? Think about the lows as well, where we came from, and
Yep.
consider that with the trades.
Another thing is, let the trade action tell you a little bit more, right? This was a wash, a bounce, and then a wash. As simple as that, right? That's what I'm seeing on the chart. I'm not making it too difficult for myself. Yes, am I chasing a little bit down, but am I still shorting into the pop back? Yes, the bounce, which is where you want to be, right? Shorting into the whole, let's say down at 490s or 480s right here, puts you in a lot of pressure. But shorting where I was, the only real pressure was the wick candle. If it's going to go back to that wick. So in my understanding, wicks are tricks and tricks are for
Yeah.
kids. So
And
you don't pay attention too much of the wick. You pay attention to the body, right?
yeah. And just to note this, traders, this is an edge a lot of traders trade as far as, okay, IRBT, we're overbought. Of course, it's kind of hangover-ish. And then we sell off. If you miss the initial entry, this is an edge a lot of traders trade, this retracement. It's like the 50, 60, 70% retracement. And you have clear risk levels. Like, before you ever enter the trade, just try to get in your head. It's not a sexy conversation, but where is the risk on this trade? That's what's ultimately going to have the profound implications on your bottom line performance in trading. So if this thing pops up here and it's like right near your risk, which is the open or pre-market highs, the previous close, these technical levels, clear risk, and it's very tight. The RR is great. That's what we're looking for. And I know Money Mitch has an excellent RR, letting his winners run, and that's a big reason for it, right? Get in real close, real tight, and then size it along the way, and it's going to really have, again, those profound impact on your equity curve.
Another thing I throw out there, and you shouldn't do it too often, but it's not a spoof, but I'm definitely putting out orders there to put some pressure of where I would add, and I'm putting that pressure where the stop would be. It's one of the little bit of a tips there. So put that limit where you would add, just that you don't expect to fill, right? It's not like I'm really trying to fill that. I'm putting it out there, trying to put it out there to see if I can, put some pressure on the tape. That's all I'm doing, right? We see it all the time. People do this, whether you want to admit it or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're putting pressure on the tape, right?
Beat making new highs. Good alert, Crow. Now, again, we went over the fundamental analysis on Beat.
The heart beam. It's a nice little breakout right there at the 220s. And what I like about these 220 pops, so like right there, you're only getting really 25-cent pop. So even if you get like a 10-cent pullback, those are areas to risk off of. That's why I like this type of trade, right? So
little bleed back down in the SPY. We're down.
Yeah.
Now about over 1.5% on the
back a little
Qs.
bit.
This could turn into a short squeeze. It's just comical what they do. Like, FDA disapproves their software, and then like weeks later, okay, we reapprove it after you gather all the shorts. It's like, is there something going on that we need? Is there money exchanged in the background that we don't know about here? Because that's what's going on. I'm be interested to know how many shorts they accumulated. I wonder if that info is out there. Yeah, it looks like it was November 11th or 21st, where the FDA had disapproved their software application.
All right, barely any bounce in IRBT. That makes me feel good. That makes me feel like this is just getting shorted some more. Got stopped out of there. Microsoft, as the SPY pulled back there, and the Qs did not hold that move. The Qs rejected the VWAP bounce. So watch out there on the downside. There's still downside available here. VIX is coming back.
Yeah, the next thing to really just focus on is, where do buyers come in this pullback, right? We had a huge rally, like just a massive intraday rally, and now we're giving a little bit of that back. So the question, if you're a fib guy, you draw your fibs, you try to look for what percentage pullback do you get, where can you kind of where does it get involved? If we ever get kind of back to those lows for the day, that's probably when, okay, that was a bit of a failed bounce. For now, some profit taking into what's been an overall strong move, again, at least for now.
Looking to see if we get another takedown here in iRobot. It's bouncing a little bit off that 80s. There's a big order that just went through at 87, 15,000 shares, and 82, 10,000 shares. So paying attention to that flow, right? All right, guys, we'll see what happens out there. But it's 10:53, almost done for Michael and I. But the boys will keep going with you guys. So smash the like for that and get ready for a little bit later to call in so that you guys can get some action. Call.
Dax talking about some SMX news. Secures $5 million in capital.
Okay.
That's just like such a hilariously small number. That's just, but
Yeah.
what's the market cap?
Look at that person. Someone stepping up to the plate. 1,596 shares of this. You got to be out of your mind.
Your mind.
Out of your mind.
It's so funny when the companies they'll do like it's all like strategic, right? They'll come out with let's say a reverse split, and then right after the reverse split, they come out with their breaking news or something. It's like okay, now we can have higher demand on this lower flow and can rip it. Yeah, that's very strategic how they do these.
PR companies, man. I always talk about it. It's fine. It's what they call financial engineering.
Yeah, you manipulate retail, and it's usually how professionals do so well, just waiting patiently to take the other side, right? That's the difference between retail, who wants to chase these junk things because they read some cool stuff on the news about it, versus professionals that have some sort of technical setup that they've tested. They sit back and they wait for people to get kind of caught up and super excited. And when you get that sentiment so high, it's time to start leaning in the other side there.
3D printing, ripping. This is definitely the short squeeze life right now. You got to look at this, guys. Velo 3D finally making a move. Wow, this one actually I think came off the markets and came back. So Velo.
Oh, that's a great company.
Velo 3D, guys. I don't even think I can pull it up. Let me see if I got this. No ticker there for me. I don't know if you guys have it. Do you guys have Velo?
VELO?
VELO, yes. That is a ticker. It's the 3D company. It's ripping strong. That's a short squeezing one. So I keep an eye on that one.
Okay.
It's moving.
That's one to watch, guys. That has short squeeze all over it. I'd actually take a look at the other 3D stocks to see if they're moving with it, but I don't even know if there's any left. Yeah, triple D. You see it shooting up right now. Short squeeze, right? Triple
BTTC
D.
lows, guys. BTTC lows.
That thing's done.
And halted down, honestly.
Short squeeze is all around, man.
Yeah.
Triple D is another 3D stock. And it's like pushing. That just tells me more and more. Yeah, this is that 3D like rally here that wasn't expected. Velo 3D, man. Would it be maybe AI is finally the way that 3D printing takes off?
Pop up.
Right? That could be a mentality, right? A lot of volume in this thing, in Velo. I don't know what's going on there, but that's a healthy squeeze. We're talking about a stock that was $4 in October. It's 11. What happened?
Miggy just took a little profit on that spike up to 9, got out there right around 9.
Pull back on SMX.
Yeah, SMX. Hey, that the thing on that's that the spread. I mean, that spread on that play just tears it around from what's the about a 5 to 10 cent spread, $5 to $10 spread, I should say. So, it holds well the VWAP as long as it has. I definitely think there's a shot for this thing to go. And we haven't, in my opinion, if we see a parabolic move, we haven't actually even seen it yet on SMX. I think this thing could take off through 270 and see 320s, 350s.
Guys, OCG dead cat bounce. Who's taking it? This is in the twos. It's in the twos now.
Nope.
Oh, it's dead, all right.
Damn.
It's dead, all right. Added to LAC on the swing, guys. I want to put that out there. Looking to see if LAC can really start making a move now.
Out of my pets bounce play too. I took my pets. I'm out of pets and Miggy. Just small bounce plays. about 20 cents worth, but I'm out of Miggy and Pet. So I got both of those alerted to the VWAP play for Pets. Miggy 875 roll. They're just moving too slow for me. I just feel like I'm about to fall asleep watching them, so I'm out.
Cleveland Cliff's been nice to me, man. I could have stepped up with bigger size on that one today. That was on the playbook. I love Cleveland Cliff trading this name, guys. I will tell you that right now. I love the way this thing trades when it trades well. So there's a nice little breakout today. I still got this on the swing at 13s, but I mean, there's a lot of money to be made there on a chart like that.
I think there is going to be, I mean, call me crazy. There's likely going to be a significant bounce on OCG. Yesterday, after it dropped from 20 to 7, we popped like 3-4 points pretty quick. So it's not something I'd go heavy on, but OCG, I mean, it halted down again, sold off from 10 down to 269. There's likely going to be some shorts covering for some kind of bounce here. Just gonna
Massive squeeze in materials and agricultural inputs. It's potash. It's in Michael's neck of the wood. MOS.
Potash. Yeah.
Potash.
We do,
There you go.
yeah, I'm watching
Big
healthcare
breakout.
and financials both butting up against today's high. So we're trying to get another move. And again, the tech is having a bad time. We're bouncing on the Qs, right? We got to remember, huge moves have already taken place today in the Qs. We had a big sell-off in the morning. We had a massive rally after that. So that could be it. But I'm watching these other sectors just quietly, without many people notice, just make new high after new high. And again, I'm trying to find any news on these healthcare bills that are getting announced that everyone's sure are going to fail, just in case, because they don't fail and healthcare's popping to new all-time highs, then we could really get a move, because there's 90% chance that all of these things fail. And so if they don't fail, looking at it now, I went to Kalshi and just did Kalshi. Will they extend the ACA? There's a betting market for that, and it's at 11% that it will happen by the end of the year, and then much higher that it will happen next year. But yeah, 11% puts us, right, 90% chance these things fail. So if they fail, we won't get any reaction anyway. But you get some sort of a little bit of a move one way or another, then you could really get a nice pop here. So
Getting a drop in iRobot there, guys. Back to the 470s. Now looking really good, up about 140, 150. So let's go, guys. That's what I talk about. So now I actually dropped that ad order to 5, like right on my break even, essentially putting pressure on it to say, don't come back to 5. If you come back, I'm going to add more, baby. I'm going to add more. So you guys are seeing it right on the screen, how I changed that up and put the pressure on. Now I'm like, yeah, come down, baby. Come down. Let's go. There we go. Now we're up to 470s, looking good here. If we break 460s, that's probably where I just cash. I could hold this all day, but I don't have the time, guys. It's 11:01. Got to get the heck out of here. Got to celebrate. Got to go be with the boys and be happy about life. Sometimes it's about just celebrating, right? So let's still take off a little bit more here. Boom. Take some profits. Leave 100 on. Put the stop. And walk the hell away, guys. Celebrating the day is what it's all about sometimes. And I feel like sometimes this is where, even as myself, can sometimes get conflicted. Trade the time you have, do what you can, and if you ain't get it that day, it's okay. There'll be some time tomorrow.
Love it. Love that attitude. Yeah, because there's days, like if I have a red day, it's tempting to just be all down and out. But then, like if you just get it back, then why? Because the next day later you get it back in some. If your equity curve's in the right direction and you're taking good trades, it's all good. OCG halting down again, 220s. Oh man, what a day!
But yeah, that's so that does it for me and Mitch for this week, and just
great trading.
Yeah, let's get going next week, where I'm more excited for next week than I am for this, because there's no JPOW dude gonna ruin our time. But yeah,
we'll see what happens there, guys. And small caps winning, so let the small cap boys take lead, right? Michael's out of here, I'm out of here. You guys continue, and don't miss, of course, a little bit later today, a little call-in action, and then at the close. Power Hour with Steve. There's a lot more for you guys here at Trade the Pool. And like I mentioned, guys, let us know what you want to see more of. We're here to help you guys and build for 2026. So one of the things that we're doing is asking you what you want more right here on Trade the Pool. Drop it in the comments, drop it in the chat. I'm sure the boys will see it too. Boys, take on over. It's green team time. Josh, what's going on, baby? I like the shirt. Limited risk trading, baby. Looking good. You know you wear that going out. You're like, ooh, look at me.
I love wearing this going like going out to the mall or the grocery store because I'm like, oh, what's this? I'm like, that's limited risk trading. Let me tell you about it, baby. So yeah, I love wearing this stuff.
I'll tell you what I'll tell you guys about, baby. You know where it's at. It's all about the SMX. We'll see what happens there. Bum, 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 bum. I'll see you guys, boys. Take care.
Hey,
have a good one.
Always fun, Money Mitch. Thank you.
Yep, good one, Mike. Of course, Mr. Nos. Cats from earlier didn't get to say goodbye to him. He slowly wandered on out. But yeah, love it. Good information all across the board. And even that, where I'm going long, you're going short. On the same ticker. You're going to win the war. I want to battle, but you're going to win the war here. That's why I got out of the short, and I realized that long was just not going to work out there. So and that's what I love. That's the beauty of stock trading for sure. Learning how to go long, learning to go short. There are different ways to trade and different ways to profit. So yeah, man, OCG. I looked at that earlier in the day. I was like, oh, I have to stop looking at it. It's like one of those plays that just have to stop looking at it.
I'm so tempted in a long right here. I'm like so tempted in a long. Because I imagine we can pop up, halt up in at least a point or two. Goodness gracious.
Right.
This thing's down at 220s right now. So yeah, it's the temptation is very real. I'm trying to trade, a whole lot more unbiased, just being objective with the price action. Of course, I love the short on this, but I don't mind taking a long either. It's just dead cat bounces. They can be certainly profitable, but risky as well. Risky. So it's one that I'm like, it's tempting, but like you, it's probably a good idea just to, and that's going to be a part of the call-in show today. Like, you got to have the discipline to really just not look,
because we're all the way underneath where we started from in pre-market the other day.
Dude, I know.
That is absolutely. That's awesome to see that. And yeah, I have to stop looking at it. I just hadn't looked at it in about probably 30 minutes. I think whenever it was when you last brought it up, and I was like, I took one last look at it, and I was like, oh wow, we're all the way into the threes now. And then here we are. Watch, we're going to go to the ones. We're definitely at this point, in my opinion, probably going down to the ones. And this is just these are those sell-offs you wish you're a part of. Of course, an offering we love you a part of. These are the ones where you wish you were in somewhere, maybe that retest of the 8 and the VWAP, I don't know, up above, but somewhere up high. And then you could just, I've been a part of, I will say one. It's one of my buddies made an intro. If you watch me, if you're in my streamers out there and my friends, or you're on my stream over the last year, the FGL, let's effing go. So I was in a trade FGL late December of about a year ago now. And I still have actually pulled up on my tab. I need to make a video out of it. So in pre-market, it had a trend crack or whatever it is I typically trade, right? And I was in around the 8s. And it faded off really quickly in pre-market. And I said, watch, this is going to go down into the 2s. This is happening in almost exact similar fashion to FGL, because I was going live. Of course, I'm live. I'm talking about another ticker, and I finally looked back at FGL.
That one. Yes, yeah. I remember that one. And it went. Is that the one that went into the pennies, or is that a different one I'm thinking of?
Yeah, and I got out of it before then. It just kept going. I got out of it like in the 2s, and then I was like, "This thing is still going." I was like, "It's still going? How is it still going?" Like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah. So you're right. OCG, we could head for the pennies. It's This is.
Yep.
It's one of those that just accumulated so many longs up there yesterday that are, look, this is what we were saying earlier, and that's why today's call is going to be on how to avoid degen trading. Like, you can certainly have an edge in small caps, and I think Josh and I have shown you guys that, but you have some of these tickers, they will reel you in, right? They will reel you in, but you've got to have the discipline to not get reeled into it. Because imagine this week we had AFJK, we had SMX, we had OCG, these tickers that are just spiking to such euphoric levels, and people experience FOMO. They buy into it, and then they get dumped on like this. Ticker heads from $19 to $2, and like the one, and that's why it's like, if you're wrong, I know Joe mentioned it earlier. When you're wrong, you can't stay wrong. That's the whole idea. It's right or right out. These things certainly can be fruitful when you're on the right side, but try to be as objective as possible, and just have your We just halted down again. OCG 213 down.
Yeah, it's gonna be nasty. Honestly, that's like I said, it's definitely heading down to the ones at this point. So be careful trading that. I know a lot of traders want to get in on something like that. I've had that throughout the years so often, and I'm sure you have as well. Where's the bounce at? They just know that there's going to be a long at some point, and they want to be a part of it. And I'm like, listen, you got to give it some time. You've got to give that some time and leave that play alone. Yeah, there'll be a bounce, but yeah, WVE was another one that you were talking about earlier, kind of getting that bleeding death. Nothing like we're getting from OCG, but it's definitely bleeding. You got to think OCG, that spike up yesterday, like we're talking about, out of nowhere to $19, and now all the way down into essentially we're going to the ones. That is absolutely bonkers.
Euphoria ends in tears, man. I mean, it does. The buy high, hope higher. It'll work sometimes. I mean, if you're capitalizing on small, predictable pieces, right? But trying to hold these things indefinitely, I think Nos hit the nail on the head. Like, he wants to create the system to probably short these kind of small, give them some wiggle room, and like look at the bigger picture. Because we'll be at 19 today and $2 tomorrow.
Yeah,
it's kind of complicated. It's a little complicated. I'm interested in like what his approach, if he's going to give them a lot of wiggle room or if he's going to have tighter risk. But just I know he's going to let them bleed as much as possible. But like sometimes though, given these things tons of wiggle room, even that approach can be sketch because you'll squeeze indefinitely nearly before you give it up. Because I think that was an edge people were trading as well, and it got exploited, of course. And so they were sending these things up indefinitely. But yeah, what are some plays you're looking at right now? Swing it over to you.
Yeah, I was looking back at it, looking at her play here. Miggy Swiggy here. Still looking at it on the way, kind of this sideways ugly matriculation. It's really been doing that all day, which I had a feeling, and you guys were all over it. There's no point for me to tap into it earlier, but man, the crazy selling and resistance at this 1020, 1030 mark was absolutely nuts. And the reason I went for this dip buy was just how much, consolidation we had there from earlier, knowing that we should get some sort of dip. It did go a little bit lower. I held right at my stop loss was right about 850 or so, giving it about 25 cents a pop as well. So it was really, in the end, became a one-to-one trade, which is not what I typically want to do. I wanted this to pop back up into the VWAP.
The trade changes in mid.
It does. It did. Because originally
I'm in the same boat as you.
Yeah, like 850 was stopped. I was going to say real quickly, 850 was stopped, but the VWAP was my target. Well, then I know I'm not getting the VWAP. That was my 2-to-1 ratio, and then it changed.
Yeah, the volume's not coming in. I'm in the same boat as you. I mean, I took the trend line crack. It's kind of going sideways and not doing entirely what I want it to do. So it's like may take it off early. Volume has died off on it. If it starts like curling back around, I'll just take it off. Just the same.
I got a bad feel too. Yeah, I was gonna say I got a bad feel. I have no idea what happened on that. I have no idea because both my orders I had up here for the exit right around 9, and I got filled at 870. I was like, what happened there? So it would have been a little bit better of a trade and would have made a little bit more money off of it. And the other one I was in earlier too was pets, which I like this, and it's slowly working out a little bit better for the dip buy. But I love these what I call sandwich areas. So this old support area that's kind of bouncing off this old resistance area. So I had orders in, as you can tell, from around 290 and around this 280 mark. And you can see where I'm getting filled as it's coming on down, trusting the pattern, trusting the chart, waiting for that dip to come back on up. And as soon as we got that move into that old trend line up, you can see the old uptrend channel right here. And there's the top side of it. And now we're on the bottom side of it, just like we're on the top side of it. I have a really good feeling I should have left a runner on this, like we talk about, Kevbo, and because I have a feeling we're going to pop back into this, and then I couldn't. But it's all right, I got my 20-cent trade there. It's 20 cents is better than no cents, especially so. But again, I like the look. I love the staircasing look of this. Come back down, get back in the middle of this staircase over here where their VWAP is at. And then here we go, looking like we could pop it.
It's like your analogy. I mean, if you're working the corner and somebody hands you 20 cents, you don't ask for 40. Like, I'll take a quarter.
Yeah, right. Yeah, like sure. Hey, if I was a kid, you better believe we loved it. We're like, yeah, I got a quarter. I can go play a video game now.
I was one of those kids that like in the arcade. I'm like looking under the machines, trying to find a quarter so I can play something. And then they went to these cards that you can't even find quarters anymore.
Yes. Yeah. Or you would press that one button to retrieve it and see if someone had a button stuck. You're like pressing all of them. Every once in a while, one would come back down. You're like, yeah, I got a quarter.
Yeah. It's so on pets, like what's interesting with PETS, it's like how often, and it's just it's surprising to see an actual kind of lowish flow. I mean, 13 million float ticker actually respect a trend line. I'm like, wow,
Yeah,
this thing's
right,
respecting trend lines. We haven't seen that often here. We got the
right.
irrationality of like, oh, we're holding it. Yeah, we've seen that with BBGI and BTTC today, where it's like, you shoot down, you shoot up, you go left, you go right. They're all over the place. But Pets is very much respecting the trend real well.
Put this on trend check. I didn't mean to put the
Give me
films in there, but it is.
BRB.
It really is. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
hit
Yep.
the
Yep.
head,
Yep.
BRB.
I love these type of plays too. I always talk about staircases. I love staircase and plays. Staircase and plays are my favorite. So it's always what I'm looking for. iRobot was actually doing that. Didn't mean to put a line of it horizontal. Or iRobot was actually doing that this morning. So iRobot, we go back to that. I know as the Money Mitch's play here for the short. Kev Bo was looking. I don't know if I have it on the watch list. I probably do, but it's so far down now. And look, there is one big reversal. We're almost staircasing back on down. So if you kind of zoom out here, 3-minute time frame. There's the first stair, second stair, third stair, fourth stair, right? So old resistance, new support. Old resistance, pretty much new support. Then you get this massive sell-off, hangover type play, and you start to staircase your way back on down. You come down to a support area. You can see this major support area. Boom, we bounce off of it, come up. Then we're starting to do a little staircasing on down. But I love staircases. Staircases is my jam. I love staircase. So I see a staircase, I definitely usually want to run over and trade it. So that's why I love Pet so much. They had that on watch too. Actually, my pre-market watch list of morning alerts that I do was just really, really tight. And I notice a lot of the time when we have this massive upper shadow and come back down, there will be two trends. There will be trends where we never see that again. Right now, we're bullish. So what's the trend you think, Kevin? Well, we're going to engulf that candle and we'll see it again. So once we see that, then my thought process, let's get a bounce off of it. Especially if I see a fail here and then we come up and then start bouncing off of it. I'm drooling. I am just salivating to take a bounce play here off of 280. And you can see here how that's worked out. And it's been kind of what I wanted a bounce play. You get in, you're filled at your lowest level, and you pop back up within 5 minutes or so, and then you're moving back on at 5 minutes or so. Not like Miggy. And you can just tell, like you were even talking about, volume's dying. Volume has completely left this play over here. And so she's slowly but surely winding on down. And I love this timer down here that Trade the Pool has to let you know how long it is until the next candle closes. Pretty cool stuff right there. But yep. So that right now, nothing really. Are you looking at anything else in particular besides maybe OCG continuing to die?
I'm losing interest with Maggie. I'm probably just going to take it off. She's just kind of going sideways there.
Yeah, and I hope traders see that too. The fact that I did that, took it off, I was profitable. I'm done. It's just as good as I think I'm going to get out of it. I have to adjust the trade. I have to adapt and adjust. Boom, shakalaka. And then here you are, Kevin, doing the same thing, right? So if you see us doing that, you guys need to understand if we're doing it, you probably need to pay attention to possibly be doing that in some of your trades as well. And not what? Holding and hoping. Or the degen mode that we're going to get into in the next hour about OCG. Just let it go. Just let it go. Like I always talk about the Frozen movie, which I don't know where you're, because you have boys. Were they big into Frozen or that more toward the girls? I'm guessing. I don't know if did y'all do the Frozen movie and the Frozen movies?
Oh yeah, I watched those before kids, man.
I love you guys. Like, right? Well, that's my point. I'm glad you think, because maybe I'm like, let it go, let it go, let it go. You're like, I watched it before they saw it. I love it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it. You got to let it go.
Well, you got to do that with. I mean, do that with the winners. The losers, we don't adjust your risk parameters, right, guys? It's
right.
Like you stay very strict with the losers, but the winners, it's like just if it's not working, it's not working.
Yeah, beats the best mover right now as we move into this kind of lunch hour time frame, pre-lunch as I call it. Really, it's got the staircase mode too as well, where we kind of fly up, build the first stair in the bull flag, come up, build the second stair. Second stair comes back down and touches the first stair, comes back up, touches second stair.
Bro,
love it.
BBGI waking up. This is what OCG did yesterday. This is what OCG did at the exact same time. I was telling my guys this earlier. I was like, look, watch for. Okay, let me show you. Let me show you guys. I'll show you guys on the chart. All right, so OCG. Oh my God, this is just halted down from 178. All right. Well, disregard today on OCG. Yesterday, this play, after it had made its move to 12, went sideways around 11:30, which right now she started gearing back up, stair-stepping, and had just a blow-off top through the highs the prior day up towards 20. BBGI maybe trying some. I mean, it's got a further further distance to make here, but she's waking up a little bit around the exact same time OCG woke up yesterday. It's just recognizing these things in the market, right? That there's patterns, always patterns present. I'm not saying it's going to get going, but she's getting some orders behind her. I may take a small stab at this. I don't know. I'm thinking about on the. It's tempting.
You going long or short here?
Well, it would be a long idea against like
Got
maybe 10, back down towards 10, for this
That
thing
would
to
be a good.
wake
Yeah,
up.
I would like. Yeah, that would be a good get that quick little reversal back on down to that area, which we kind of already had that sweep back down to that 1021 mark or so. So yeah, that's it could. I mean, that's what we talked about earlier.
It
Something's
could.
going to move at some point today, whether it's
Right.
massive and big or it's still just something small. We're going to get some sort of pop today at some point from something.
This is tempting, very tempting. Predicting. This is what scares me away from longs often, is because it's like I can see the pattern here. What we saw with OCG, now BBGI, and we know that they're hungry. There's going to be looking for a small cap play to get going. There's nothing really moving right now, so they oftentimes go back to the well in which they drank, which was BBGI. So I could see it happening, but you got to, on the long side, especially for this kind of a trade, you're going to need you need confirmation, right? You need confirmation of volume, which is coming in. May take a small position here, guys. Yeah, I'm thinking about small position against like 10. Volume confirmation.
It looks like right now, honestly, looking at that chart, it looks like it may be getting a little poppy coming up and squeezing through that 12 mark coming up soon here.
I'm trying to determine. So I want to give it to about $10. This is how I think on these kind of plays. So it's like that would be about $100 risk if I give it back down towards 10, which would be, I got to do the math on the share size with that. But yeah, she's waking up a little bit. What are you thinking, Mr. Josh?
I will say, just for myself, because I like not or cats earlier, just in a like Nas. Nothing. The market's not giving me everything I want right now, so I'm probably going to call it for the day with those two trades right there. The last two trades with Pets and with Mickey. All these plays that in and I here recently, BBGI anyway. I like Biggie though. This is as of right now, if we're going to have a squeezer. It could be random out of nowhere from one of these tickers we're looking at already, but yeah, your best bet's going to be BBGI here. It's building up that bull flag. The main thing for me is going back and forth between the 1, 3, and the 5, because I know it's where a lot of small cap traders are looking at in that, on this ticker. And the 1 minute starting to really start to build up this bull flag, as you can tell here. This is really nice. We had that liquidation sweep back down to the 1020 mark, like I was talking about. Now this is really starting to build up really tight. If this gets anything over 1180, this thing is going to squeeze, and it's going to squeeze hard. So I like looking at it at 3 as well on top of the 1. So we go back down here in the 3 minute time frame, and you can see the same sort of bull flag. The only thing I'm worried about, if it does pop, which you're going to be in great profit at that point, 1250s into the $13 mark. Other than that, this thing could really start to move. There's really nothing from yesterday in this area, in my opinion, to hold it down. We're above it. Essentially, once you get through this mark we're trying to hold right now, she's going to squeeze nicely into this $12.50, $13 mark. So that's what I'm looking at. Like it for the squeeze opportunity, building this beautiful bull flag here in the 3 minute time frame. So you just kind of continue to look. And the main thing for me, finding that low overall in what I feel the bull flag is. And so for me, I feel it's right around 1080. I'll go from the 3 minute time frame, then now back to the 1. And yeah, somewhere right around this 1080 mark is about the base of this bull flag. Long as we hold this 1080, 1075 mark, you're good to go for the long. Now, again, like you said, if you want to kind of hold it for a bigger bull flag, you're going to have down to around 1020. But if you want this sucker to be the pepperoni, kind of get the pepperoni, as they would say pepperoni, we got a pepperoni. We want to hold this 1080 mark or so, and then you'll get that squeeze up.
Miggy took me out. I'd reduce the risk on that one around 9.
Yeah, it's one of those plays too. Yeah, just slow and steady. And now, of course, now I'd be a little bit more in the profit taking zone. But you can see just that area looking for it just becomes a play too, which I'll ask for. And I keep asking for. I don't know if he's ever listened, but I need to get with him when we have those meetings on Monday and say, let's add the upper and lower VWAP band. I want an upper and lower VWAP band because my lower VWAP band's kind of flattened out, and so is my upper. And so when you have the upper and lower VWAP band kind of tight and flattened out, this is what you get. You don't really get pullbacks and you don't really get spikes up, and you just kind of stay choppy in this chart for the rest of the day. And I would bet to venture, unless Miggy gets a crazy squeeze out of nowhere in one of those OCG moves from yesterday, I'm going to tell you right now, we'll be in Power Hour, and I'll be going live for a little Power Hour commentary to close up and my thoughts for Friday. And I could easily see this being range bound still between $10.40 and like $8. You've seen those plays that just do this all day.
Right.
And you're like, God, this is just nuts. This place staying so tight. And then it's like tomorrow, the next day or whatever, you get the OCG move where it just crashes down and you go, oh, there it goes. There goes Mickey. Mickey's dumping.
You think
Like, what
BTTC is done, or she's kind of forming an inverse head and shoulders BTTC?
I still wouldn't count this out because exactly what you're talking about. You've had this move. Now we've came down to this bottom area. Like, actually didn't think we'd get back into the fives. Traders see this as a bargain price, knowing what we've seen here recently, because we're halfway in between where we started from. So, we go from the 350-ish area or so, 3, 4, whatever, all the way up to around 11, 50, 12. Now we're midway. We're 50% retracement. We talk about this. I have for years. That 60 to 40% retracement area is always huge. Depends on how much it goes down. Sometimes it's 40. Sometimes it's down to about 60% of a retracement. Pretty much 50 is the key. Yeah, you get back up over and move into this VWAP, and you can see this overall, especially if you go to like a larger time frame, you go to like, say, a 15-minute time frame, then you're going to start seeing that V shape or that U shape, right? And you're going to start to see this kind of ramp back on around. Depends on what time frame you get it into, especially if you go into like a 5-minute time frame, right? Still see that inverse head and shoulders. Could see this move back on around. So I was saying earlier when you guys were talking last, still wouldn't count BTTC out fully yet.
Yeah.
And it's just the one thing we keep talking about. We would not be surprised if we see some sort of spike today, but that's then the key is which one of these tickers is it going to be?
Yeah, I think we've been around long enough to know they're gonna get something going. Is it gonna be BBGI? Is it gonna be Miggy? Is it gonna be
Right?
Whichever play. Yeah, OCG is bipolar. She just halted up. I mean, this could be a play now out of this halt if it's breaking this trend, this downward trend. It maybe it halts up again. I am gonna maybe take a long on if it breaks out and then of this trend and then shoots back up into another halt up. I may
Right.
take that, but yeah, it's been a pretty solid day. I mean, kicking back and want to really focus on higher quality setups.
Yeah, not like yesterday. I mean, we had it a little bit better yesterday with honestly with BBGI, and that move was really good. And of course, it was pretty crazy. And then OCG had its run, whether it was up or down. We had a few. Then it's kind of reminds me of the front of the week. And to the end of the week, we're slowly but surely getting a little bit slower, a little less spiky. And then that's where I always feel like Friday is that Freaky Friday where it's like we're going to get hangovers and nothing really pops and everything just kind of sells off, and everything has reversals because nothing goes. Mm-hmm. Or one of these beasts wake up again and it just scud missiles and we have that crazy, or we have multiple crazy runners. So it's either that. It's either going to be nothing tomorrow and everything's selling off, or we have bonkers, we have a bonkers play again. Hey, here's your dead cat bounce. Like you said, though, you're talking about, I had a feeling it would get down into the ones. And then
it may open up here soon. Let's see where she opens up. I may take a long against the lows there, like 175. It's not one I'm putting a whole lot of risk on. It'd be
halt time is 20 after and 50 seconds. So 20 after and 50 seconds, looking like we're heading into a 10-minute halt. So we'll come live. Resumption time should be 10 minutes, would be 30 after and 50 seconds. So again, always go straight to the minutes and the seconds. We're all in different time frames when it comes to that first number. You know what I mean? Whether in the East Coast, West Coast, someone's in a different country. So I always just go straight to the 20 after. So 20 after and 50 seconds is the halt time for OCG to the top side. Halted up.
Oh man, this market.
Yeah, and you were saying yesterday too, which is a great for today. And what we've seen since SMX, to be honest, all the different crazy spikers we've seen over the last few weeks. And great for yesterday watching, BGGI or BBGI go on that crazy move. How to refrain from not getting in, or watching OCG out of nowhere and go on a tear move. What is it in you, or do you have no refrain? You can't hold back. You just have no. You go full PG.
I'm not addicted, I promise.
47 trades later.
Dude, I want to show you this real quick. So AFJK, I was short on this play when this is something I did a lesson. It's going to be a short that TTP does. I sent it to them, but AFJK, this play was up from like 10 to 40. I was shorted it pretty much against like the highs. But something I've been teaching, and I think you guys could implement as well, is putting your stop before the high a day on some of these low floaters, because this thing halted. I reversed. I was short this. I noticed the volume came in. Again, that's my number one ingredient for longs, especially in small cap land if I'm going to take it. I need to see volume coming in. That's what we were just going over on BBGI. So Josh, dude, I reversed from short to long on this near halt up towards high, knowing, guys, learn from this, knowing that everyone puts their stops over high a day, and if we halt up from there, it's going to see like a massive squeeze up just because all the orders are there. Josh, I had 50 shares on this thing. It opened up 20 points higher. AFJK 20 points higher on AFJK. So yeah, I mean, then that thing went up all the way up to $110. So just
Yeah.
trying to remain unbiased on these tickers and probably placing, if you're going to have hard stops, place them before the high a day number, especially on
Yeah.
the lower float plays, because you can get absolutely annihilated on
Yeah, you're on the
those.
same thing with Miggy. I mean, Miggy, the same thing. If it gets through that huge wall of like the mid tens, that thing is gonna go and gets through 11. That thing will see 14 in a blink of an eye, and then it'll halt up, and then like you're talking about, then gets a huge gap up. So yeah, no, you're right. You're all over it when it comes to that thought process. As far as I talk about that all the time on my live streams too. I'm like, guys, this is huge. There's a huge wall of sellers, and there's gonna be limit orders up there. And if we somehow get through that, it's gonna go nutso.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something to be mindful of because it's everyone wants to put their stops like right at high day, but be early, be before everybody.
Yes.
Like if it's
Yeah.
creeping up there, it's good. They're just going to slam through that door. Just make sure you're out before everybody else gets liquidated, and then you get so much slippage. Right? Slippage is
Yep.
not fun. Not fun.
No, at all. Not at
Beat
all.
is still on a really nice trend line. Pets is still respecting its trend line. Those two, Pets and Beat. I'm watching OCG out of this halt. Like I said, that's probably I may take that one as it's down from 20 to 2, and we're now spiking up off the lows. Gives us clear risk. So I'm going to watch that one out of this 10-minute halt. Maybe take a long there. It should be opening up here soon, right? You said 30, 50.
Yep. Should be right there at the 30-50 mark. 30-50 coming up in about 40 seconds. Yeah, but and I love going back, and that's the one thing too, which I'll always go back over just to verify my thought process of Pets and Miggy and the bounce plays, and just understanding, because that's where pretty much all my trades are coming from here recently. A lot of them anyway. And love it. Held this consolidation area, moving back up. Same thing for Pets. Held this consolidation area, the sandwich area, and now we're moving back on up. And it's been slow and steady. You get that too when you move an hour or two after the opening bell. Patience too in this game, but yeah, nice to see both of these plays getting about 40 cents or so from entry area. Nothing great, but again, 40 cents. Take that any day of the week, 100%. So good little movers right there. I'm just going to keep an eye on those. And again, for the US traders, I'm done,
OCG
right?
opened up 260s.
Yeah.
It's halt 260s. It opened up to.
Is it halting up again? Yep.
Yeah, I'm taking it, guys. I'm taking some shares on this.
I would say this play could probably get back into yesterday's, or I should say, what was the low there on the open there on Win. So let's see here. Yeah, we're already above that at 275. I bet threes we see at this point. We could probably see that magical 320, if not 350, is what I'm betting on at this point. So if any of you are in, Kevin's in on this too as well. You see anything above 3 to 320s, in a play like this, take a little profit, could see into the 350s. Don't know that we chase back into that VWAP, but I do see a lot of the time we retrace all the way back into that VWAP area before we come back on down, which we did that earlier before we retrace for some more. So dead cat bounce, you're all over it. And we knew it was coming. You got to that's why you stay on these tickers. You got to just stay on them.
You got to be fast. I wish I would have caught that first halt up, but I'm only in a couple hundred here. I'm going to give it down to like 240 or so. I'm not going to give it a ton of room. Honestly, from here, I'm going to be taking profits, at least half off out of this. And then leftovers, of course. And I'll let some leftovers work, but we'll see where we open up. If we open up, I mean, that halt opened up 220 to 250, 30 cents higher. OCG. So it's breaking that downtrend. BBGI still creeping over VWAP. I mean, we can't take our eyes off of that because they're going to warm something up.
Hey, it's only down 7. Hey, how often have you gone long on a play down 70% on the day? How about that?
Oh, it's very rare that I even take longs.
That is crazy. I was just realizing how much OCG is down for the day. I freaking love it. What's crazy with the small cap sector, how you can go long and short in these certain little areas. Yeah, I would say for the rest of the day, if you're looking for moves, OCD is going to have it. You have this huge sell-off. It's going to be moving for the rest of the day. Pets and Beat are the other two that you can look for some nice slow and steady eddy plays. The volatile plays, If you're looking for a crazy move, Miggy's slow now. MIGI is slow now, but Miggy could get crazy later if it breaks above these highs and all of this selling and this resistance, all those orders that are placed above 10. So Miggy's still slow and steady. I like Beat. She's slow and steady, as you can see, moving up that uptrend, as Kevin keeps talking about. Pets too as well, just moving up this resistance area. And then again,
IBIO and a bear flag. IBIO about to in a bear flag to lows. Very light in volume, but still, guys, anybody else work IBIO? WVE, I'm very like, oh, that one I'm aggravated with because I tried it that hangover. Did you see WVE? I tried it
yeah.
the last 2 days and it just kind of sat there, and today it finally gave back. But it's all good. 20 down to 17.
Yeah. Essentially, I love that, what I always call staircasing, but yeah, this is IBIO, gorgeous bear flagging, staircasing on down, cracks that low pre-market area, comes to a bear flag. Beautiful double bottom, cracks that. Now building another bear flag, watch for another leg down. Usually 3 flags down. There's 1 flag, there's 2. Watch for the 3rd flag down. Definitely love it. You just got to find these short plays. NCPL too, another one too, small and steady, slow and steady hangover play. Not a lot of profit there today. But I like to keep my eye on these old runners that we were looking at over the past few weeks and see if they end up doing anything. And if you will see another hangover play kind of coming down some more today there too as well. And that's the thing. We have so many tickers that you want to keep your eye on, and you have to, some of the days have to just limit which one you're looking at. Like going back to IRBT, that was another good play from Mitch earlier, getting some profit, came all the way down to the 460 mark. So there, again, another good short out of the bell coming back on down. And then for positive plays today, Pets, Beat, Miggy, keep your eye on those. Those definitely have some movement back to the top side. And even BBGI is creeping. BBGI is still creeping.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she could. She could get rowdy around lunchtime. They like to spike those things just random when no one's paying attention.
Yeah. So Tack, get ready. Tack said he's calling in, getting that number. So Tack, everyone, again, don't forget call-in show. All of you small cap traders out there, how do you avoid full degen? You seen yesterday and all the previous runners, from BBGI to TGL, AMTC, SMX, you name it. We've had a plethora of them. How do you avoid it, or do you not avoid it? Do you just step right into the train and you just say, "Let's go, baby"? I'm holding on.
Roller coasters are only dangerous if you jump off of them, right?
Yeah, right. Good bounce play here. Absolutely love it. Now turning into definitely a full 40-cent, 30-cent bounce play here from the 280, 290 entry area for Pets. Slow and steady Yetis here today. Slow and steady Yetis, which I was attacking. Miggy, same thing. Slow and steady Yetis here. Just nothing too great going on in the small cap sector, waiting for a beast to get woken up, so to speak. We had one in pre-market here with BTTC, but I'm just telling you right now, and here's just a little small mini lesson for you guys. When you see a play spike up from, essentially gapping up from the threes, low threes, and running all the way into the high 11s, close to 12, and you go essentially 4 times where you're at yesterday, you've moved way too violently and volatile in pre-market. Most of the time, you get a sell-off. Traders are done with it. They move on to something else, and you see them take profit. Doesn't mean it's fully out now, and sometimes these plays can come back later in the day. U-shape, inverse head and shoulder background, whatever it might be.
OCG opened up lower, reducing it for sure here.
I bet I was going to say, what I see a lot of the time is she halts back up below where she halted up before. So it could go into another halt up right here, right below to where where you just came from. The key is going to be the old halt up price at around the 220. So 220, your magical number there, has got to hold. Watching this live, their 220's got to hold here. Yeah. Team old halt up price going to be key. Magical 220s. Oh, Kevin's number there. Going back and forth between buying and selling really here.
Yeah, pretty much want my eyeball on that 220.
Oof. And this one's killing me right here. Now Pet's turning into a 50-cent bounce play. 60-cent bounce play for Pets. Oh, she's ripping here. And this is what I was talking about just a little bit ago. Here she finally is. And I told you, probably should have held some runner there, as she was probably going to reclaim this uptrend channel. And there it freaking goes. Beautiful bounce play on Pets. Again, alerted you guys earlier at that 280 mark. Just sit back, wait, put your orders in, get filled on the dip, and then waka woozy. Beautiful play right there. Son of a gun. Now taking over BTTC as a top gainer on the day at 91, just barely percent. But nice move there. Love it. We make great.
Yeah, OCG lower. Hang it out, out of that one. So sometimes those halt ups, then they open up lower like that. Pets perfect dip.
Well, I mean, you got to think about it. When you think of Josh, me, you think of AK-47, yeah, the trader. When you think of me, Josh, what's one of the first things that comes to your mind well, for most people, and I'll just go ahead and say it. How many animals do we have in my house?
Oh, it was in the teens, wasn't it?
Yeah, I've got 14 dogs. We have 20 total pets. Okay, if I don't trade pets today, there's something wrong with me. 60-cent dip so far. That was the play. Miggy slow and steady. Pets was the one. What's funny, as soon as I saw Pets this morning, no lie, I'm like, okay, I've got to trade Pets today. I usually try to trade it. It's usually to the short side that I trade Pets, no lie. But today I saw the long. I was like, Josh, usually short this. I'm like, I like the long on it. Staircasing. I love that staircase look. And there she goes. Beautiful move back on up into the resistance area there. So gorgeous move for Pets today. Now what's going to happen is this floor right here of old resistance is going to be new support. So we'll go in here and we'll edit this. If I can click on it and highlight it there. There we go. There we go. Let's get the settings there. Let's make her a little bit thicker. And then we're going to make her blue. So we'll make her thicker. Oh, it already is blue, but I want a little bit darker blue. I want to really be able to see it. There we go. There's your support line. So that's going to be support from now on. I say from now on, but at least for the foreseeable future is going to be that 310 area here for Pets. Somewhere right around 310 is going to be your balance play. Now, in my opinion, if you want to take the best dip buy, now that this has gotten bullish and you could look for a double top again, I still like 290 to 280. I just don't see us cracking back below that unless we have some crazy power hour sell-off. This just reeks of one of those plays that we'll be looking at, in my opinion, for the foreseeable future through lunch. And yes, Ingrid, you know it, 14 dogs. 14 dogs. We got 2 cats. We unfortunately have had 2 bunnies pass this year. Those are a little finicky. I know you're, just in case, if you, which I know, probably won't get bunnies. Doesn't seem like your kids will ever want bunnies, but if they do, it's like, let's get a dog or a cat. We're not getting a bunny.
We had a pet bunny in the garden. They enjoyed.
There we go. Yes. Yeah. And that's good. That's good. Leave them outside. Yeah. Cause they're so finicky. They get sick so easy. And then I love them. They're so soft and they're so amazing, but their lifespans aren't that long. And yeah, a lot of stuff can happen to them. And yeah, we've had unfortunately 2 pass this year. So we had 3 bunnies and now we're down to 1, but
what's the lifespan?
Usually 7 to 10 years.
Okay.
If you can get them longer than to 15, but yeah, it's
20 cats.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I saw that one pop up there.
Rick,
Whoa,
yeah. Oh, I got 2.
I'll say though, are they poop forever? I'll say though, ours are actually. I will say this, and I could literally come over here and show you. Our bunnies are litter trained, so we have cat litter pans in the corner of our bunny. Now, of course, we're only down to Poppy, but we had Lola, we had Poppy, we had Cardi B, but they're litter trained. So we have these little corner litter pans that go in the corner of their hutches, and ours are literally, there's no poop. Like there'll be a little couple here and there because they can't help it, but I'd say 95% of their poop is in the litter pan. So yeah, ours are actually, and I had no idea. Avery told me that you can actually, she got into them and saw these videos like, I want a bunny so bad. I think we'll get one down the line, but she wants one of those bigger bunnies. I forgot what they're called, but they're little, like the size of a cat, they're the really big ones. Mm-hmm. She wants one of those. So, but yeah, ours are litter trained. So that was really awesome. The bunny whisperer, yeah. Now, hey, that's I've been called the dog whisperer. Of course, a lot of people throughout the years have reckoned and liked me too. Ace Ventura, having all the dogs and animals in here. I mean, you got to think about how cool and calm it is when you have a shepherd, a Great Dane, 2 Great Dane. I mean, we don't have that. I mean, I've got a six in here right now, but sometimes I'm up to like 10 to 12 in here, and they're just out sleeping.
Miggy's creeping up. Hey, Miggy's creeping up. Alert! Just throwing a little alert out there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hey, I hate it for myself because I'm like, oh, I knew I should have left a little runner in these, but
this could be worth it if this blows through the highs. I mean, I will monitor the action there. That could be worth it, right?
Oh, I would still love it because I'm such a dip buyer. I would love if Miggy could get off its booty here and really get flying here and take out all. No offense, but I'd hate it. But take out all the people that are up here and squeeze up to around 11:30, 11:50, because this whole area is then going to become support. All of this area into 10, as we know, 10 such a nice whole strong number anyway. Oh, I would love it. I was talking about it earlier this morning. Like, I'd love for this to squeeze that we could dip buy off of. If we don't dip buy here, it's a dip buy off 875, which it did go a little lower. Hit the stop loss, which is good to know. My stop loss was Chef Kiss's money. And now we've merked our way back up. So that's the same thing. Pets, beat. We're looking at almost the same kind of 3 tickers here. They're slow matriculators, as I call them, slow and steady eddies. slow and steady as Craig. Yeah, rescue cats live in the vert. That's awesome. We ship them to say that's cool. Yeah, our 2 cats are rescues. Yeah, I mean, I'd say most of our, and we've bought a few of them, but most of them are rescues off the street. Cats, dogs, they all get along. They all get fed together. Get asked that a lot. The cats get in the tree? No, cats don't get in the Christmas tree. Or they all get fed together, same food. You want to give them? Nope, they all get the same food. They all, all eat at the same time in their own little station. They have this, like I said, if you don't feed my dogs in their spot, they would be lost. Like if we've done it before where we just start putting bowls down and then every dog's eating, they're just eating different bowls and there's just food everywhere because they're going to this bowl, then they're going to that bowl. Every dog has a certain spot, which is so awesome. I love it.
Nine's almost a decent risk guide on MIGI, really. I mean, It's kind of tight, but it's curling back up to VWAP.
I want to see more volume. That's the only thing I'd want to see. I want to see more volume on this. Is the only thing I would want to see on Miggy here. I want to see, and every time I say Miggy, I think of, just because of watching Top Gun so much, they're called MIGs. I'll just think of MIGs for some reason over and over and over. Miggy, I like it. This play can definitely go. And just right now, I want to see more volume, and I feel even beat and pets. I feel a lot of these plays are still kind of trapped. Upper and lower VWAP band. A lot of these tickers are still moving somewhat sideways. So I feel like we're consolidating, at least for now, and the mob is split between the 3 of them. Beat, Miggy, Pets. They're all slowly doing kind of the same thing. It's going to be who takes the mob. We've been talking about it for the last 30 minutes for an hour, essentially, for the small cap sector. Who will take the mob? Who's going to take the mob?
Yeah, I'm real interested in a long Miggy against under 9, especially we just need the volume. That's all. That's all. Right. Need the volume. And then if we climb back up towards those highs, dude, that could be a squeeze up into a halt. That's what we got to be monitoring. But without volume, not going to do much.
Right. Yeah.
Order showing up on the ask. Yeah, I'm just with IBIO still right now. That's all I'm working. Seeing where the mob's going to go.
Call-in show. I'm ready for Tac to call in. First time Tac calling in for the live stream. Absolutely can't wait to hear from you and other people, because I want to hear what other people. I want to hear. I hope there's someone that's and it may be. I hope there's someone that's just full degen. I just can't help it. It's killing me. Every time I see one of these plays, can't help it but get in. I was there at first. I was there, every time. And like even plays like, Miggy, or Pets, or any of these plays that they get that sudden pop, especially like say Miggy here. Oh, it's popping. Let's get in. Or Pets here a second ago when it had this little burst. All right, let's get in. And I would, any little breakout, I just couldn't, because of what we've seen here recently, like the TGL, the SMX, whatever you name it, BBGI, right? You get that FOMO and you think, here's the next one. This is going to be the next one. This is it. Like we talk about Money Mitch has said, what he verbalized, and we all can say, this is the one. This has got to be the one. Because you want to be that one where it's like, I want to be that one where I got in right when it broke out and then it went $50 and I'm still in it. And like you actually going to still be in if it broke out anyway. You would still take profit. You'd not still be in for a $30, $40, $50 move. Again, unless you get what you get, which I've been a part of. Halts up, gaps up $30, $20, $40, $50,
Yeah.
Which doesn't happen that often. But you get a lot of that. So that was even me at first, which we'll get into the next hour for sure, I did that a lot, where it was, this has to be the one. This is going to be it now. Okay, it's going to be this one. And I would do that too often to where I just, you try to be the, contrarian of this is what's going to happen. I'm predicting the stock market. Watch it. This is going to be the one. And then boom, it just fades down. Okay, no, this is going to be the one. Oh, no. So like you just keep guessing.
Yeah, predictions can get you in trouble for sure. I mean, if you're going to take the predictions, right, just be real small with them, because it is a prediction. But BBGI, I got a prediction on this one because she's curling back around. BBGI.
There's new high of day, beat new high of day, beat new high of day, beat it. Nice new high of day move.
BBGI, look, it's holding VWAP 1013, curling up a little bit.
Pets too as well, running into the old trend line there. Like I said, that's why I like keeping those lines in, running up the new uptrend channel, which you could put a new line in. I just hate having so many lines, but I do keep the old resistance lines in to see when we come up, which ones we start to respect. And we've just been running up this old blue, the true uptrend we had for the day. Now it's a part of the resistance of the new uptrend. So love watching that, old resistance become a new support, or vice versa, old support become a new resistance, which we're truly getting right here on that blue line of what was old support is now resistance, failing right off of it, coming back on down. Again, major support going to be right here around the low threes. My favorite area, no ifs, ands, or buts about it, back down here around the 290 to 280 mark. That's the sexy land down there. Settings, we'll make this a little bit brighter for you guys down here as well. We'll go with a little, not that big, not that big. There we go. There we go. There we go. Alrighty. Can't believe, bro, we're already almost halfway through December. You know, this month even flying by, which is crazy. I cannot believe we're already 11 days in, my man. And then some big fun stuff coming up here for Trade the Pool. I know they got on the 22nd, we got a big event coming up here. So stay tuned to Trade the Pool. Of course, Monday through Thursday, a lot of good things going on, adding people to the stream. And we got some good stuff coming up toward the end of this month too. And don't forget, of course, Kevin and I doing that year-end New Year's resolution, year-end confessional.
Oh, beat making new highs. Yeah, so you're doing that on your channel?
Yep.
On what? Remind me what day?
The last Friday of the year. So I don't know if that is on the 31st or not, but whatever the last Friday of the year is, or I say last Friday, but the last trading day of the year, whatever that is this year. I don't know if that's on a Friday or not. I think it could be, though, possibly. I think the way this month's set up. I think
the 26th, the day after Christmas. Last Friday. Okay.
Confessions with Josh. Yeah, just stock trading confessions. Exactly. We all have it, we've even just stuff, like this right here, where I've got to work on these slow and steady movers a little bit more. So I love the fast ones, but I finally take a slower mover and, okay, I'll take my profit versus, God, if I just would have held half of those shares a little longer, I would have made that much more money.
OCG halted up again, but Confessional Friday, December 26th. Yeah, what time you got?
Well, I always live stream it first, and then usually it's about usually like 30 minutes after the opening bell. Because that time of the year, it's either we're hot or we're just not, like when we're close to those holidays, Christmas and New Year. So usually about 30 minutes, 45 minutes after the opening bell. I'll give it about 30, 45 minutes to get some trades in, and then it's time to turn in to the Pastor Smith.
Are we going to do trading baptisms?
Yes. Okay. Yes. Well, essentially, just stockalugas. I'm not trying to make fun. Usually this is not of religion, but this is just one thing of, hey, this is something that people need to do. Confess, come over, let's talk about it.
Oh yeah, no, I mean with in trading, we need to be renewed. We need to be like born again traders, if you will, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
100%. You've got to be. You got to. Like it's one of those things where a lot of traders, I think, with tracking and journaling, they take it lightheartedly, and I'm like, you got to take it as serious as possible. Especially the what you're doing wrong and look over that and I say confess it, but kind of look at what you're doing and back, like almost like back testing. You look at it in hindsight now and going, why was I doing that? I need to stop doing this. I did this a lot. Like I was just in a one-on-one. Was it yesterday? I was in a one-on-one. I get this all the time. I was in a one-on-one yesterday. They were repeating the same trades. It was the same setup. It was just like the same thing over and over and over, where they should be doing this and doing this, but they're doing the opposite. Almost like one of those things where where we say, do the opposite of what you're doing. And now we're noticing that, like, hey, this is what you should be doing. This is very apparent now. And then realizing that, but then, taking act to that, which is huge. So yeah, it was in 2022. I forgot how that exactly came up. There's a few different traders that talked about it. Like, what, I'll do a year-end confessional, New Year's resolution. That sounds good. Come on over. And yeah, just to have a little fun with it. I got one of those little costumes off of whatever it is, Halloween.com or whatever, I just have a little fun with it. But then definitely very serious, about, what we're going through and helping you guys out. And because every trader, it's kind of like the call-in show, but it's the first couple of years, I will say, first 2-3 years. I mean, even last year, it's the first year, I think, because, over at where I was over at Tradecaster, they had so many people there in 22 and 2023. It would be like, I did it. I think the first and second year I did it for it was like almost an hour long. People kept coming over and kept confessing, and I talked to them about it. Here's what we need to do to work on that. And they just kept coming. And you could tell it was like therapeutic to where, I'm next. I want to talk, it was like one of those things where you could tell they were like, oh hold on. I'm next. Hold on. Like, all right, guys, form a line, let's, but you could tell it was just really, it opened up other people and traders, humans going, you know what? I want to do this too. I need to get this off my chest. I've been wanting to talk about this for a minute. And yeah, I'd say those first, especially the first year, if not the second year, it was about a 45-minute, hour long, confessional, which was awesome. A New Year's resolution about what to do moving forward. And I think that definitely helps out, at least for the first month or two foreseeable future, right? Like, getting a new year, you have those, like humans, like that's what, the big thing for, especially here in the United States, because we're such overeaters. Everyone says, and most people, I'd say the number one top resolution for the new year is, I want to work out more. I need to get back into shape. And so, like, the whole analogy is that first month, if not 2 months, those gyms are just packed. Then come about March or April, about half to a quarter of those people are not showing up anymore. And then you get to summer. You might have another summer body influx, but then you get to like October, November, the people that were there in January is like no one's hardly there anymore. The people that first started and had that membership, and the half or more have not canceled it. But it's about, that's the thing with stock trading. It's the same thing.
Yeah, we need one of those. Like we need those like treadmills under the desk. But I mean, at least I do. But I don't. I feel like I'd look ridiculous on here. Especially how fast? How fast are you going to have that thing going? Like, okay, guys, beat new highs. Like, how fast are you going on this? Get my steps in. Yeah, because I mean, sitting here all sedentary for so long can, it just can be unhealthy. But PETS, guys, I kind of liking this chart now. It's tapping the 200-day moving average, tapping some resistance on the daily. I kind of like it as it's slowing down in volume here. I'm gonna throw a little short on it against the highs here, PETS, and then outside of that, BEAT just put in a new high and then pulling back a little bit off of that 258. But be mindful of those as we're about to get into the call-in show here in just a little bit.
Yep, love it. And those are the. I mean, the three. Miggy still has a little shot, possibly. That volume again, like we talked about, is so dead. Beat your number one mover, and then we could see Pets, which I've always talked about, and was just saying earlier. And you could be a part of this. This play almost always gives back gains. That's why I'd never trade it to the long side and always look to short it. And this is usually what Pets does. It's a $1, $2, $3 mover. It doesn't go super parabolic. It's more of a slow and steady eddy, which you could trust those plays a little bit more. And the crack of this 310, 315 area, well, you're going back down to the 290s, and under 290s, you're going back down to the the 280 area. So yeah, I mean, this play just generally gives back gains, which I don't like. I love my Pets to just run free, but my Pets don't. They're nice and relaxed, and they sleep most of the
time. I noticed the 200. It's tapping the 200, like 315s to 200. So it's good risk levels. I like it here. We'll give it a shot. Give it a shot.
Komodo. No, I'm not going to attack you guys. Wear a Komodo. No, I really do. It's essentially, it's a setup, but yeah, it's a, do you have a time in mind for that, Joe? I'll let everyone know. Don't worry. I love you guys. So don't you worry. I'm a very, I say very much, but a big promoter on, let me try to remind everybody when we get closer to it, I'll even put a post out. So if you follow me on Facebook or Instagram, I don't know that any of you guys do, I'll put that link out there for you guys real quickly. I always update on Instagram and YouTube what I'm doing, like in my live social media, what food I'm cooking. You can keep track of it all there. And of course, the normal stuff as far as like, hey, here's what I'm doing this week in stock trading. And hey, come over. I'm doing Dual Stream Friday with Kevin Avery, etc. Which this Friday, on the Dual Stream Friday, I don't know if that came out there for you guys. Hopefully it did for my Instagram and YouTube. You can let me know that it did. I'm going to have one of my traders on in my chat that's gotten successful. His name, he goes by Love Chip. And then I'm going to have also, which Kevin Avery saw and Joe saw at the Money Show, Adrian Mann. So this Friday, tomorrow, it's going to be free tomorrow. Come join my live stream here on YouTube. Follow me on YouTube. Put the notifications on, subscriptions. I'll have Adrian Mann's on. So not only Love Chip, a trader of mine that I've worked with and has gotten successful in his own right from being a newbie to now being very successful, but Adrian Manns, who was at the Money Show. He had his own booth at the Money Show. He will be joining tomorrow as well. So a double Dual Stream Friday. Round out the month. Maybe get a trade or two. Of course, we'll do that confessional New Year's resolution. Start off next year. Probably most likely what I'll do is start in January, bringing some former traders back on. So like Kevin, get you back on again and get some of these other traders that I've had on recently and get them back over again. So, and then slowly but surely add new traders on. So this month, more new traders. Next month, get some of the former traders that I've had on again. So definitely love telling that you guys want to join, but I will definitely let you know, Joe, you got to come over and confess, Joe. And speaking of coming over, you guys right now getting close to that call-in show. Call-in show. We got the call-in show. Hey, you know what? We should come up with a little theme song for that. It's a call-in show. Call right now. It's a call-in show. Got to get your boy there that does all the stock
I
trading.
know. I thought about that. He could cook up something amazing
Yeah,
for that.
I'm sure he could.
MIGI sold off a little bit off of the VWAP, back down to new lows. BBGI still holding VWAP. Beat pulling back down a little bit. So I mean, we haven't had that one play quite get the runs yet. So it's probably a good time. We'll head on over to the call-in show here.
Right off that 315 mark, like we talked about. So that's why I say put the Lions in and trade them, team. Put the Lions in and trade them. Once you find a staircasey mover like Pets, Beat's doing good too as well. Put the Lions in. They usually, when you find a ticker like this that's respecting lines, it makes it much easier for you to trade. At least down the line, it should start to be that way. Understanding if you see this enough, all you have to do is put lines in and trade your lines. That's typically what I'm doing for the most part, keeping it very simple in my head. Like Kevin and other traders, maybe using a moving average here and there, doing a little of this, but mostly it's just let me find my lines, let me trade those lines. Because most times I've noticed, like Kevin earlier, what was it? It was BTTC. So BTTC actually called for earlier on when this was coming down. It bounced here at the 960, 980, my 875 rule, essentially where I got Miggy. But I said if it cracks 875, watch for a pullback down to the 775 mark, 770, this lower shadow. Well, I didn't think anything of it. Opening bell, it halts down. Now it's halted down. Like, oh yeah, that 770 mark. Oh, let's halt it down. I'm not going to take it. Well, sure enough, where does it bounce at? Don't trust it because of the halt down. But if I trusted my lines and my levels, like I talk about, bounces right off of it for immediate $2+ dip buy. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, where you can put your lines in and just trust the lines that are there.
Axel's an interesting play today, AXIL, because they partnered with Walmart to distribute. It's a distribution deal with like 3,700 of their stores, and that one's kind of low floatish with a pretty significant news right there. So I mean, that one could wake up too. It's a 3 million float ticker, AXIL.
Yeah, that's what I thought Miggy would go, MIGI, because it has that 1 million float or a little bit less, and it just never. And like I said, throughout the time of us doing these live streams, the longer we get into we'll do the money show or the call-in show. When the call-in show's over, if we haven't had a spike yet, I would very highly doubt we get one today. It would have most likely already happened at that point, So then at that point, we are just going to have slow and steady movers, Pets, Miggy, Beat. Slim, small chance that we could still get that supernova out of nowhere, maybe close to power hour. But like you were saying, 11 to 12 into 1. We haven't had it then like we had yesterday with OCG. It's most likely not going to happen today, which is fine. It doesn't mean, hey, we're not going to have it every day. And as much as we want those crazy movers, they're fun whether you trade them or not, right, to watch. I just think today, the longer we get here in the call-in show, the less likely we're going to get that.
AXIL's kind of gearing up a little bit. It's getting my interest.
That little W shape at the bottom too, which is key for that reversal back up.
I'm going to take a little long on AXIL before we get started. We're about to get into the money show, though. I'm going to set the stop levels. AXIL, I like it on the long against even like the 780s. She's gearing up past the open. But yeah, guys, get your phones warmed up because we got a fun call-in show today. We want to hear about your degeneracy or lack of. So have that ready for us, guys.
Yeah. Like I said, I'll just get in while you're waiting, kind of sitting there with this little, we got a couple trades we're working here. I like any trade. It was bad at first. And we've talked about this where it's going now. I mean, it would be in, out. Within 10, 15 minutes, I would have taken, who knows, a lot of trades, sometimes probably 40, 50, honestly. Thank gosh it was paper trading. But you'd go back through, like today, filled orders on 2 trades, again, because I limit ordered, I market or limit ordered in. So I had fills. So I have 12 filled orders overall for the day, right? So anyway, I have 12 filled orders for the day overall. And that's just 2 trades. Back then, oh man, it'd be like a lot of people you see. It would be 100. It would be wow. I would look at that and try to want to go back over it and like, how am I going back over this? And then how often it's breaking out now, you get it. It's breaking out now, it's getting in. And then on top of all that, when you start seeing these big movers, you're trying to predict the next one. And so every little small move that makes the new highs, or it gets a quick liquidation move up, essentially, you buy in. You're like, this is it. Here it goes. This is the one. It's about to rip. It's about to go parabolic and start halting up. And of course, all you're buying in is an upper shadow just for it to reverse right back down. Every trader and every trader has that at first. And this is why I sit back now. And even here's maybe another trade that I alerted on my live stream way earlier. Now it's working out right now, but I don't want to get into it. And anyway, look at this 830 bounce. Is anyone that's on my live stream still here on Trade the Pool? Can anyone say, I called this play out? 875 or wanted to bounce, went a little lower. 830 area, watch for a bounce. Now we could probably even see a bounce down here at 790. Read the trend of the chart. That's what I started to do, reading the trend, because what I was doing beforehand, I wasn't reading the trend. Which we got here, the call-in show. Oh yeah, here we go. My bad. That's the
heading on over there. Yep, and then we'll get it.
Heading on over.
There we go. So just join in, mute whatever you need to mute, and we'll be good to go.
Sweet. There we go. There we go. There we go. They said the call is open to anyone. All right, should be good to go.
Okay, test. If you guys can hear us, we'll be good to go. Yeah, so do you want to... Oh, we already got a call. We got a call coming in. All right. Who we have calling in to the call-in show today?
It is Tack. Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, we got Tack. Love to have you in here. How's your trading been going? And let's get into that degeneracy.
Good morning, or I hope all is well. I'm going to try to put some humor and some saying from my old Scottish grandfather and possibly my old Japanese bond trader manager. I think the subject again is degenerate trading. So I'm totally the opposite of a degenerate trader. All I can remember is my Japanese bond manager standing over me like Jaime with a ruler in his hand. And he would never, ever let us enter any type of trades without knowing where it's going to start and where it's going to finish. It wasn't more on the better risk side because, we were trading bonds. But still, we always met every morning. Just around 8 o'clock, and we would probably sit down for about a half an hour and go through our book to see what things that we had to close. So the biggest thing that I could ever learn and always remember is if you don't know where you're going to get in, you really don't have any type of a trade map. So watching you guys, watching my team here, Prosan and you, Kev and Josh, and all the other good traders, actually trade these small caps and these runners. It's really, really amazing for me. Now I know I'll never be able to break that rank. I'll never be a good short-term trader like that because I'm more of a turtle trader anyway. I look, I'm just getting into swing trading, as Crow would know. I'm just getting into the, swinging 3 days of a trade, swinging 5 days of a trade. Like I just had a trade that we just flipped. We just flipped GEV for the past, I think, 3 days. It was probably a week. We probably swung it for, no, I think it was about 10 days. So we swung it from about 550 to about 730. So that's as much of a trade that I'll be able to do. Today we did get into Visa. Yeah, Crow. I was a former wheat trader as well too. That's a whole other story there. Wheat. Let me finish these little runners here. So like looking at what we pay attention to is of course average trade range. That's our biggest thing that we have actually watched. So it's like some of these entries have become so easy to trade, like this Visa trade. like this GEV trade. Some of these trades are so easy, and I don't really understand why people can't take advantage of it, like me. And on the other hand, I can't take advantage of these runners. So I guess it kind of balances out. Um, what I always remember my old bond manager saying is consistency is strength, and I will never forget.
Consistency is
I can't
strength.
really consistency is strength. Hypothetical wa Chikaru Nari. And he meant every word of that. If you do the same things every day, if you live humbly, if you eat at the same time, if you sleep at the same time, if you have a balanced diet, those are the beginnings of being a great person, having a great life, and it will pass down to your trading. Now, Japanese firmly believe in that type of credo. Um, it's part of my Junji Ito, and that was my rotation Japanese. I'm Scottish and Asian and God knows whatever else is mixed up in my blood. So me being open to the Japanese way, I did live there for about 8 years in Japan uh, at a college, and of course I had to know the language. Um, so me being a gaijin, me being a total foreigner there, I had to kind of learn their whole way of life and the way that they move. And I used to train, martial arts with them and all. I used to kick their ass too, just to let you know. Um, but the most important thing that I could get out of that is just being a consistent trader. You could be, I'm sure you have things that you do to keep it consistent with your runners, and I would love to hear that. How that works. Um, the two things I remember for bond trading, my Japanese manager would tell me is number one, Japanese women will always drink under the table. Number two, always trust the bond trader. So those things will always be instilled in my brain. So whenever I get up in the morning, the first thing I do, I actually look at the currency market. I look at the bond market, how those things are doing. So I want to hear about what you guys do. What's your repetitive skills that you do, or your repetitive
Well, this is
tasks
your
that you do
time
in
to
the
shine,
morning?
Tech. I mean, we love having you on here and hearing that insight. I love that saying consistency is strength. But surely, I mean, look, in small caps, you can have that degeneracy. It's more magnified probably because we're in a smaller time frame. But even your turtle trading, I'm sure you've seen degeneracy as well played out. Like how do traders avoid that as far as the trades go that you're trading? Because obviously, like add can apply not only to the small time frames but to the large as well, where maybe emotions are more, they're dialed back a little bit more on the larger time frames. But I'm sure you've seen, even with some of your trading, like how do you avoid that degeneracy even amongst some of the tickers that you're trading, or what advice would you
If
have for
you
them?
look at if you look at the whole turtle trading strategy, it's nothing new. It's just understanding your average trade range. It's just understanding where your. I mean, I did throw some charts in there. I did throw a fig in there, and I follow VWAP. My screens are basically has one indicator on it. That's it, because I'm not really looking at things that are going daily. I mean, if we are trading daily, I do train new traders that I always try to look for jobs for them. These are my sons spread out of his school, out of his economics major. So I still keep in touch with them. I have two kids left right now, and they've learned how to trade daily. And just to watch them be doing these repetitive tasks every afternoon at 3 o'clock, they open up Finviz. Every day they look at Flaggy stock. After they look at FinViz, they try to set up, and probably Crow could help with this. Which are the runners? I don't understand how they understand the sequence that they use to actually identify what they're going to trade. But I do know that their success rate has got to be plus 50%. And if you know anything, if you play cards, you play blackjack 21 because that's the closest win rate you're going to get, 51.49. So as long as you can keep a plus 50 average win rate, you're going to be pretty good. And these guys average some serious dollars. Um, uh, 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 so I think the most important thing is, it's always good to be degen, but you got to understand your beta risk. You got to understand what your loss going to be, and I do kind of teach them, hey, if you're going to trade Tesla, and you're not sure of it moving, why don't you trade ARK instead? Why don't you trade the derivative? Let it step down. The beta risk isn't going to be as much, and learn to do things like that. Instead of trading Nvidia, I'll trade SoxL. It's probably the beta risk is probably a little bit less, and you could easily manage the size of your trades. These are just things that I've learned over time. I believe a lot in Excel files, so they're pretty much wacky.
Mm-hmm.
So just for me, the whole thing is I'm totally opposite of what you're trying to achieve in this call. But I think the insight is pretty good, is learning what not to do, and learning what to focus on. I mean, sleep is the biggest thing that I have. I always ask, did you get your sleep? Did you get your right amount of sleep today? If you're groggy, if you're coming to me groggy, you have an attitude, I'm going to tell you go back home. Or wait from your house. I don't want to see you.
Right.
You got to establish patterns. You have to wake up with the same mental attitude every day to trade. That's the biggest thing that I could say, is understanding you. If you understand the type of person you are, that will make you a better trader. Like Josh, very energetic. He's actually great for what he does. I could never be Josh. I could never be you either, Kevin. I can't be that happy about dipping my head into things I don't know where the exit strategy is going to lead to.
Love it.
So as far as what I'm trying to put forward, consistency of strength is probably the biggest thing. And it doesn't really mean trading consistently. It means being the type of person that you are consistently, being a good person, having a routine. Those are the biggest.
It bleeds
things.
over. It bleeds over. I mean, you said too, consistency with good sleep. Yeah, it's right. It's like just the discipline. If the discipline, I've recognized that too, Tech, where people are undisciplined in their personal life, that bleeds into trading as well. They're going to be undisciplined with their trading. Trading's a mirror on our nature, whether good or bad for trading, right? So we got to be very, very aware of that and be able to really go for it.
I was gonna say one thing that spoke to me
exactly. Like right now, I'll just give you one last thing that I'm looking at. I'm trying to figure out where this whole, if you don't mind me for a second, just kind of going off track here a little bit. I'm trying to look at forward into this Spence Japan meeting next week. And I'm looking at the key indicators that I looked at in the 2008 crisis, the amount of leverage that's out there, the assets being held by big companies, the derivatives that are out there. And so I'm trying to teach this right now to the guys that I'm working with right now, trying to teach basic structure, things to look at, but I do see it a little different with the trades that you guys make. Are trading those stocks that you trade daily, do they have any connection with the SPY or the Qs or the RSP? I don't understand that part, so you're going to have to help me with that. What if the Qs are down? Are those runners going to run? I mean, these are the questions that I have.
For small caps?
Yeah, for small caps.
For small caps? Oh yeah, no. I mean, it's for small caps. Oh yeah, in my opinion, it's just from what I've seen. In my opinion, no. Just from what I've seen. I mean, that's what I've said for the longest time. Honestly, in small caps was, I would love this back in the day when I first started trading 2017, 2018, 2019. You watch the news. For whatever reason, here and there, still watch the news like an old person. Hell, today on it's just be always a quick well, today on Wall Street, well, today on Wall Street, 5% down, whatever. I'm like, well, y'all may have had a bad day on the large cap, but let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. We had a 400% mover, 100% mover, 100%.
Echo, Josh.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, my bad. There we go. That's what I had to unmute myself. I had to mute myself on the EV mugs. But no, it's never been that way. It's never been that way, at least in my opinion. So they still got the echo. Are we good?
Oh, you're good on mine. Yeah.
It was but yeah, no, I would say TAC for the most part. No, I mean, there might be times here and there where, like, I've noticed recently, like, where supposedly people say, "Oh, FOMC today it'll be slower." I'm like, well, wasn't slow yesterday. We had BBGI go nuts, and we had, what was it, OGC or whatever it was, go crazy too as well. So I would say 90% of the time, no. Small caps are in their own galaxy, their own universe, and do what they want. And I always say they run on their own clock. One thing I also want to say that you kind of touched on, essentially, I would almost narrow down everything you said to a Bruce Lee quote, which hopefully I'm sure to imagine everyone's heard the Bruce Lee quote, which is, "I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times," right? Finding that consistency. I do everything every day is the same thing. I'm in here live till noon. Then at noon, I take a break, hang out with Avery and the dogs. Then I come back in here, do afternoon commentary, get into one-on-ones. After that, when my one-on-ones are run, finish up any kind of office and stock trading work. As soon as that's done, I go walk the dogs and we work out. After that's done, I feed the pack. And after I feed the pack, I shower. After I shower, every day is the exact same thing. Hardly anything is any different. Every single day is the exact same repetition. But it's that you get into this mold, and like y'all were saying, essentially you carry over what you're doing in your own personal life, which today, every single day, it's the same thing, right? Well, I do that in the stock trading. Every single day has the same rhythm, same rhyme as it did the day before. I'm looking for the same pattern, the same setup that I was looking for the day before that.
Yep, exactly. So I really have learned a lot. I really just started trading stocks since I retired. I retired in my 40s. I spent about 8 years in Japan. And then, and this was probably a year out of college, because I was a bouncer for a little while, for about 2 years. Did a little bodyguarding too, but mainly a bouncer. And after I did that, I went to Japan, and then I came back. And I came back in, oh gosh, just before the .com. So I lost my mind because nothing was as I remember. I mean, everything was over leverage, and I get that, but the difference with the .com and whatever we're going to have next is, with the .com, the similarities to these AI stocks is, of course, speculation is the beast. But during the .com, the stocks that didn't generate any profitability, they all flopped at the same time. So I'm trying to connect the dots now. And, and I'm watching the stocks all go down today. And I'm drawing some similarities. Maybe I'll hit them when I get some sense about me. But there's certain things that, that happen because the stock market is a living, breathing organism. You have noticed that. It lives, it breathes, it's happy, it's sad. It's just like a person. And so it's fickle. It's it has its ways, and sometimes it's demure. You have no clue what it's going to give you. Like today, I am totally befuddled on what the stock price action is like. I mean, I did notice that banks are really running, the ones that have profit. The ones that don't, as a SoFi, as a hood maybe not as much, but as a SoFi, has really been taking a beating. So I'm looking at the asset loans that they have on their book, and I'm going to have some strategy for that in a few days. I'll probably share it with you guys.
Probably, you better. You can't be probably sharing. You got to.
We did make a ton of money on this Oracle short. So we're looking to get back in about 165, 166. If the short holds well. We did take a NVIDIA short as well, but I don't know if that had stood up. I haven't checked the books yet. We did go long health services. Things like Humana is up 11 points today. We're probably in about 4 trades, and that's, we probably closed about 2 of them so far. But other than that, it's been a very successful and profitable year for degens and not non-degens. I guess the quote of the year is going to be buy the dip. I mean, that's been a staple. I actually have that on a chalkboard, buy the dip, in my room. So that has worked, and it's been very consistent throughout the year. I don't know what 2026 is going to bring, But the biggest thing that I'm going to say watch out for is how these student loans end up, and how if we can make money shorting these healthcare names and shorting things like SoFi farther down and HUD. Both can't be shorted anymore. It's already down there. But I really see that the stocks that have done well will continue to do well. And one last thing I'll say is I always buy the stock that I use. So if I have Netflix, I buy Netflix. If I have Amazon, I buy Amazon. If I have Costco, I buy Costco. I may not have them all right now, but I stayed for my 10 stocks that I have, and that's really about it. So I try to be consistent. So consistency, strength is probably the biggest thing I learned from my Japanese trader. I called him Pai Mei underneath my breath. Because I feel him still standing in back of me with a ruler, looking over me, calling me a dumb gaijin. He would curse me in Japanese, and I would answer him back in Japanese, and he'd stop. He'd just walk away. But what a great man! What a great man! So that's all I could really have to say. I will definitely get back to you guys.
Oh,
It's
that
been
was great.
cool calling in.
It's awesome
been
putting
cool
a
calling in.
voice to the name, Tack. We've loved having you in chat. You're an asset to the team for sure. And thank you for sharing that wisdom and insight with everybody. A lot to take away. I'll certainly remember that. And the wisdom in that consistency. Consistency is strength. So thank you, Mr. Tack. What else you got? One last word of wisdom to the team before you head off, Tack.
No, I just love being with you guys. I think this is probably the best platform that I've been in, and I've been, I've been with, especially with Crow. Crow and I have been through the trenches with each other. We got into those trades like trading natty gas from two. I mean, we traded the same UAMY. We traded Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. We've been having these trades on. We really want to get some type of a platform for the weekend. So I've been kind of thinking about something. If we could do something on the weekends, because there are a lot of these ends out there. and maybe an hour or two on the weekends is the best. We generated a lot of trade ideas. I did some of my best trades from just thinking about, with my team. That's why I'm always with this guy, Crow, because we've been together for a few years right now. So, you need to call in. Other than that, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My door's closed right now, and I heard some banging on it, so I got to go see who's there.
Okay. Well, appreciate you, Tack.
All right.
Thanks for calling in, brother.
Oh,
Thanks for thank you.
Josh, thank you, brothers.
Love you, like I said, thank you for calling in. Just like you said, putting a name with the I should say name with the face. You always want to say that, but I should say the voice with the name. For once, so you can actually hear what they sound like. But then of course they chat and they talk all the time, so you just as a human like, well, what do they sound like? What do they look like? So yeah, thanks for calling in. Those words of wisdom are huge words of wisdom for traders out there, and they need to hear this stuff. And I'll tell you on the weekends, I'll be relaxing, cooking, watching some football. But yes, Tack, if you have extra energy, it's like, because there are traders always itching. I've heard that so long throughout the years of, I can't wait for it to be Monday. It's Friday, but they can't wait for Monday again. Like, no, I love the weekend. Like, I can't grill out and walk. There's a lot of stuff I can't do during the week or I don't do during the week that I love the weekend. That and talking about, like we talk about resetting the mind and the brain for the new year. I feel like I do that every week. Every Friday into Saturday, I reset. Don't think about stocks. I'm done. I've had my learning for the week. I need to relax. I need the brain to relax and not think about it and chill. As much as we go over in levels and all the the charting that we look at. So I like to take that as some time off. But so many traders at first, they can't wait till Monday. Can't wait till Monday, and they fill that weekend up. I feel some of the time, unfortunately, in my opinion, they fill it up with bad things they shouldn't be doing as far as when it comes to stock trading, where they could be going over their trades or they're back testing things. It needs to be that. It needs to be beneficial. Like we always talk about, work hard, not always working harder. And it's work smarter, not harder. That's where you become a successful trader, in my opinion. A lot of the time on those weekends where traders are trying to fill that gap till Monday, I think what a lot of the time they're doing then is things that's not beneficial possibly for their journey in stock trading.
We got a caller waiting in the wings. I'm going to see if he's still waiting there. Let's see.
Bro's on the line.
All right. Who we got calling in today?
Hello. The Crow is waiting in the wings.
Hey, the Crow. How's the trading going today?
Everything's going amazing, man.
Very good. Very good. Hey, I've loved having you in chat, on stream on my
Thanks,
channel and on
thanks.
PTP. So, yeah, tell us a little bit about your experience and any degeneracy, bad habits that you've broken, or just some words of wisdom like your good friend Tax shared with us.
I mean, there's so many mistakes. I mean, you don't stop making mistakes.
Right.
You just keep doing it, right?
Yeah.
And so am I live right now? Like, is it on
Yeah.
the stream? Because I turned that off. Okay, okay. So I'm a COVID trader. I got started. Like, I've loved
Hmm.
stock market stuff my whole life. So I'm 38 now, and like my favorite movies was like Wall Street, Wolf of Wall Street, that kind of stuff. I always loved it, but I'd never really been able to have the time to get into it because I was like that chronic entrepreneur, always starting new businesses, starting whatever, like that squirrel chasing the nut in that Disney movie or that Pixar movie. He's always chasing the nut. I'm that guy, right? I'm always chasing the nut. And I finally had the time during the COVID shutdown to just pick this up, right? And I was lucky enough that my ex girlfriend, her father was a Toronto stock exchange floor trader back in the day. And at that time, I'm getting into it. So he kind of directed me right away into certain ways of doing things that, I wouldn't have figured out on my own right away. And so that's really how I got started. And, it to me, I fell in love with it. I fell in love with the game right away. Everything about it, like just obsessed, like no wife, no kids. I've got the perfect setup here to make this happen. And I just became obsessed with it. And so fast forward today, I mean, I'm really excited to talk about something like Beat. Like I'll give you, because you guys are small cap traders and so am I. I do trade, I trade everything. Like Tack, right? I call him Easy because he has another handle, Easy Mike. So nonetheless, a classic example, just so I won't keep you guys too long. I'll just give you the playbook on Beat and what I saw, right? So, for example, it ran into Power Hour, and so I keep it very, very simple, right? My main thing is MACD, right? I'm watching MACD, but I'm watching MACD lineups on multi time frames. So the 1 minute, the 5 minute, and the 15 minute all have to line up. So pre-market, I saw that Beat was lining up pre-market on the 15-minute chart. The MACD was turning green. So to me, I started buying this thing up at $1.40, $1.50. I started accumulating. And the 15-minute MACD cross, but also the 1 hour MACD cross, right? So the MACD was red on all these time frames, but you could sort of predetermine if you have experience doing this for a little while, that the 1, 5, and 15 minute could turn if the volume persists. Now, also another part of the recipe was that the day before it did 278 million in volume. So I know shorts have to cover. They have to, right? Because there's going to be some pre-market shorts. There's going to be some closeout shorts. And I know that they didn't cover. There's not enough shares, right, that have in terms of the volume. So I know it's coming. And I know that other bulls are going to pick up on that and buy it up as well, just to catch in, because there's this upward flurry like a tornado where you catch short covering and you catch bulls. Bulls are buying, shorts are covering. So it creates a perfect storm. So that was my thinking, right, behind it. And of course, I was buying this up at $1.40, sell it for the break at 2, and walk away with quite a bit of decent money here because it was like a 46% trade or something like that when it was all said and done. And SMX is the same thing, right? I didn't really care. I just saw lineups on the 1 hour, 15-minute, 5-minute, and 1 minute. MACD's all turning green all at the same time. The perfect storm. And so I keep it simple as hell, and just watch and repeat. And so that's just one strategy for small cap day trading. Then Kat taught me about swing trading ETFs. That's a big game of ours. Between the two of us, we really take down things like with the levered ETFs. Because if you could get 2x levered, we recently took down the craziest APLD trade, and APLX was the ticker. And we talk every single day. We're talking from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. or 11 a.m. every single day. And it's and that's why I love this channel. And Pack is so right. I mean, I didn't even know he was on this channel. Smoke Tuna brought me to this channel, which I talk to Smoke Tuna every single day. Like literally every day I talk to him. I make phone calls with him. And that guy's a genius. He designed his own AI program that have certain metrics within them that we sort of determined that these are the metrics we're looking for, and AI does it for us. And so, big shout out to Smoke Tuna and Smoke Tuna Signal AI, because now it does a lot of the legwork for us. Because like I'd be flipping the chart, and it just I don't know how we did it. He has to call and tell us how we did it, or I don't know if he will. It's a trade secret. Because I'm not tech at all. I cannot handle technology. Like I'm not just so low tech. But like I was reiterating, I love you guys' show because you're so diverse. It's a small group for now, but I think that I like what you guys are doing. And for someone that hasn't been trading for decades, like Tat, my main thing is just absorbing information from everywhere. I just love learning. I love learning about this shit. My motivation, sorry, I don't think that the motivation of all of it just comes from the love of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's why I had a pretty quick run, because I just kept getting better quickly, and I had early success. And I continued it. I was able to sustain it. Like I've never really had big, heartbreaking drawdowns. That's because my mindset was made up of I never looked at it as like I need to get rich today. I just I love this. I'm going to do this for the rest of my life. I found it, and here we go.
It sounds like you have a healthy respect for risk. It's what I'm hearing. It kind of sounds like that. Healthy respect for risk.
I do, but the other part is I stop out quick. It's like I see things working against me, I'm going to stop out. There's no question about it. Like I'll hit that sell button. Like I'm not afraid to hit the sell button. I can always get back in and catch the next breakout. And having the discipline, I keep refreshing my gap scanner. So today with BTTC and pre-market, I was refreshing my gap scanner, and literally on the 1 minute chart, I caught the second candle. I caught it at like 640 and sold it at 8+ pre-market, because I'm constantly refreshing my gap scanner. I'm not looking around. I'm not, getting distracted on Twitter or, I'm about my business here. And so I keep refreshing the gap scanner, and I see this thing start to break out. So I tune to the chart. I didn't even look at the news, right? I just know I got to get in this because I want to get in on when you see a major gapper start just pulling a parabolic move. You want to get in on a 50% retracement. So this is one of my split moves, because it gapped up to 7+, then pulled back. It pulled back a big part of the move. I think it was like 620, 630. I ended up getting it at 640, and I let it run on the 4th or 5th candle on the 1 minute chart. So I know I only have a limited amount of time, and I didn't touch it after that. I just took it off the trade. And you got to be quick, right? Especially with trading small caps. Like you don't want to stay in for more than like 5 or 6 candles on the 1 minute chart, or depending on if you see a bigger move, because I saw a bigger move on what was it? BEAT. I saw a bigger move coming because I saw the 1 hour MACD was about to turn green again. It was red because it was red from like around, I think, 3 o'clock the previous day, yesterday. And then it had enough time to catch a couple candles on the 1 hour, but the 15-minute chart turned green. So I knew that the 15-minute would carry the 1 hour into it. And so like, so essentially it was allowed to carry a big move. And that's a big move because it essentially beat was 140 to 2 plus. I'm not sure what it's at right now because I'm out. I'm not in front of my screen. And it was simple. I keep it very, very simple and don't overthink it because I always talk about this analysis paralysis.
Yes.
Like, and so like I'd like to hear back from you guys because you're on the short end of stuff, right? And I'm on the opposite. I'm going long. I'm on the bullish end of things, and maybe ask. And I understand because I've heard you guys talk about it before that it only makes sense to be on the short side because these are crap companies. They're going to crash. They're all going to crash. They always do. But in terms of, for me, what I find very beneficial is that you can catch these runs like SMX. This thing goes up 1,000%, or AJNF. You can catch these bounces, which is just short covering, mind you. And then there's bulls waiting in the wings, not just me, but many other, a lot more of them, that are waiting in the wings to buy it up before you guys do it, before the short covering happens. So that we get a good price, and then we catch the short covering run, which is a dead cat bounce. I mean, even Chow yesterday, Chow was the biggest dead cat bounce. That thing was at $12, gets decimated to like 78 cents, and then goes to 3.75. So imagine buying that at 75 cents and then running it to 3.75. Right, that's a massive 300% trade minimum. And so that's the whole thing about it, is that my main game for day trading small caps is I'm just trying to catch short covering.
Yeah,
that's it. That's it. There's nothing else about it.
I love the passion. I mean, you're clearly so passionate, and man, I love to hear it. From the COVID till now, COVID trading. There's a lot to unpack here. I love how you started off by saying we're always making mistakes. You're very transparent about that because it's true. Like I've said, you never make it. You're always making it. You're always prone to have a lapse in judgment and make a mistake. I mean, you just always are, and you have to be on top of it. That's why I like your approach as far as you write or write out. Like when I get into this, it's like if my analysis is wrong, then I'm out of it. So the analysis, like you said, the analysis by paralysis, and something else you've gotten pretty early, like not a lot of traders get this early on, is like the reduction of noise. So you made a point that it's like you're reducing noise. You're not trying to add as many indicators as possible. You have what works for you. Oh boy, we lose. Oh, there you are, Josh. You have what works for you, and that's all you need. That's all you need. So I think most people, the further along in their journey they trade, they get to that point too, where it's like, okay, I have what I need. I don't need anything else. We need to simplify this as much as possible. MIGI going crazy right now. It's hard not to watch this one as she's making new highs right now. Josh, I'm sure you're watching it, but yeah, this is Crow. I love hearing your story and the analysis, your approach, the passion behind it, and really just your approach to simplify things and just having no ego. Like a lot of traders have to learn that through expensive mistakes, and I'm sure you're aware of that. Like learning through the tuition.
The one thing I'll say is that I love seeing other traders win. I sometimes in the space I've seen it like where traders hate on other traders, and I like even if you see all these Twitter people that they're posting up, whether it's real or not, I don't care. If a guy posts like a thick winning trade, I love it because all it's telling me is that's what's possible, right? And like if this guy figured it out, then surely I can too. Why not, right? Like, so I love hearing success stories. I just love it. I love hearing other traders win, and that I want to see other people win, and I think that's a big recipe, right? Because like it can be stressful because the psychology gets to people where they're like, I need to make money today, I got to pay my mortgage, I got to buy food.
That's
and then we'll
sacred
say
capital.
A big benefit
sacred capital.
Yeah,
You
and
never
I
want
would
to
say a
use
big
that.
benefit. Yeah, yeah, and I agree. But like for me, what was key is I have no wife, no kids. So like I could go without impunity. I don't have to answer to anybody but myself. And so I don't have to deal with that stress either. Like that's why I have a high risk tolerance, right? Like I can go for a home run all the time because whatever, if I lose, I don't have to answer anybody, right? Like, and so I'll always say that. Like I'll say to my friends who they trade with me and they do well because I'm there and they're sitting right next to me, and then they'll make my trade. But I'm like, don't attempt this without me sitting next to you. You just do not do it because, like, you're going to go into trading these small caps and stuff like that. Like, you can't do this right now. Like, just don't even bother. Like, buy some ETFs that are long SPY and like, go that direction. Or like, if you really need the money, go drive Uber on your part time.
Yeah.
Don't rely on this to free yourself. It's not going to happen.
But you've identified
Look, I tell them this.
You've identified your time frame too, so you know that you're looking to capitalize on like small, predictable pieces of the market, and so that's why you're able to cap. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So that's and so you recognize that, and that's why you're able to, even though they're junk companies and where they're headed, that's unnecessary in a sense for you because you're just trading those small predictable pieces, taking your money and running with it. But yeah, on the bigger time frame, there's an edge there as well where you can just take a smaller piece, allow for that fluctuation and let the trade wind on down. But you've seen some of the irrationality can run rampant on some of these tickers. But yeah, you're all over it. I mean, I love hearing it. I think you're going to have a success story to share with us. Before too long, we'll have you back
And
on.
big shout out though again to Smoke Tuna and as well as TAC, because TAC really helped me out with my swing trading game. Because I scaled my account on small caps, so I needed to move somewhere else, right? Because like there's limits to how far you're going to go in small caps. And so TAC really helped me out with my swing trading game and being able to swing trade, some bigger names like APLD. We recently took down DXYZ. We were buying that on the lows. Obviously the space names started to run again. And again, I used the same equation. I was looking on the monthly, weekly, and daily MACDs on those. Right? I didn't change anything. I just expanded my time frame. So when a monthly, weekly, and daily time frame come together, it's very powerful. And so we did that with Celsius this year, CELH. We were buying that in 20, low 20, and sold it out in the 60 in a relatively short time. And so swing trading, stuff like that, we took out oil, which is a fantastic trade. And again, that was the weekly, daily, and 4-hour time frame on that particular one. And so, it's moving forward because eventually I'm going to stop trading small caps altogether because there's going to be no need. Like, you don't want to get stuck in small caps forever, right? That's like, you want to move into mid caps, mega caps, maybe even currency, other things, because the liquidity is just not there. Like, you can't put in like 2-3 million into a small cap, these penny stocks that are $1. You just can't do it, right? Like, you just can't size in. So you have, if you're progressing right, you must move up to larger caps, right? And so that's the thing that I decided that really quickly. Before I was trading small cap or mid caps and mega caps, I would always study them very deeply, and so it helped me transition very easily. And obviously to help shows like this and guidance from other people who've been trading a lot longer than me taught me so much because I still love to soak it up. Like, I mean, I'm constantly listening to podcasts. I've read every trading book multiple times. I'm constantly listening to trading podcasts. And so, just the hunger to learn. And I think if you have that hunger, it's going to be an easy game, right? Of course, you go through the heartaches, but I have nothing else to say. I love your channel. I love you guys. And keep doing what you're doing because I'll be here for a while.
Oh, man.
Awesome. Loved hearing that, man. Here we go. Love hearing
Thanks,
that.
Jeff.
That was great.
Yeah. Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate it, and have a great weekend.
Yeah.
I know it's Thursday, but have a great weekend.
Yeah, bro.
Thank
I
you,
love it.
Crow. Thank you, Crow, for sharing all that. Wow.
Take
That was
care.
a great
Take care.
call. Great call.
Well, I feel like
Thanks,
we've had the Tin Man and now the Scarecrow call in. Where is the damn lion at? We need a lion to call in now. I feel like
That's no tuna.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. He's the animal. So there we go. We need Tuna to call in now. I feel like it's the Wizard of Oz over here with we got the Tin Man, and then we got the Scarecrow, and now we should get the lion to call in here. So yeah, I got the crew calling in. Love it. Yeah, thanks, Crow, for the call. Again, tack from earlier. Good stuff. Good information. Successful traders, it sounds like, as well. So again, listen to these traders that we have calling in, whether it's someone that's new or someone that's been doing this for a while. They have good information that you should be listening to. Yeah, you're a true New Yorker. True New Yorker. Yeah, I was gonna say I could tell some accent there. You guys are at least from the northeast.
You can tell. Yeah, he'll be. You can tell he'll be just fine. It takes the passion. He's got it. I mean, it's difficult to make it in trading without that passion. For the guys that just try to jump in to make money, that's where you want to be cautious, right?
JP Whitworth commercials. That's why I always call it that. That's what people want. They're going to come in here. They think they're going to make money, and they're going to, it's my money. I need it now. I need this to make money. And if you're in it for that, it's going to be a longer game for you, for sure. It's the traders that have that passion of wanting to figure it out, want to be successful, know that there's going to be heartaches, know that eventually down the line the money will come, and those are the traders that last.
Yeah, it's the sacred money as well that Crow was mentioning too. Like I've seen traders along the journey who it's like they need this trade to be green to pay for rent, to pay for their car, to pay for whatever. And that's a dangerous place to be, because now you're trading emotions, and emotions get you in trouble, and you're not thinking with judgment, right? Not thinking with judgment on the trades. Your judgment's clouded, and that's what we want to avoid in trading, certainly. So, all right, I think we got one more caller in the wings. Let me check real quick. Yep, one more caller in the wings, and then we got about 10 minutes left. Let's get them on in.
By the way, MIGI is running the top portion of that resistance area, teams. Right around 1230 or so, we have some resistance. It gets over 1230, 1250. We could see yet another big parabolic move. But who do we got on here? Who is on the line? Who's ringing the doorbell, so to speak?
What up, Josh? This Coach TB here, Tony Baxter. You know who it is. I promise I will call you guys and check in with you guys.
Tony calling back. Let's go.
Yeah. Boy, Tony. What's up, Tony?
How's Tesla been treating you?
Hey, man. Tesla's been good, actually. It's going for that gamma approach. Max Payne is down around 432.50, and she's up around, 445 or something. So we know that she's going to be a magnet towards that way. So we're leaning more on the bearish side. But everybody and their mother is buying the dip. So you got to watch and see whether or not the dip is ever going to break. We'll see. But normally around this time, Christmas, the market is giving out gifts. So we're looking for that rally. We're looking for the rally, guys. I mean, all the way into the end of the year, especially starting now, around the 12th and 15th. Like after this options week expire, I think we're going to get, some love. So look to the upside on that. Of course, me and Kev, we like the fade. So we're going to be looking for the little small fade. But to you guys' question, right? The degenerate trading situation, right?
Right.
I have the perfect tool that will stop anybody from that, man.
Okay.
The perfect tool.
We want this tool.
So
give it to
whenever I do degenerate trading, I got the tools I have. I go in my garage because my tools are in my garage, and if I find myself doing degenerate trading, I grab this hammer and I bang my big toe as hard as I can. So I will never do that again.
So
it's okay to do it. It's okay to do it now because that big toe is a prosthetic toe now. So
okay.
I hit it as hard as I can.
Okay. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, yeah, sometimes you need to take the hammer to the computer, right? And
Right.
No,
that's
that's
more
not gonna hurt you. You just gonna go buy another computer, Kevin.
that's gonna hurt you emotionally, financially, all the hurting.
No, don't don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, man. Just hit it real hard. Boom, right on the big toe. And I guarantee you won't be doing that degenerate trading anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I watched your funded interview, and it didn't really sound like you. I mean, you let your winners run. You cut your losers quick. I mean, you capitalized on those wins. So I mean, it didn't look like you have that urge to degenerate trade too often. But when it creeps in, you get the old hammer out, huh?
That's right, man. That's right. But really, truthfully speaking, um, discipline is very, very, very important. Like, so when you talk about discipline, Kev or Josh, what does that really mean? Like, if I say, hey, Kev, what is discipline?
Yeah, so I mean,
What
it
would you
really
say?
means identifying your setup, planning the trade, trading the plan, sticking to that setup, and do not adjust those risk parameters.
No, no, no. Like, what is it though? Like, what is it? Is it a emotion? Is it a what is it?
Uh, well, Josh very disciplined with his life over there. What is it, Josh? What is it?
Yeah,
I
what
don't.
is it, Josh?
What
Josh
is
the
it?
boss?
Josh the boss. That's new. I like that one. To me, discipline is a thought. It's something that you can train your brain to get to, but not everyone's going to have it. So it's something to me that you think about that's subliminal. That like, are you going to take a drink of alcohol, but you don't need to, or are you going to have a bite of the donut? So it's a thought process that you're going to put yourself through. So I see discipline as a thought process and a characteristic of who you are in life. So that's what I feel discipline is overall. If you want to define it as what is it, it's a thought process. Does your thought process get you to a negative side or to a positive side? Those that think positive, and in my opinion, like myself, and can see a positive outlook on what that is that they're disciplining, what is going on in your brain, then you'll be good. There's a lot of people that I know that don't have a very positive mindset. So their thought process when it comes to discipline is poor. And that leads to, of course, if we get into trading or anything you do in life, maybe they are obese and they don't listen to the doctor. Or maybe they do become more of an alcoholic because they don't listen to the doctor. Or maybe they become a degen trader because they don't listen to us. So to me, it's a thought. It's a thought process your brain goes through, and you are in control of what that you do in that decision making.
That is awesome, Josh. If you was in my class, are you a B plus student, Josh?
Yeah, B plus, A minus, usually, yeah, somewhere in there.
I knew that. Because that is cool, but like everybody is different. And to me, discipline is a routine. And if we simplify it down to a routine, especially when it comes to day trading, then I think it'll be easier for us to be disciplined, because we all say discipline this, discipline that. But when your boy Kev see that hangover, he might be finished trading. He gonna jump back in there, whatever. But we all jump outside of that discipline that we need to be, because if we didn't, we'd be to the moon already. So, but if I put discipline down as a routine, like, all right, this is my routine. I'm going to do my pre-market analysis. I'm doing my post-market review. With respect to Tesla this week, I identified the key support resistant areas, the volume levels, before the market opened and pre-market. Because my job is during the market hours is to execute the plan, not formulate one. Because I found myself formulating a plan when I already had a plan. Like, I've already got my plan. I'm supposed to just go execute that plan, right? But if you see something falling from the sky, for whatever reason, it could have been some bad news that just came right out at the open, and it's falling from the sky, you're going to want to short it, even though that's not sure that wasn't your plan.
Yeah.
Right? So, but if I can say, hey, I'm going to stick to this routine, period, whatever it is, if it falls to the field out of the sky, then I might not be trading that day because my setup wasn't there. And that's hard to do.
I love that. I love that. Follow the routine, not your heart, not your emotions. I think like pondering on it a little bit. That's what used to really get me in trouble. It's like when the emotions are telling you, oh, get into this because it looks feels good, or you want to chase it, but that's against the idea, the trading plan. I think it helps too when you formulate that plan. Certainly ahead of time, like Nos does the day prior, or you have it already, you have the plan already in mind. The plan doesn't just come up out of thin air, right? And it's just like, oh, this ticker's pumping up right now, let me jump into it because I have the fear of missing out. The plan, yeah, it's the routine. I love that.
Yo, if y'all teach y'all students that, y'all gonna have better class, better students
Yeah,
that's gonna have more money, and they're gonna tell other people about you. Because we all are formulating. Like when you first get in the market, you're like, all right, what is hot? So let me formulate something because I'm smart enough to formulate something. Because when I see it bouncing off of resistance or bouncing off support, I know I'm going A, B, C, and D. So we formulate all the time. But we smart enough as traders. I see you guys to be able to construct a plan before the day even starts and go and execute that plan and walk away with some money. I did pretty good today.
good.
I can't share my screen with you, but I did about $1,628.32 on WRBY. I put it in the chat. I said, who's ready to make a dollar short with me? And boom, we made the dollar short, and I was finished for the day.
Nice. W buy. Talking about W buy. W buy.
Yeah.
W buy. Hey, if you buy W, you're gonna get the W. So yeah, no, or short it. Yeah, I like W buy. That was a good trade today too. Yeah, when you get that, maybe in the call-in show, it'd be cool to get the callers into actually maybe if they want to show their face or show their screen, to kind of show off their strategies. You got to think about. Yeah, we could do that down the line.
Yeah, I was going to do that, but usually you guys send out the Google link.
Yeah.
But I'll send it to you on IG. I'll send you a screenshot on IG, Josh.
Yeah, man. I love talking to you guys on Instagram for sure, man. A lot chatting with you guys, and yeah, good information all the time from you guys, especially Tony. Today, I love that information 100%. And that's what I mean. Back to the routine, like I was saying earlier, if you caught that, I mean, every day I wake up, I come here in the office, I get my morning alerts out, I'm looking and formulating the plan, which is already, I know what I'm looking for. I know, like I always say, when you walk into the bar, you go out, you're a single guy and you go out in the public, or you go out to the public stores or whatever, you know when someone attractive catches your eye. We've been there, we've done a double take before, right? That's what I'm looking for in the stock market. I already know what I think is attractive, so I'm just looking for that every day. Then even like right now, when we get on the call-in show, let's go hang out, get some lunch with the wife and the dogs, then come back in here, do afternoon commentary. Then after that, I do one-on-ones with traders. And after I do one-on-ones, that's walk the dogs, work out, feed the pet. It's like every day the same thing. So like you said, with discipline and that routine, if you build that into your daily life, you build it into your stock trading life, and that routine, that discipline becomes so sharp, you become a much better stock trader.
Tack was even saying that too, like discipline with the routine and the sleep, very important. So outside of trading, the routine, and here we are hearing again from the wise Tony on routine with trading, outside of trading. That keeps your trading consistent. Inconsistency in your life bleeds over into the trading.
That's so awesome, man. I want to be clear because you guys are trading small caps, which is it takes a lot of talent to do that, and so you guys have to formulate often. But people that trade like I do, where we might be trading large caps and stuff like that, it's important that we set that plan up, because we have the time to do it. In the small cap arena, you really don't have the time to do it. It's like whatever's jumping, and then you got to formulate as you go along. So I respect that part of it, but it's just two different sides of it. You know what I mean? When it comes to formulating and planning.
I love it, man. I love it. Love it. Thank you for calling in. Literally every week, either James or Tony. If James isn't calling in, Tony's calling in. So you two are the new regulars, the usuals. The usual call-ins weekly. So yeah, if James ain't calling in, Tony, I want to hear from you, because always good information, good speaker. Of course, today Tack and Crow as well. So you guys are always welcome. And any new traders, of course, you guys are experienced. So I love when you guys call in, because you're gonna have those traders out there that aren't to that level yet and need this bit of emphasis that you guys are focusing on, like we are today with discipline and that whole degen conversation of how not to be a degen, essentially.
Well, you asked for the lion, Josh, the boss. You asked for the lion to call in. So hey, there.
Awesome. This,
Hell yeah.
Hey,
Love
man,
it.
take care, man. Good talking
Take
to
care.
you guys, man.
Thank you, Tony.
I
Always
follow
love
you
talking
on.
to you.
Tony the
man.
Tiger.
Yeah.
Tony the Tiger, baby. There he is, calling in, pouncing on in with those.
Our call today was how not to be a degenerate, and we had the least of degenerates calling in today. So that was great. I mean, just discussing, sharing the wisdom with us, sharing great wisdom, insight with us on their style, what they're looking for. A lot of great takeaways. Those were excellent calls, Josh. I'm gonna reminisce on some of those, but some great, great words of advice. Really good stuff.
Just like and movie like I talked about, Tack, we talked about, I think you know about it too as well. Usual Suspects, very good movie. Again, if you haven't seen it, go watch it. But yes, The Usual Suspects. But it's good to have you in chat. It's good for you guys to continue to conversate here, and not only on the YouTube stream, but then to call in. Traders are going to slowly but surely, like I did when I was a newbie trader. I was a wallflower. I know there's a lot of wallflowers. There's hundreds of people out there right now that have not called in, that maybe have not even chatted, but they're soaking this in. And those are the traders that need this day in, day out, because they get this more and more day out, week in, week out, month in, month out. They will stick around and be here years down the line for sure. So again, thank you, kudos, and appreciative to not only the traders that are wallflowers out there, but again, to the traders, of course, that always carry on the conversation here on the live stream, whether it's calling in or just chatting it up. So again, I'm just cutting it off there. I know we're already kind of out of time. We talked about it. We called it at this hour. We were going to see a runner, and then we got Miggy to run. So love that. We'll have the slow and steady eddies like Pets and Beat. Take it easy for the rest of the day, team. I think tomorrow, as far as small caps are concerned, I would imagine tomorrow we still get some spice. You know, we have some of that buying power, the explosion. Traders want these plays to pop and go long. So I'd imagine we see a fun day again tomorrow. Probably that way, honestly, for the rest of this year. Just like the Santa rally and large caps. Yes, we get that. We can talk about that. But I think it's fully covered a lot of the time here on Trade the Pool. We're here mostly for small caps, but that happens a lot in small caps. That Santa rally, we get spiking, we see plays that are going up and halting up and going up 200, 300, 400, 1,000%. Oh, we're itching for more and itching for more of it. So that probably stays through Christmas. So you guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. Enjoy this weekend. Of course, we'll be back on Tuesday and next Thursday for Kevin, myself, Steve. Later today, Steve, always here in after hours. Come over Monday through Thursday. He's got great information for you guys. We're trying to do as much as you can. As you know, Kevin talked about cats earlier, trying to listen to you guys and make this Trade the Pool live stream here on YouTube as much as it can be and beneficial for you guys. So again, thank you for all you guys do. And Kevin, growing here with you, it means it's a lot. Where we first started together, as we all know, to where we've gotten to now, it's really cool. So very special, very special.
I love it. Living the dream here, and we certainly want you all to live the dream as well. Just like Crow, his passion. I mean, we're a passion in here. We would love what we do, and we want to see every trader. He said he loves seeing every trader find their success and celebrate their wins. We want to see everybody, and we're all gonna be prone to making mistakes. But that's why we're here as a community. We grow and build off of each other. And we're going to continue to do that. We're adding value in every way we can here at Trade the Pool, Power Hour with Steve. We're going to have the scanners up live right now. But outside of that, Josh and I will see you all on next Tuesday from 10 to 12. Guys, trade well, trade smart, embrace the yeah. All right, guys.
Yep.
Scanners will be up. You can stick around and chat and hang out with each other until Tuesday. We'll see you next time. I'm not gonna say a halt. What's the float on 3.45 million? I mean, this thing could get rowdy.
Boom, we're back. Now I'm back on EV Mux out of the Google Meets there. I got us back up here on the live stream.
Dude,
So yeah,
we're not going anywhere, guys. AXIL curling up.
I'm telling you right, yeah, we got a lot of movers here, which we talked about this earlier. Beautiful alert there about the Walmart news with Axel here on the way on up here. So Axel, big time mover here today. I still feel like I said into Friday, we're going to see some spike-a-roonies here. So do not keep your eyes off the scanners. Don't keep your eyes off the charts. You know, right here, I could see this moving back and up to this 965, 970 area there. Love it. Yeah, well, hey, we're not going anywhere. We're just here streaming until Steve has to like kick us.
It was funny yesterday with my chat. I kept saying I was going to get off, and I was on here all day long. And they were like, dude, get off, you degenerate. I'm like, I promise I'm not addicted. I love trading.
Exactly.
This is it's the passion, guys. Just got to love what you do. You'll find success when you love it.
Yeah, 100%. Got Tack talking about ORCX. What's going on with ORCX? ORCX here. We'll take a look at that real quickly. Nice. Got the dip buy on. Oh, he's got the leverage play. You got the nice double top here, uptrend channel. We're long, probably, aren't we, Tack, on that? We are all artists. Yes, we are. We're all artists in the DJs.
That's so funny.
The Joe coming over, of course.
We're back.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Wallflowers will say.
This is not a bathrobe. It's the robe of wisdom. This is my robe of wisdom. I put it on when I get to trading. It sends the profits. Sends the profits my way.
Oh, I absolutely love it. Hey, you know, I saw them commenting on that earlier, and I'm like, no, that's his swag over the man. He's got that swag on today. Come on, guys.
It's gonna be 14 degrees in a couple days here, so it's just been cold.
That is chilly. Yeah, we're in the 40s and 50s here. So if you're feeling it over there, you're starting to feel it, my man. You are starting to feel it. Winter's upon us, though. It's getting close. We're about 2 weeks out from the official start of winter. Nice squeeze pattern there with ORCX2. I can see the squeezing on up. James, was it Tack? Would you get the dip buy there? You dipping it? Where'd you get the long at there? And yes, let's go back to over. I'm telling you right now, Miggy. Can't you see? I talked about this earlier so bad about regaining this uptrend channel, and there it is, as I talked about having that move back up into that. We see that a lot across the board. Pets, same thing here. Try to regain it. Did. Now we're just. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're good. Okay. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we're good. We're back, and we're back again, even after the call-in show.
All right. Oh, routine, dude. We're breaking routine.
Yeah, we are. Just for a minute, just for a moment here. My favorite play is going to be Axel and Miggy here for the rest of the day in beat. So I got 3 favorites here. Axel Foley here. Good news on Walmart. We've talked about this all day long, and shorters being I should say longs being trapped versus shorters being trapped. And so this is a case where I feel a lot of longs are trapped up here in this $10 to $11, $12 corridor. Watch for a spike up. I am not going to be surprised after I probably do get back to my routine, take a break, then come back in here for afternoon commentary. And I've seen this, and we see this play pop up maybe in power hour to this liquidation zone right there. The other trade I like that's just going to be slow and steady Eddie is beat. Beat, I would actually be watching for a double top. This says high watch for a double top here at that 280 mark. And Miggy, this to me, if I have a trade today that's going to go parabolic, it's a low float, 1 million in float. This is going to be it. Miggy, and I think it's got strong resistance on past chart history, if I'm not mistaken. Got to go really far back in time. I'm not going to try to find it now, but it's at 14 and around that $15 mark for MIGI. I don't think we quite get the move in getting like OCG or whatever, and this goes crazy to 20, but it could get that 14, 15, area. What are you looking at, Kevin?
No, the same thing. Miggy and AXIL. Again, I alerted you guys I took the long on AXIL right before the call-in show. So I mean, I love the $8 support there. It's got the 36, 700 stores they're going into Walmart. I could see it just like Josh's analysis is on this one, headed up towards the high day, maybe sweeping over it. They've been loving trapping shorts lately, and you could actually see the short trap on MIGI as it cracked
Yeah.
down to new lows. Yet, and then we had the lower shadow, and then they center on up. And now look, is she halting up right now? MIGI?
Yep. Halted up. Halted up.
Okay. All right. Oh man, now I really can't leave.
I know now. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Avery's out there in the living room, like, okay, when's he gonna be done? He's usually out here by now. What's going on? I'm like, well, this is what it's been like here recently, where it'll be hours until I'm back out.
My kids' schools are gonna call and be like, "Where? what is going on? Your kids are sitting here waiting."
I'll tell them I'll be right. Just tell them I'll be right there. I'm in a trade. I'll be right there.
Have you not seen Miggy?
Yeah. You don't know that MIGI's halted up right now? Ma'am, leave me alone. Just put him in a classroom. I'll be there in a little bit. Gee golly.
Yeah.
Got tablets.
Sit them out there in the 14 degrees. No.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Miggy, I'm gonna be watching. I gotta grab something to eat though. I'm starving. Yeah, guys, hit me up anytime. Avery Day Trading's the YouTube channel, or averydaytrading@gmail.com, or Green Team Discord. Always happy to help. Josh is as well. I'm gonna get on out of here though. Happy trading, guys. Miggy halted up. Axel looking for that to curl on back around. Outside of that, I think I'm for real going this time. We'll grab something to eat.
You're good. Yeah, you're good. Let's get it. Put the scanners up. We are all over it. We are all over it. We know what plays are moving. It's Miggy. It's the big mover. Axel's going to be the second biggest mover, in my opinion. And then you got Pets and Beat as your slow and steady eddies. And there you go. That's it. Miggy's the one that's bringing the FOMO. That's why we're still here. That's what's bringing the DJ out in us. We're like, oh boy, here we go again. Here we go again. Oh, I can easily get 50 cents a dollar out of this. I know I can easily get $1 out of this.
We just get off the DJ call-in show, and here we are, long buying the Honda.
Yes. All right.
No.
Calling it for myself as well. You guys have a great one. We'll see you next week.
Take care.
There we go.
There we go.
You got it, boss.
Good morning, folks. Well, good afternoon. What time is it? It's the afternoon. It's Power Hour. I am Steve, and we are here live with a raging spy. Is it done? We'll find out. Your boy is a little bit short. We caught this long all the way to yesterday's close. That is where we were expecting a little bit of a sell. So we are going to zoom out here. I've been trading off of SPY levels. They seem a little more responsive with Qs lagging. Hey, Talk. Hey, Joe. Sounds like you can hear me, so that's a good start. That's a good start to this day. We like that. So yeah, scream and rally here. We got the move. It was a little stressful in the morning, I gotta say, but hey, we hung in there, made our money. Now we're riding a few runners here. We've got a little bit of a short on Qs just because we think it's just a little bit running hot. We swept the pre-market highs. I probably should be shorting SPY instead since it's overheated, and I'm kind of expecting tech to catch up a little bit here in the next day or so. That being said, mostly a hedge for our Rivian. This trade was wild, but we managed to get out with a nice profit, and we're holding a runner. I'm debating closing my short. I will get stopped out over the high of Qs. Definitely looking really strong. We thought this was going to reject this little 1 minute, but in these super strong uptrends, it's really hard to call a top, and I usually really don't recommend it. I'm feeling cute today, so we're trying it out. Awesome. I appreciate that, Joe. You're the man. Yeah, Visa, Chime, and I saw, let's see, Visa was up, 3%? Excellent call, dude. Excellent call. Up 6%. Holy moly. MasterCard up 4.5%. Talk is a killer. What a move. What a move. What a move. All right. On Qs, we're seeing a little bit more weakness, a little more top wicking. SPY was able to close the candle up higher there. We still think that there are going to be some sellers stepping in. So let's see if we're right or we get stopped out through the high day there. That is our only trade outside of this Rivian. We'll talk about this. This was a mistake. I forgot to put my stop in. In my head, I put my stop right here. I looked back and I found it here. I was like, what in the heck is going on? Why is it back at the 9-day rising EMA that it bounced off, or rising SMA that it bounced off of this morning? Apparently there was some news. I still don't really know what it was. I rage bought early. I said, this is silly. I should have been stopped out. And you know what happened? I got dragged and I rage bought more. This was not good trading. This was luck. But I was trading off of levels that I've been watching for the past month. So I figured there would be some response here. There was not. Figured there had to be a response here, and there was at the 16. So this was a tough one. When I got into just a little bit of green here, when we broke over the space, honestly, I was saying in my server, honestly, now this is probably the time where you can look to buy dips, like in this area. But I was trimming when I got to break even because it was stressful. Trimming on the way up. Now we're going to hold some runners in case this one is done going down. Meanwhile, Qs don't look like they are ready to drop quite yet, if they are at all. Definitely hard to time these, like I said, but we're going to keep an eye on it. Give you a little better screen ratio there. All right, so still cooking on up. Oh, wait, now I can't see my comments. Let me swing this around over here. Sorry for the aspect ratio change there. Now we're cooking. Okay, much better. So again, this is fine for us. Basically, what we are looking for is a rejection of the newly opened bearish imbalance. We haven't seen a lot of those today, so that's why I was interested in playing it. You can get some really nice mean reversion on these big days up. Basically, this was the zone where when we retested, we wanted to see a rejection. This was really clean. It can come back and still do what we think. But that's the setup here. Imbalance opened down. We reached a major high level on SPY at least. Qs kind of playing. I should be playing SPY, to be honest. But this is, we think we're going to get a retest to this level. At the very least, probably clean up this imbalance here. If we look at a 5-minute chart, that we're going to see a nice imbalance. We're going to repurpose this real quick. See this imbalance here? This is where I'd like to retest. Likely catches, let me check my book map. Likely catch is not too far under that. If it doesn't just catch here, of course, which it definitely could. Let me pull up my handy dandy book map. Still the massive liquidity level overhead and more above that. We're definitely going higher. The question is, which route do we take higher? I would love a pullback into close to scare bulls again, just like yesterday. And I guess that one happened after close overnight. But I would love that to get long again and target these highs again. But we might have stretched the bears too thin and they are just going to keep getting squeezed. We have to keep watching. And like I said, this is an area of interest. The fact that we're not just dumping this means that we could flag out here and be very constructive. Just like when we swept this high, we came out, we did come down a little bit. That's kind of the move I'm looking for, back into this previous high. And then we pushed higher. Okay, starting to play out a little bit. Now that we have this, we have a few options in terms of trade management. The most risk-averse way here would be, let me get to the TQQ. Most risk-averse way would be to put the stop over this swing. But like I said, it can still wick up and get more liquidity in this gap. It doesn't look like it when it's, oh man. All right. So we're going to watch. This is a spicy candle here. This is definitely bulls trying to catch it and save a double bottom here. And we are so strong on the bullish side that it's really hard to bet on these bearish patterns to play out. That being said, we did pick our spot. Going to be going red here in a second, but that's okay. Our Rivian is offsetting any losses that we take, hopefully. And we already made most of our money, so we're feeling okay. Let's see. Oracle, yeah, nice retrace there for sure, down 10% off of polarizing earnings, as I understand it. Their cloud pivot seems to be a phenomenal success. Other things, not so much. So interesting to see how the market is digesting that. And I wonder if it was just oversold for reasons that might be a little silly. Kind of like Rivian, which got news about developing an AI chip that will replace NVIDIA's. Somehow that made them dump. So we'll see. My thesis is this is a fake wick, by the way, because there's always going to be big, strong buyers on a day like this. But if the wick actually really fast validates down, I'm not super sure that this is a bottoming structure. I think that maybe is a faking bottoming structure. We'll see, though. We'll see, though. Like I said, I'm playing hard mode trying to go short even for 1 minute on today. That's not true. There were some good shorts. We can look at my crazy trading here. Not smooth, not smooth. Again, I was mega bullish from the start, and I bought too early. Very small size, but still, I was buying early. I was buying around the bottom, and I was being a good boy when we got the bounce. I was getting all out. Then I was, what did I do? Looks like I did have a long open. This was messy trading. I'm not going to lie. But we did close out everything in profit. So so it worked. We trust the process and we didn't oversize. So we were able to ride through some drawdown. Not really my trading style, to be honest, overall. So I think I could have done better. But we made good money today. 450. We take that any day of the week. And that's why I'm playing pretty small now. I know I do have 200 shares of TQQ. That's nothing to sneeze at, but I think I gotta stop risking maybe $50 tops, $30 tops. So I can handle that drawdown. I do see the second wick, but I just don't trust it until it can break back over here. And I kind of like it when I'm in a trade and the pivot is my cost basis, because then I don't get dragged too much if I'm wrong. If it starts ripping past the pivot, I'm like, okay, that's fair. Now let's take a look at Broadcom. I think semis are primed for a big rip. That's looking pretty constructive. I just don't like charts that are like either set up to squeeze like this is, or a rising wedge that's super steep and has room below. So that's where I'm at. I do think it probably works, but I'm too much of a coward to take the trade. Maybe too much of a coward to take that, but I wasn't too cowardly to short up here. So you can see I did try one other time and get stopped out. I should have waited for this imbalance to open. That's okay. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Still buyers here, ripping and roaring, trying to buy any dip. I think they could get flushed out. Is my thing there. Rivian bopping and chopping, looks fine to me. This is a situation where if bears can't convert, if they fumble, I'm going to keep squeezing. There's more liquidity up higher, about here and here and here. So that's kind of the general zone where we could look for. I'll pull it up on a normal chart. SPY. Yeah, SPY looking a little bit heavier too. I think we like that. I think we like both going down a little bit and Qs going down a little bit less. That would probably be ideal for a continued rotation into tech tomorrow that I think we were starting to see in the second half of the day here. Still pretty constructive though. One thing I've noted is whenever you're trying to short a major high like this after a trend day, it always feels really bad. This is not a profound statement. Obviously it feels bad. You're fading the trend, but often it feels the worst right before it works. Like I was short and this candle happened. I was like, oh hell yeah. And this candle happened. I'm like, oh, I'm bad at trading. I have no idea what's going on. Never mind. But then, this was a lower high and we are starting to see rolling. We'll see if we're just basing right back into this base. Definitely possible. That's what we're doing now. But I think we're going to digest and maybe push lower. As I say this, the candle might surge. So always a possibility of these rounded moves to just scoop right on out and keep squeezing. But if the bid fails, they can drop fast. And that's kind of the bet we're placing. Looks like we might be wrong though. But again, these candles can shoot up for the first 20 seconds or so and then wick down. So we'll see if we get it. We'll see if we get it. Definitely a battle here. It's also the 50-minute moving average on QQQ. And that's another area where it likes to curl out. It did this exact setup earlier in the day. Let's try to find it. I believe it was right here where it looked like it was going to fall, but it posted bottom wicks. It tried to push up and failed again. So maybe this does the same thing. Maybe we could look for something like that. My only thing is this is a much more likely area to reject than down here. And the reason for that is if we pull up the hourly, we have tagged the key level. I would really like to see a little bit of pullback before we continue up. But if it's ready to go, it's ready to go because this level has been tested 4 times now. This is the 4th time. If we zoom in on the daily here, let me show you something. There we go. So this was the key level, right? We came up, popped a tiny bit over it, but this was where this day ended. This is where this day opened and really didn't get any traction above. And that was the major high. And so we have this level right here at 688.88. We like the auspicious numbers as well. So we'll call this a test. We'll call it the 688 level just for peace of mind here. Make it simple. So this is the 1. You can call this the 1 and then first attempt to break or the second knock. 3rd knock, and now this is the 4th knock. We should, for all intents and purposes, break out before we retest anything down here, if this setup is correct, of course. The thesis behind this is essentially it's like a rubber band stretching and stretching and stretching, and then eventually it snaps. So I would love if we closed just like right down here, down like a buck, not too greedy. Maybe down here at this pivot. That'd be a little aggressive of a sell, but I'd love it. So that's what we're kind of on the lookout for in the next day or two here. So far, our trade just kind of popping around, messing with us, but I think we might be starting to get some traction to the downside. Looking a little heavy. All right, there we go. So I will repurpose this one again just to show where the sellers are. See, whenever we wick up in here, it's selling. If this gets flipped in reverse, then I get out. Till then, I hold this. And I'll look at my Rivian because, yeah, a little weakness. I think I'll tighten up my stop just a little, just to walk away with a little bit more. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. I think this is probably okay, actually. I want to see if it can hold this base. Maybe I can put it under here. Whoops. There it goes. All right, so we'll exit this trade for a small win. That's fine. Playing games, still holding. So around the horn, what are some things my tickers did today? We won't watch our trade. Like I said, Rivian, and this one's been wild. This one's been unfun for a swing, but if you're scalping it, you get some really crazy moves on it. So I keep it on my watch list for that reason alone. ONDS, another one that's torturing me on a swing, but kind of not looking that terrible here. I mean, it's testing terrible. If it loses, I don't know. I think it's got room, but I might be wrong. Might be wrong and about to get slammed again on this this swing. But if I'm right, I think we're going to squeeze on up into 10 at the very least, potentially up to 11 to 12. So I do like this one for a swing trade. Let's check on FLNC, Fluence Energy. This one's just been hanging out. I should have day traded this again because it's acting really good in this range. See this nice pivot on the daily here? This, call it 23 to 22.50. Really nice area in there. If we get it again tomorrow, might be the perfect buy for this little flag here. Whoa. What in tarnation? This says this is... All right, something's going on with this this chart. I'm not gonna think about it too hard. FLNC absolutely ripping. It looks like it's breaking out today. Wow. We love to see this. We are in the swing from 22, so wow, already up $3.50. That was a good one. BE, not so good. We can talk about that, but I should manage my trade because I think the thesis might be getting invalidated. Nope, not invalidated yet, but it is starting to look like a wedge here. So I am I will be okay with this if this trade doesn't work. This is not high confidence, but sometimes you just got to take them. You're lost with Broadcom too? Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes charts just look too bullish to me and I just have trust issues. And then they do the bullish thing and I'm like, well, I don't know what I expected. You know, it's like that scene from Arrested Development, the dead dove. I opened the bag, stock that looked really bullish went up. Why didn't I buy? It looked too bullish. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of my various neuroses when it comes to trading. Okay, so what do we have here in this structure? This looks like it's loading for a long, and we are just so bullish today. And on a high time frame, we're so bullish. So what could prevent it from happening? Well, it's looking a little bit too clean to me. And the bigger thing for me isn't this downward facing or downward sloping consolidation, which is generally bullish. It's really that we had this upward facing consolidation into a major level and then puked it a little bit. And the buy could not V-shape like every other buy could. So maybe it just needs more time than the other ones. I mean, this one got pretty close to the V, right? For this drop up here, that was a really aggressive pop. If we got like this type of move and then drifted down like this, that might be different. But for me, this is still consolidation at the high of the range, and it would be a really good way to trap people. And it would be a really good way to kill premiums, call premiums just a little bit so they don't have to pay them out so much. So that's kind of my thesis for why I think this is going to resolve down. We'll check back in on that. Looks like Rivian's going down too. Yeah. Do we gracefully exit this or stick with it just a little bit? We're going to stick with it just a little bit when it does something like that. I wonder if that means that SPY just ripped a reversal candle. If not, then we're very bullish on Rivian. No big reversal candle. So Rivian has relative strength here. We like that. This still could be a fake breakdown and rip setup. That's what got me out of a call right here. That one felt bad. I sold on this candle. That was my worst play of the day. But it was still a 70% win or something. So I will find a way to sleep tonight. Let's see. Top TQQQ holdings: Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft, Broadcom, Amazon tops. Yeah. Yep. So I think we're gonna hang out in this trade for the rest of the hour. Probably. I think we'll get a nice mean reversion down here into the sell or into the close. Where do we put our stop? Let's go to our TQQQ. They're gonna sweat us. We weren't nicely in the green with a long trade that's green as well. Green on the long, green on the short so far. And with small positions, if we weren't positioned comfortably, this would stress me out because I really couldn't tell you which way it's going. Obviously, I know which way I think it's going, but that's okay. So I'm just seeing a little bit of rolling on my 5-minute oscillator starting to power down. It was overbought, obviously. Can use a little bit of a cool off, so I think it's still fine. Check back in on Rivian. Yeah, nice bottom wick there. So it is outperforming after that big sell-off. We want to see that if it is forming a bottom on the day. And I'm just going to check in on my take profit levels, make sure I still like them. So into this base here and this bottom wick, that's a level of interest. And yeah, looking decent. The open would be another area right here. I'd like to take off a bunch of it there if we do get down there. I do not know if we will. This is another area of interest, and that's because it is kind of this pivot from this area, but more importantly, it is where we kind of puked this level and then tapped it, and we needed to break this to squeeze. So I think that there was a short that kind of got underwater when this level got lost. So it would make sense that they would want to bring it back down to get that short out at break even, and then we could probably pop again. Just running through some potentialities. If I was more aggressive and wanted to risk more today, I would consider shorting somewhere up in this area here, as long as it didn't break this. So I would consider shorting this pop if it pops a little more and then fades, but it's risky. It's risky and you could get squeezed. Like this. We'll see if this entry right here would be a good idea or a bad idea. I'm not taking it because this looks very strong, but sometimes these will just die out like this. I'm going to stick in the short though, because I'm not worried about it. If we get stopped out, we're out $30. So I have a sneaking suspicion if if the buy can't break this in the next minute, then this candle might wick down and we might get our roll. Watch the watch list here. So going through the sectors, leading the day, we have XLB Builders up 2%. That's interesting. I'm not sure what that's about, but good for those charts, because I think Toll Brothers earnings were less than stellar, and that was kind of weighing on them. So we have XLI Industrials up 1%. We have XLP up 0.75, as well as XLV Healthcare, as well as Staples. So XLY actually underperforming XLP on a bullish day. That's an interesting thing to note. And tech is still red on the day. That's wild to me. So there's a lot of room to catch up on the Qs, which makes this trade even scarier. I'm playing the laggard into a level, so it's not like I'm completely crazy, but if I'm wrong and it's a squeeze setup, this could get against me very fast. So that's why small position, tight stop. As of now, our pop and drop setup would have worked, but still too early to tell. Maybe we'll take a victory lap once we swoop down here and cut a new low, because this could be healing this imbalance for a move back up and a base carve. Doesn't seem like it though. Seems like this is pretty decent momentum starting to shift from these bulls hanging on to short-term bears that think they can push it down just a little. Check out SPY, see if there's anything to note there compared to Qs. Look at them. I don't know. It's hard to read. This could flag out here, and we could consider it a flag on top of a downtrend line break. So we are flirting with reversing this little bit of a bearish trend we have. Something like that. So personally, I don't like trading these setups here. If you get the pop and then this back test isn't really explosive, it usually needs to carve out quite a while if it's bullish. And if you're wrong, you'll dribble down and then puke. So not interested in a long, even though I'm not sure if this will play out bearish. All right. What else is cooking? Let's look at NVIDIA. Looking pretty good after this flush out right back to the base here. Area of interest held really well. So it's hard to be that bearish when NVIDIA looks like it wants to play. If NVIDIA plays, then we can rip. Do I want to take a little position here to counter the hedge? I'll play a little bit if they give me a good fill. Gave me a good fill. Good right now. So if we're wrong on this, then we'll be very right on the TQQQ, which is a larger size. If we are wrong on the TQQ, we will get stopped out pretty quickly, and we're going to ride the NVIDIA till the end of the day. Don't want this if it loses this low. It's a wider stop than I'd like, but like I said, I got shorts. And it seems like the TQQQ idea is working. So I think I'll get out of my Rivian here, just because I like NVIDIA more if we're going to go up. Rivian's had a nice mean reversion move here already, or overview up on it. I'm going to get out of this one. Nice little win there. We're going to see if NVIDIA can hold or not. If it starts looking good and building a double bottom as we get filled on some of our cues, we might add. But in general, I think we can see a little bit of drawdown here. So onto the TQQ trade, starting to work. And since we have a long, I'm going to be just a little greedier. Just a little greedier. If I can move my order in time, it might just tag me. I want to go just a little bit deeper and fill this imbalance completely since it seems pretty weak. And more importantly, so the idea is the only reason I'm moving my target is because I think that the time it took to coil means that we have more room to expand to the downside like this. So this is what I'm looking for. We did not quite get filled there. So let's see if that's the actual bottom. I don't think so though. Okay, filled on 1/2 of the position. Got 2 runners. Got a nice sell going now. Let's see if we want to just get out of this NVIDIA or if it might be able to put in a higher high. All we need to do is outperform our TQQ to keep us in it. Not going to worry too much about pinch and pennies. Like I said, we're having a good day. So I think this is fine. Just watching my PL here, making sure I'm not too unbalanced. Looking fine to me. And we're still going down, so I'm going to check out Bookmap. Got a little liquidity under here that we could catch on, so just something to consider. So I'm fine with my trim here, but I want to hold in case the liquidity level just pops through. NVIDIA short? No, I'm NVIDIA long. I am short the market, and I am higher weight short than I am long. I think NVIDIA's relative strength, it's a hedge. I would not say, oh, you want to short it? Maybe. So here's my bull thesis. This is a nice flush out to a nice key level. I'm really bullish on NVIDIA overnight and into tomorrow just because it is so beaten down. It gapped down and it's closing near the high of day. A really nice hammer stick seems to usually indicate a reversal after a move like that. At the very least, getting a mean reversion move up. So since it's carving out a higher low here, I'm actually going to add to this in case we do go up. Might have just missed my entry there. And it might just go off to the races now. Does that mean our Q's short is not working? Still looking fine. So we can move our stop. Got filled on the NVIDIA. And I just want to be a little more overweight to the long side after this move down where I took profit on the short because I'm not bearish. I just think this is overheated. Big level down a little bit further. That's where we will monetize the rest of our shorts. So far, this is not posting the clean double bottom, but it still is okay holding this pivot. I don't mind this. Q's still showing a little bit of weakness. Decent weakness after the initial catch off of liquidity. There's more liquidity down here by my take profit. Front running those liquidity levels just a little bit. So I definitely get filled. And what I can do, I can be smart. Let's see how smart I feel. It would be smart to say, hey, this buy was assuming that we double bottom. I should stop out under this low. That would be smart. Not sure how smart I'm feeling. I might be feeling a little risky. Q is definitely weak, though. So actually, I will be good. Assuming we lose this low, I don't want it. Okay, there's a little tiny imbalance here. And I think they could wick it down right there and then catch it for a higher low. So I'm gonna rock with this one just a little bit. TQs didn't quite hit our take profit here. Could be seeing a little bit of a reversal. That was hard to say. So yeah, this is doing the double bottom thing now, it looks like. And that's why we did grab some more of it. Still not convinced this is catching yet. But that's a nice part about prop firms, honestly. I don't really care what it does because I've defined my risk so precisely and I've already put myself in a position where I'm definitely making money. It's just a matter of how much. Okay, we don't love this. That's okay. So that means our short's working. Okay, this is pretty decent shake and bake here. We're losing a pretty big liquidity level, so I'm moving my levels down here, and I will see if I need to get out of this. Looks like I'm going to get stopped out. Okay, out of the NVIDIA. Looks like you were right, Eric. Looks like you were right, but that's okay. We were biased short too. Still making money. So got 100 shares left. I would expect a little bounce from here, but this looks pretty heavy. So I am going to just move my stop all the way down here into profit. And these were where some bottom wicks are, and we have a big flush stick here. If this was a capitulation stick and it wicked up really aggressively, I would not want to be in it once it got over here. The safer one would be over here. Could wick back and then reject if it's a high volatility sell, but you know, there's always edge cases. I'm just trying to catch or trying to use good rules that will keep me safe in most situations. So where's our target? I would like to see this low violated. At the very least, right now we're testing the breakout. So this is an area where it could catch, like I said, with that liquidity level. So far, I'm seeing the liquidity level get violated, and there's still impetus to push it short for now if we don't see a reversal in the next couple minutes. Not too bad. Not too bad of a look. So now we don't have any longs, though, so I could look around the market and see if there's anything worth picking up, but we're getting close to the end of the day. I think there's probably not too much time for another trade. Got half an hour left. So I'll take a look around the horn on my other screen here and let you guys know if I see anything that looks good as we watch this potential catch happen or potential continuation move. Decently strong. Makes me want to hop right back in a long, but I don't want to overtrade today. We're going to see if this is actually a legit buy. Seeing some decent bidding here, but there's a decent level that they're actively on the liquidity. So by that I mean there are sellers who are actively kind of spoofing bids to try to nudge the price down here. If they step out, then this could be a nice clean bottom. If they do not, this is starting to look like a bottom. I think I probably should have just held my NVIDIA. Yeah, look at how strong that is. Got bottom tick there. So I will hedge my hedge. If it gives me a decent entry that isn't just surging. There we go. So right back into the neckline, we got involved. We put our stop under here. If we're wrong twice in a row, I think we're probably done trading this one for the day. Okay, still finding sellers. And I think I probably have decision fatigue at this point. So usually by the last hour of the day, you're getting me after a full day of trading. So not trading my sharpest. And this morning wasn't very sharp as well. Getting dragged in a couple trades. This one was very sloppy. Just because I was sizing small and ready for a dip doesn't mean I was ready for this. And it could have gone poorly. But luckily position sizing kept me safe, if nothing else. $35 expected move on Broadcom. I see it's earnings. I did not even know. That's how that's how this week has been. A doozy. All right. Okay, so liquidity building above. There is a lot of layers here, 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 but it's very dense. So I think that it's acting as a magnet, keeping us near it. But if we get too close, it will push us away a little bit. So that's kind of the dynamic I'm watching. There's a lesser level down here that we just kind of double tapped into. So that is how we're framing this. And you know what I'm noticing? I want this up here because there's still enough potential for buyers to wick it right in here and then reject. If it loses the top stick of the 1, 2, 3 fair value gap pattern, then I don't want it. But until then, could just be running stops. So as this liquidity builds overhead, and we are not seeing surges up to it as it comes on. It makes me feel like they're interpreting this, the market is interpreting this as sellers up here that want to push it down. And so they're getting out of the way before this thing flushes a little bit. And they'll probably be looking to retransact maybe at the ES VWAP, maybe at SPY VWAP, some kind of middle area. That is what we're looking at. Our NVIDIA is just not acting really strong. It's not acting really strong. So we got to keep an eye on it. Yeah, it seems like our short's going to work and this is not. I don't know why I tried it again other than the market looked like it might catch. A little bit of over trading, gave back 20 bucks. Going to stop out of this. Oh, is it going to stop me out and then bottom? One of those days, perhaps. Ooh, close. In that case, we can move our stop to here because this looks like it might try to bottom here. Looks like it might try to bottom. If that is the case, we could consider more of this. Looking at some other longs in my wheel box here. That looks not bad either. But Qs cannot find that bottom yet. This doesn't look like it. So we're going to hold off on adding any longs. Going to hold off on selling our shorts for a little bit more here. I'm kind of feeling like I might be overstaying my welcome because we did just backtest this breakout. So it would make sense to me if that's enough to draw it up to the liquidity. It's not a whole lot to talk about other than just that we are very bullish overall. So let's go to the daily. Like I said, we're doing the 4 knock. And IWM is leading. They're squeezing out of the top. Money is going from QQQ into IWM and into the Dow Jones as well. So that's a broad-based rally. That is good. And it looks like Qs might start going here. I'm just seeing the curl up on Bookmap into this level, but I'm just, every time it happens, there's a new kind of active seller that gets back involved and tries to shove it. So I'm going to stop trying to read individual candles, and we're just going to see how this plays out. BATS and GSCO pulling orders. Geez. Well, there you go, calling it in real time. Let's look at it. Look at it. I've never heard of these tickers. I don't think I have this one on TradingView. Let's look at GSCO. Do I not have this either? I don't know what you're trading. So this is still just hanging out. We'll wait and see. NVIDIA also still hanging out. It's testing me. That looks like a bid. Q's doing the same. They're trying. I'll play ball. Oh, will I? Will you just run on me? Did I get filled? No. Okay. Well, stopped out of the short there. We had the tight short stop, so no worries there. We stopped out for profit. I'm looking to get involved in this. Oh, and these are all one share orders, so it doesn't even matter. And I accidentally closed my position. Okay, we're thriving here, boys. I'm going to try to chase just a little. This looks okay. And again, tight stop. Because I don't think I have a very good read today based on this. Based on this. So now the wall is going to stop. And after this trade, I'm done for the day. Looks like I'm going to get stopped out there too. All right, so real sloppy trading on this one here. Real sloppy trading, and we can talk about that for the last 10 minutes, how I failed. That's okay. That's okay. Little paper cuts at the end of the day won't kill me. I just gotta not get too crazy. There is still the chance this holds and turns up, so we're gonna let it rock. There's also honestly 3 stops here. I want to give it a few ticks, just in case it goes boop boop, because it does seem like there is an incentive to buy after this initial pump, this initial candle that failed. So I think we might be okay. Q's still looking good. Yeah, getting the curl up. So like I said, we retested the breakout and I felt like I was overstaying my welcome. That's why we had the tight stop. And now we get to see if we can catch a little bit of a long. NVIDIA's still lagging a little bit, so you'd like to see it catch into the close. Maybe we'll see something if we look on the hourly. That's a nice little turnaround there, though. Man, if we're ready to go, we're ready to go. It wicked back right into this imbalance. And this pullback wicked into this imbalance. So it's like playing with levels really nicely, playing with zones of interest really nicely. This is one that I might hold for a swing. Q's getting the curl. And NVIDIA lagging a little bit. Let's look at our other baskets here, see if anything else is calling to us more. I think it's reaching for these stops. Do I need to give it that wide of a stop? We'll see. This is an area where you can look for moving averages to kind of curl and catch us if we are going to try to trend up. Again, not much time left in the day. And we did not get the strong move like we were thinking maybe we would get off of that back test. So just kind of dribbling into close. Taking a peek and seeing if there's anything that I could be missing here. So yeah, I think it's just the moving average ribbons here. We popped up, we're kind of button heads against them. Now we're back testing, trying to hold. Decent place to try for a long. But just not much time left and not much reason to be high confidence like we were for the long for most of the day. That being said, this is looking good. Okie dokie. Still going to be hanging out consolidating. We have the Qs trying to reject this ribbon. I don't think that we have much in the way in either direction today. So going back over the top of the highest market cap of the day just to get a feel for what the market's doing. Just by trying to turn the corner here, we like that. We might add a little. So this is looking pretty good. Okay, we want in on this. Did it fill me? Trying to get filled. Now it should work. Let's just do market. If it looks good on this candle close, we'll market send it. Qs are trying to turn a corner, but they might reject it. So we just want to let it see what it's going to do. Looking better. I like this. I guess I don't have buying power for some reason. I feel like I should. Maybe it's because it's close to the close. All right, we will be at peace with our 100 shares. Maybe it's a good thing. So if Q rolls over here, gonna come take me out here. I could run a tighter stop, but I just see these ones coiled here and they might sweep it. Still seeing that little heaviness in Qs. And No change in liquidity, kind of a brick wall overhead. So I still think it's the magnet if we get a foot off the pedal of this kind of downward pressure on intraday algorithmic programs from the top here. So those are kind of dragging us down, putting a weight on us. But what we're pushing into is like legitimate support that's been rising all day long. So I think it might try to pop here. You can watch Broadcom into the close too. The sell into the close. Sell back into support into the close. That might be bullish for earnings, but definitely going to be dragging SMH down. Yeah, talk, great point. Cash is always a position. I don't need to be in a trade. I could just chill because it looks like NVIDIA is not going to cooperate. Q's lost the moving average ribbon. They need to make a higher high off of the rising 200-minute moving average. Like I said, that's one of the numerous rising supports. That one's intraday, so it's not going to matter too much. But, you know, an area of interest that we could catch here. Otherwise, maybe we ventilate the tape down to, what's our next level? I think it's catching here, but otherwise we could drop to maybe 687.75. Pull up SPY. $687.85, sweep these lows. That would be the target, and we could maybe get down here. We got 15 minutes left. As of now, trying to put in that higher low. But you got to say, this kind of looks like a head and shoulders, doesn't it? So we could see some selling overnight again. And I would love this because I'm trying to get long again tomorrow, and I want to get a better entry. If I know where we're going, I want it to move against that direction because that just gives me a better entry. Just gives me more room to the upside. So here it looks like it's turning a corner. I'm going to be watching Bookmap to see if there's any other changes in flows that might bop this down now that it's kind of found that bottom or attempting to find that bottom. And so far, what we see is in the last couple minutes, they've added just a little bit up here to kind of coax us up into that level. It's kind of where I think they want to transact. 688.75-ish. Like to see that. It's doing one of two things. This is either a head and shoulders starting to play out, or this will pop us way back down, or this is a new base and reaccumulation forming as we start to try to break out of a key level. Both valid. Both potentially valid, I should say. And we'll see how this seller reacts. Looks like we are green on NVIDIA, so it's outperforming. That's nice. That's nice. Back up over our silly ad. Q's still not able to turn the corner, though. But we like the NVIDIA bid, and we think that should stick. So I will be swigged some NVIDIA. Not a crazy amount. Let me actually calculate that out on my phone. So 15% of my account value I can swing. That's one of my favorite things about these scalping accounts with Trade the Pool. You actually also can swing. And a lot of people are like, oh, I want to swing more. Swinging $1,500 of a high volatility stock, you know, not too shabby. You can make some nice money there. And often, if you're wrong, you don't want to be holding anyway. Okay, big buy stick on NVIDIA. So I need to try to find a spot to get back in as the mock closed me there. For this swing, I want to get back in off of this swing low or swing high. Oh, that's a 1 share order. That's not going to cut it. I did get filled on it, and now it's going to go without me. Watch. There it goes without me. Oh, that's annoying. They got me, boys. They got me. So I will try to change that order. This thing is a rocket now. Come on, give me a little pullback. Oh, should I chase it? I really shouldn't. But I want the swing overnight. Let's see if it comes back just a little bit for us. Doesn't look like it is. Does not look like it is. Lance, I hope you got in, brother. Nice move there. Nice move there. That's got to keep going without me here, I think. Good thing I have that one share though, huh, boys? So let's see, what can we look at? A little wick back into this. I will take that same spot again if they give it to me. Come on, give it to me. Now they're trying to negotiate this swing high, so they might not need to go down that low, but I think we might get it. Just got to blow on it. No, wrong way. All right. We will keep an eye on this one. But yeah, so that's the power of the mock stick. We can expect NVIDIA to go up tomorrow. Man, it did not quite fill us. Isn't that something? Let's try one more time in this wick. I cannot chase something like this, but it's a strong one. It's a strong one, and it is oversold, and we are bullish overnight. So it is hard to not want to be involved with NVIDIA or some other semiconductor. The other side of it is Broadcom earnings. So take your bet. It's going to move big. Man, it is just eating through liquidity, but I think there is a seller here that can push us back just a little bit. I would love to get in, but I don't know if they'll give it to me. Make sure I'm not over leveraged. Yeah, I will not be over leveraged if I get filled on this. So if I had more discipline, I would wait for a pullback into this zone. If I had no discipline, I'd slam it right here, and I bet it would work really well, to be completely honest. But can't do that. Can't do that. And they're really just giving nothing back on this. It's very strong. So we like to see that. There we go. All right. There we go. You see that violent wick down? All right, we're in. And I will need to sell, okay, 2 or 3 by the close. That's fine. Okay, so we got the fill. Got the fill. Where do we sell 2 of our shares? 3 of our shares. 2 shares. Maybe we can get the high a day here. Something like that seems reasonable. This pivot. Maybe can't completely get the high a day. Either way, we'll take 2 of these off so that we're under the 1500 in the position value. And we're going to let it rock because we really like NVIDIA. I'll pull up the daily chart here in just a sec. Now that we're in, we'll do it now. So looking at the 4-hour first. Big zone of interest. We almost lost it, and we reclaimed. And I think it might be a better or more illustrative to draw the zone down here with all the wicks. Let me hone in on this. What I'm thinking is going on is that this was a pretty notable area of interest. So we knifed here, and then we surged up to here, back, push up, back test, push up. So I think this is the zone of interest where once we wicked back into it, this was the same buyer that was catching us from the lows. And so if this big buyer is catching us from the lows, we're feeling pretty good about this. Yo, Josh Smith just banked 1K. Good stuff, my brother. MIGI. Let's look at that. Whoa, wild candles on NVIDIA there. That's okay. We'll rock with it. MIGI. What's happening? Mawson Infrastructure. That's a crash. Look at that. That's down 50% in 20 minutes, 15 minutes. We could call that a move. We could call Josh a sniper because that's something else. Josh, if you can briefly, I'm curious about what was your trigger here? Were you watching this one already as it was kind of losing steam in the flag at what is that, 230? Yeah, that top wick there looked like a nice signal to get short. Beautiful trade, dude. Way to go. That woke me up. I'm like falling asleep over here. I just needed to see a crazy chart. There's another crazy chart, TQQ, with the big mock buy. As we know, people are bullish. We're selling that off into the close. Actually red on our NVIDIA. It came back on us a little bit. That's okay. As I said, we got 4 minutes to sell a couple of these because we want to be well within the risk parameters. And we think NVIDIA will get a little bid. The other thing is this position is small enough that if NVIDIA moves down overnight, but then starts to bottom in the morning, I might add to it because I know I'm not going to hit a max loss or anything with 10 shares, 8 shares. So I can give it a little room, you know. Sometimes I have two styles of main trades. Like some, it's like on a daily time frame, they just look really good. I think that this is a good day to buy. I don't have to perfectly bottom ticket. Sure, I try to hone in on time frames and get a perfect buy. Who doesn't? But I'm not sweating a few pennies. And, you know, I also give these trades a lot more room because I size so much smaller. Because I will never tell you to average into a scalp or an options trade, 0DTs, anything like that. That's so risky. Averaging in with tranches of shares on a high quality company at designated levels, if that is the plan, if that's the plan from the start, I like that. I'm personally a fan of that. I know it doesn't work for some people. They say never average down. In general, I kind of do agree with it in the sense that you never want to cut the flowers to water the weeds, as they say, right? So you never want to take equity out of a good position or have the opportunity cost of, you know, that equity that could be better put to a better purpose by throwing more cash into the fire, so to speak. So always kind of a balancing act there. But for me personally, I'm okay with this kind of thing, and I size very specifically for it. Hey, Bacaro Trader, good to see you, brother. How you doing today? Making good trades? Oh, Josh called the move up to killer. I know some people are really good at shorting. Some people are really good at longing. And then there's Josh. So definitely check out his shows during the week. Really good stuff there. I wish I had more time to watch all the streams because it is a good time. Really knowledgeable team that we're putting together. I don't know why they got me here, but I'm honored to be a part of it. So we are seeing this consolidation in NVIDIA. We like it. We like this little stress relief pop. If we were super patient, we could have gotten our entry right back at the base. And so often that'll happen. So often the right move is to be patient. So then you're not buying the top, like I said, and scared. See, I still think it would work out if you bought up here, but you'd be sweating a little bit. Where I'm at in life, some starting to feel a little bit old, so I'm trying to reduce stressors that are unnecessary. Nice push here. Let's check in on indices. We're getting the nice push. This is what we want to see, guys. There's always going to be sellers at a key level. We got the mock buy, a big green stick. They're going to sell it. It doesn't mean it wasn't real. If it wasn't real, we would have lost the bottom, and this would have been a head and shoulders, and we'd all cry about it. But this is not looking like a head and shoulders to me. This is looking like higher time frames are taking initiative and taking control. And they say, hey, that's a nice 1 minute bear flag you got there, buddy. It'd be a shame if I were to buy, you know, a massive amount of ES futures and pump this thing, right? That'd be real unfortunate for you, huh, pal? So I think that's where we've got the bears right now. I think we've got them on the ropes. Either you're a smart bear and you're out, or you're a dumb bear and you're going to get cooked. And you know what? That's good. That means nature is healing. So we still have this zone of interest, and it's still playing ball. Always draw these levels out as they form. Beautiful. And if you recall, I was saying this is a good place to try a long. I should have. I don't know why I didn't. So I love these setups where we're really bullish on the higher time frame, but we just lost the little bid. We lost the intraday bid. Where are we going? Well, let's go right back to where it broke out from. If you're in a 0DT, you're down 50%, you feel pretty bad, you know? You probably are going to sell down here. But this is where I'm looking to buy. Really nice push into the close. Oh no, I forgot to close my extra shares. I'm $300 over the limit. I'll try to close them. See if I know market orders won't work. Hey Josh, do you happen to know, if you're still here, do you happen to know if I can sell anything after hours? I got caught with 2 extra shares. If not, I will plead my case to to the risk management department. They are very understanding. So we close strong, guys. We love to see it. We're going to do a quick overview of the hourly, and then I'll let you go on and enjoy the rest of your day. We love this because all week here I was saying I'm so bullish, but why isn't it acting right? I'm so bullish, but why is it rounding the top here? And then we just kept getting closer and closer and closer to the big old FOMC day. And I'm just going, man, okay, so we're going to have to wait. All right. About this day, I decided, all right, we're going to have to wait. So I want to be accumulating longs every low of the day. Didn't do perfectly, but doing all right here. And then we'll trim every time we hit this 6,900 level. We'll go to Go to SPY to show you the SPY level. See, boom, boom, boom. We're actually through 6,900 now, I believe. Yeah, 6,908. So an amazing close by the bulls. I would consider this a breakout. I wouldn't be surprised if we drift up overnight. If we don't, I will be happy because I want to buy that dip, like I said. So long-term time frame, I think we're going to squeeze it. I think we're going to get our Santa rally. And if they dip it on us again, I'm going to buy it again as long as it looks good. This is setting up for a squeeze. Either squeezes up or it rejects and it goes down pretty hard. But I'm pretty sure this is going to squeeze. So with that in mind, guys, have a great day. I hope you made some money. We were just kind of hanging out on this one. I didn't make too much on the stream, but we had a good day early, and that's what matters. Join us tomorrow morning, not me, but Michael, Nos, and Big Money Mitch for their amazing morning show. Catch those amazing trades with them. They've been crushing it lately. You can find me next week because tomorrow is Friday. So I will not be doing Power Hour tomorrow. That's Monday through Thursday. So thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate you hanging out with me, and have a great day now. Oh, and Joe's helping me out with that too. So thanks again. Take care, everybody. I appreciate y'all.